stronger collaboration between health sectors and creative industries. My name is Ariel Wayz, and I'll be your host for today. So yesterday was a day full of inspiration around the theme of music, photography, and mental health. We had performances at gallery exhibitions that actually are still available on the Hamwe Festival online platform. And we also had very deep conversation around the benefits of music on mental health and well-being. We later on dived into the therapeutic roles of traditional music, among other sessions that we had. We also had a very engaging session around the welcome photographic panel conversation. And we hope you have enjoyed everything that yesterday had to offer. And thank you for having been an amazing, engaging, and passionate audience. And you know what? We have more for you today. Let's dive into today's agenda. Today is going to be focusing on the sub-theme of mental health stigma outside art and film. We're going to be starting with a performance and the remarks from our guest of honor that I'll be announcing soon. And then we're going to be starting our first conversation, which is outside art. We're going to continue the window we have opened around my mental health. We're going to be having a conversation with Ganza Moise. We're going to be having a special guest who is our very one and only Miss Rwanda 2020. We'll be having a conversation with Lisa Ndejuru and Odile Katese Gakire. We'll also be having another important conversation around how to build a mental health system in the context of Rwanda, exploring the role of culture and language. We have also put on the agenda the digital exhibitions that we have started on day 2 of the festival. We're going to be continuing that conversation. And as I announced yesterday, we are going to be having a short film, documentary film called Life Interrupted that I'm going to be sharing a little bit more about. And then we'll close the day with a session with Tsoku Maela. About Life Interruption documentary film. It is a documentary feature film about breast cancer, intimately chronicles the lives and experiences of 3 survivors, including the filmmaker Paola Moise herself, from diagnosis through treatment and life beyond. The assumptions, myths about the disease and preventions are going to be explored as each woman continues on her cancer treatment, including chemotherapy, lumpectomy, and bilateral mastectomy, and who are fighting for their lives. These women are confronting a life-altering diagnosis, and they respond to their disease process and rebuilding their lives with honesty, integrity, humor, and grace, of course. So the film is going to be broadcasted today at 7:30 p.m., but it's also available on our online platforms. I would like to invite you to take a few minutes to watch it before we dive into the conversation with the director of the film herself. So before we kick off the day, as I just said, we are going to be hearing the remarks from the Director General of the Rwanda Biomedical Center, RBC, Dr. Sabin Nsanzimana, who is our guest of honor today. Thank you.
Health connected, so for better health. So to me, human beings are actually created to live together, but also to help each other in many ways. Physically, having food, having something to do, having something to say together, and having someone to hear your thoughts, your differences, your ideas. And when one of those connections is not working, is not properly connected, then you may have problems. What we see, what we don't see, what we can treat with medicine, what we can't treat with medicine. So this occasion, this moment, I think that mental health sometimes has been forgotten. If you look in the past of diseases and pandemics, if you look at those ones that are not being mentioned, particularly in our continent, Africa, our country has experienced 26 years ago a genocide against the Tutsis, which actually exacerbated the issue of our mental health for those who have been victims and those who committed some crimes. So what can we do to have this full and connected health, as the World Health Organization defined it. It's not just the physical appearance of being well. It's also having this mental and living in an environment that helps everyone, adults, young ones, and elders feel better. So one of the evidence-based actions or interventions that actually helps is art. There are many types of arts you can do. There's music. You can do martial arts, like I did in actually more than 2 decades doing martial arts. There are many types of arts, but how does it help? It helps actually for human beings to concentrate, to focus on something that you like, you love, that takes you to another life that will, in some sense, help you to overcome challenges. Like when you hear nice music, it takes you to another world, to another thinking, to another level of enjoying life. When you have people all around you doing the same thing, you have fun, you enjoy life, it's also important. For me, what I know best probably is medicine and the martial arts. Connect together, because we don't only do the physical exercise, but also we connect our soul, our mind, our peace of mind, like we commonly say, to think that we are here for others and they're here for us. So mental health is a complex field and area, and it has to be adapted to different categories of people. If you go and think about children, young children, adolescents, and adults, the applications and how you apply arts and other type of interventions to prevent or to manage mental health issues is totally different. So I believe that practicing or introducing any type of art to prevent or to manage mental health issues, stigma issues, is very critical. I've worked in HIV program for more than 10 years, and we've applied different type of arts and interventions to help people who are HIV infected, particularly adolescents. So we've started with support groups. In support groups, what we did mostly is dancing together, having music, and dance, actually doing some arts, learning how to play guitar. We've gained different skills and knowledge to those young adolescents for them to accept that living with HIV, having groups around you, and knowing something that will actually bring that peace of mind in you will help them. And most of them have overcome the challenges of stigma, discrimination, feeling forgotten by society. And today, they have families, they have children, they have parents, and they're enjoying life because they have been helped to overcome some of the issues that were there 10 years ago. And today, they see the world differently. So I'd like to end my brief intro, my brief message, to emphasize the importance of art, the importance of living together, and the importance of bringing different types of skills and talents in arts, and a combination of this that has been not always taught in medicine and in paramedicine. And now it is seen as a critical element in making people live better and healthier. Thank you.
So much, Dr. Sabin, for reminding us the importance of mental health, integration of arts in the treatment of mental health illnesses. But also you did recognize that mental health field is very complex and it needs adaptation to ensure that we are responding to the needs of the patient. I also like we have different forms of art. You mentioned martial arts that you are very familiar with, that you have been practicing, but also someone coming from the medical and health background. It really means a lot to our audience to understand that we also have like someone someone who has that experience of combining arts and medicine in the treatment and support of the patients that you have been working with. You also talked about the importance of having a support system. Sometimes when people are struggling with mental health issues, they tend to isolate themselves. They tend to feel like they are alone in this particular case. But when we do have support groups, it does help to ensure that people have a sense of collectiveness, that they are together, that they are not alone, that what is happening can definitely be overcome. You also mentioned the particular case of Rwanda that has known the 1994 genocide against the Tutsi, where we really need a stronger component of mental health support to all Rwandans. And it's also going to be linked to the conversation that we're going to be having today around how to build a mental health system in a country like Rwanda, looking into the context of culture and languages. So before I introduce our next and first performance of the day, I'm going to be sharing with you the hashtag Ask Hamwe that you can be using to send us all the questions, reflections, challenging us to have deeper conversation, but also feel free to engage using this hashtag with our audience, but also the panelists and artists that we're going to be having. As a reminder, the Hamwe Festival is powered and organized by the University of Global Health Equity and supported by the Wellcome Trust, the Ambassade de France au Rwanda, Institut Français, and Hangat. So now I would like to introduce the first performance of the day by Ariel and the band that she'll be performing with. But before that, let me tell you a little bit about Ariel. She was born in Rubavu, Western Province of Rwanda, and she's the fifth child in a family of 8. She attended the known Nyundo schools of music, and Ariel Wayz emphasizes that her love for music is what drives her. Today, she'll perform a piece called My Beats, My Way, which is a poem / a song that talks about acceptance. She hopes that you enjoy the performance, and I'm going to now invite Ariel to take it away. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. My name is Ariel Wayz, and I'm going to perform for you a piece that I wrote called My Beats, My Ways. I hope you enjoy it. Thank you. Shaka kodura burya twarahuye nyemukubita amaso numva umutima urankutse nawe yasaga uwatinya kumbwira yasaga uwananiwe guhitamo sinamubeshyera ko atankunze gusa kugumana ntibyakunze nicyo bita amahitamo naramuretse aragenda no ati ko ndi mwiza nakunkunda arankunda ariko ntago yantegereza ati ko ndi mwiza byo ndi mwiza nakunkunda arankunda ariko ntago yantegereza afite gahunda ntago yantegereza nihagazeho nirindaga kumwereka yuko hari icyo bintwaye ariko numvaga umutima wanjye we gutakara sinjye wabonye gutandukana sinjye wabonye muva mu maso sinamubeshyera ko atankunze gusa kugumana ntibyakunze nicyo bita amahitamo njye naramuretse aragenda. Oh, no, 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 no. Ati kuba ndi mwiza nakunkunda arankunda ariko ntago yantegereza. Ati kuba ndi mwiza byo ndi mwiza nakunkunda arankunda ariko ntago yantegereza. Afite gahunda ntago yantegereza. Za buri munsi nsinzi mbona ari inzozi ibyo nabonaga nk'umutuzo nibyo ntambara ndwana itagana ku musozi. Urukundo nerekwa ndarubona yaba inganzo yamvugiraga ikamvugira ko nshinga benshi intege binshima mu ntege bikanyibutsa ko hari ibyiza bintegereje. Nyuma y'iyi nganzo hari ubuzima. Hari umukobwa witwa Cyabahungu ngo ni umukobwa ntakagira atya ntakavuga atya ntakambara atya ntakagira atya. She spent night and days fighting the devil in her head. Nobody know how hard it is for her. Agahinda no kwigunga nibyo bimuranga. Agahinda no kwigunga nibyo bimuranga. She just needs you and me to give her love and affection. She just needs you and me, yeah, to tell her it's gonna be alright. Oh, nobody knows. Oh no, nobody knows. Say she's fighting the devil in her head. Oh, nobody knows. Oh no, nobody knows. She's fighting the devil in her head. Yeah. I choose to accept myself just as I am. I'm falling in love with this creator I am. Despite my imperfection, I choose myself over perfection. I choose my choice over judgments. Say, acceptance, my one in my million ways to my destiny. I love to think myself as a warrior. I love to think I'm on a war fighting to liberate myself, liberating myself from worrying about what they think of me or what they want me to be. I wish this voice could scream enough how tired I am. Said, tired of inconstancy, tired of dissension. I'm so done with being chained by what you think I should be, chained by what you think I should wear, chained by what you think I should look, chained by who you want to see in me. I said, I'm a person, not a problem. I'm neither a woman of my humanity, nor a man of my humanity. I'm a fusion of both. You dream a fancy word? Well, I dream a freedom word. You choose to follow your detest, then I choose to follow my ways. Oh, she just needs you and me to give her love and affection. She just needs you and me to tell her it's gonna be alright. Oh, nobody know, nobody know. Said she's fighting the devil in her head. Oh, nobody know, nobody know. She's fighting the devil in her head. She just needs you and me to give her love and affection. She just needs you and me to tell her it's gonna be alright. Oh, nobody know, nobody know. She's just fighting the devil in her head. Oh, nobody know, nobody know. She's fighting the devil in her head. Oh.
What a wonderful performance here in the band. I had promised myself that I'm going to memorize and summarize a little bit about the first song, but the second one was so powerful that made me forget about the first one. You talked about so many components that touch the element of mental health. She's fighting the devils in the head, but no one knows. But I wish you could tell her that we are here and we know that the struggle is real and is shared. And you also talked about screaming to really share with the world how tired you are. But as you're screaming powerfully with your eloquent voice, we also heard how powerful your voice is, and that the youth and all of us need that type of voice. I would like to say a wonderful performance. It's a very wonderful performance, ladies. I'm so impressed by your performance and also your talent, and what a gorgeous voice you have, Ariel. Before we dive into the first session of today, we've heard from Dr. Sabin, who was saying that he was using martial arts. Ariel and her band, they're using poetry and the music. Me, I'm using creative writing. Tell us which form of art resonates the most with you using our social media. So our first session of today is called Outsider Arts. It's a session that will explore the meaning of outsider arts, its creativity, its specificities, and the role that it can have in the therapeutic and rehabilitative processes. We'll be hearing from various artists and experts from around the globe on the role of arts in healing. Throughout the presentations, interviews, and the panel discussion, we'll be learning about outsider art. I'm very eager to learn more about it, and the journey of artists that pursue it. From professors who have dedicated their work to creativity and health, to artists who are working to impact lives through their art. Join us as we dive into what makes this session both incredibly interesting and thought-provocative. It will be moderated by Victoria, that I would like to introduce, ladies and gentlemen. She is a professor of arts and health at the University of West London. Victoria has worked in clinical, cultural, charity, and academic sectors. She was an associate professor at the University of Nottingham for 12 years, where she retains an honorary position. Her research interests focus on creativity and health, specifically in the area of dementia care. She has built a strong profile in public engagement activities, working with the media, arts, and as a curator. She's co-executive editor of Arts and Health. She sits on the scientific advisory board for Boots Youth Archive. She joined UWL as a professor in January 2017. Victoria, I think we have you online. Please take it over from here. Thank you.
Hi, thank you for that introduction and welcome to this Hamwe Festival session on outsider art. The term outsider art has a long association with the mental health care field, historically and currently, that we're going to explore in this session. We've got a great session lined up for you, combining insights from art, from psychology, from public health, from psychiatry. And first I'm going to start by giving you a short presentation about outsider art, telling you a bit about its origins and its links to mental health care. That will be followed by a film featuring UK artist Jan Arden, a panel discussion, a presentation on poetry in prison settings, and there'll be lots of time for questions and discussion. So please do send your comments and questions through using the chat function. So now I'm going to share my screen with you and give you a presentation to introduce the topic. Okay, so in this session, I'm going to explore the meaning of the term outsider art, its origins and its connection to the history of mental health care, and also to argue why the art should play an important role in the care of people with mental health problems. I'm going to do this by providing some background to the field of outsider art and describing some of the key historic moments in its inception, linked to the development of mental health care in Europe. I'm then going to discuss the wider therapeutic role of art for mental health and its influence beyond healthcare in training healthcare professionals and also in promoting social justice. And I wanted to make a note about the language that I use in this presentation. Some of the material I use is historically situated, so some of the language may not be what we would consider politically correct in a contemporary sense. So what is outsider art? The term outsider art was coined by the late British art historian Roger Cardinal in his seminal 1972 text that you can see here on the right of the slide. The term often refers to art that exists outside of traditional artistic categories, and it's often made by those who have no formal artistic training. Outsider art builds on the tradition of folk, naive, primitive, and vernacular traditions of art, and they're influenced by culture, history, and social contexts. The work is often characterized by elements such as childlike images, repetition, obsessionality, complex systems, and the use of unconventional materials, for example, found or discarded objects. Cardinal's work very much built on the term art brut, which was devised by the French artist Jean Dubuffet in 1945. And he used this term to designate art that was considered raw or outside of conventional artistic tradition. Dubuffet traveled through Europe in the 30s and 40s, collecting art made by patients in psychiatric institutions and in prisons. And he later shared his findings with his artistic contemporaries in Paris. The collection that he accumulated was gifted to the city of Lausanne in Switzerland in 1971, where it has since been held in the wonderful collection de l'Art Brut. Now, Cardinal recognized the problematic nature of the term outsider art, and other terms, for example, folk art or self-taught artist, are often preferred. In fact, many artists recognized within the genre of outsider art may not consider themselves artists at all, as their output is very much created for personal and private reasons. Often people from this genre are unmotivated by discovery, by exhibition, or even to share their work with others. The field of outsider art is often associated with individuals who may be described as neurodiverse or who experience mental and physical health challenges. And this is a subject that I investigated in an exhibition that I co-curated in 2013 called Art in the Asylum, where we particularly looked at the long association of art made by people who are untrained with the development of mental health care that we recognize in a Western context today. Thousands of people visited this exhibition and provided a really interesting platform to engage in dialogue about the history of mental health care and some of the contemporary dilemmas and issues experienced by people who may have mental distress in the contemporary world. We also looked at the reception of art made by people from mental health institutions into the wider cultural sphere, for example, by artists from the Surrealist movement. So I'm going to share a couple of these key events and key individuals with you, and then move on to focus on the importance of art to mental health. There are very early reports of patients in psychiatric institutions being engaged in art. For example, in the early 19th century, a patient from the Cork County Asylum in Ireland was noted to be drawing on the wall and seemed to be really amused, and his mood changed in a positive way when he was involved in that artistic activity. Interestingly, perhaps one of the earliest known formal introductions of art to mental health care was up in Scotland in the UK by this gentleman that you see on the slide, Dr. W.A.F. Brown, who was the medical superintendent at the Crichton Royal Institution. Brown was an early proponent of the moral treatment of those with mental illness, and he was the first documented clinician who not only encouraged patients to paint and draw, but he also avidly collected and analysed their work, writing a treatise about this. For him, artistic activity was not simply a pleasant diversion, it was deeply therapeutic. It was part of the liberal education of each individual, providing solace and acting as an instrument for the removal of disease. He even encouraged patients to teach each other. And the hospital reports commented on the importance of this activity, for example, stating that drawing had been prescribed as a medicine in 4 cases and appeared to be curative in 2. One of the patients that was treated at the Crichton Royal Institution was a man called William Bartholomew, and you see his work here on this slide. Bartholomew, before he was admitted to the Crichton, was employed as an engraver and a hat maker, and he was admitted to the hospital with in an acute state of mania marked by hallucinations. After admission, he was noted to become settled after starting to draw, and these are a couple of examples of large-scale portraits that he made of fellow patients. These were a collaboration with Dr. Brown, the superintendent, and we see here how art can be informative in training healthcare professionals, as Brown is likely to have used these large-scale portraits whilst lecturing medical and nursing staff. There's also evidence that art has been used in the development of understanding and treatment of mental illness. And the images you see on this slide are the result of an experiment by Drs. Gutman and Maclay from the Maudsley Hospital and the Bethlehem Hospitals in London, both sites of some key developments in the diagnostic use of art made by psychiatric patients. These experiments coincide with wider interests in neuroscience and visual perception. And it was thought that these pictures might convey information about patients' disturbance and illness progression. Interestingly, the collaboration was between patients and also well-known artists like the English surrealist Julian Trevelyan, whose work you see on the right-hand side of the slide. And the idea was that patients and artists were administered mescaline, a psychedelic drug, in order to better understand the experience of psychosis. Moving on to the Netherton Hospital in Surrey. In 1946, an artist called Edward Adamson was employed at the Netherton Hospital. And from his work there, which was very much non-directive, so providing patients in the hospital with space and materials to paint and to draw and to sculpt, the idea of art therapy was born. And this image that you see is by one of the female patients at the hospital called Mary Bishop. And this graphic, emotive work was recognized for its educational properties as well as aesthetic properties. So her work was later used in mental health campaigns to raise awareness about mental illness. Around the same time as some of these developments were happening, in the art world, there were a series of quite pivotal exhibitions held in Paris and in London, showcasing the work of patients from psychiatric hospitals alongside notable artists from, for example, the expressionist and surrealist traditions. And this cemented the importance of art made by people in mental health institutions and its wider acceptance in the cultural scene, and also its influence on mainstream artistic movements and on artists within those movements. The field of outsider art now is very well established. There's annual commercial art fairs in Paris and in London. There are artist showcases in Venice at the Biennale, and work changing hands for large sums of money. For example, for superstar artists from this genre, such as the Mexican artist Martin Ramirez, whose work you see here. He was a Mexican artist who was confined in the US mental health system. In terms of social justice, it's worth considering the wider influence of art made by people with mental health challenges. Since 2014, when I worked in Nottingham at the Institute of Mental Health, we started a series of exhibitions. The exhibitions focused on varied themes, including recovery from mental illness, depression, incarceration, psychiatric medication. And these types of opportunities give people with mental health issues a chance to share and showcase their work, providing inclusive and positive opportunities. For some people, this is the first time they have shown their work, and it can be transformative, providing not only an opportunity for catharsis, but also to transform their identity and discover a new artistic identity, allowing them to showcase their abilities and skills rather than focusing on pathology or illness. I would argue that art has an even more powerful influence in terms of exerting strategic influence with high-level policy makers. So this image you see is when we took art from the Adamson collection, and this is the collection of Edward Adamson, which is held by the Wellcome Library in London. We took some work to the Houses of Parliament, and this is the home of the UK government, where it helped raise the issue of mental health with government ministers. And this demonstrates not only the power of art to evoke an aesthetic response, but also to explore elements of the human condition, providing an external stimulus that can evoke internal engagement in cognitive and affective domains, but also engaging relationality and empathy with the artists who make this work. So I wanted to conclude by saying that I hope this presentation gives an introduction to the power and utility of art in mental health care, to challenge stigma, to showcase the ability of people who make the work, and to enhance diversity and inclusion in the wider community, as well as the art field. Art made by those with mental health problems provides deep and rich insight into the experience of mental distress, and provides a means to support those experiencing mental health problems, to enrich their lives, and also to educate and support those who work in mental health care, as well as raising awareness of mental health in the wider community. Thank you. So thank you for your attention. And now I'd like to introduce a film, which is an interview that I made with a UK-based artist called Jan Arden. If you could show that film now.
Okay, a lot of tragedy in my childhood in terms of my father was very abusive and aggressive and alcoholic, womanizer and whatnot. And so I suffered a lot of heavy physical, mental and emotional abuse to the point where I was hospitalized. But that whole, I don't have no memory of that. My sister had to fill me in 2009. Out of the blue, I went to visit her in Ireland and she said, "Oh, this happened to you." And I thought, what? My mouth kind of dropped and I thought, oh, that makes sense why I've had so many problems and so many difficulties. But I've spent these last 12 years kind of really going through therapy and going through transformation and getting in touch with that traumatic child, you know, and it's been quite a heavy journey. But from the 5, I was always drawing as an escape. My father used to lock me in the attic room because I was very, not erratic, but you know, I was quite playful and quite cheeky and so on. My father couldn't manage that. So I was the one who took all the anger and aggression out of all the children. My father focused it all on me. So I ended up in the attic. So in the attic, I used to draw. So my escape was to draw things. So I used to draw pretty much similar to what I'm doing now, in actual fact. And I can remember when I was at school, maybe 7 or 8 years of age, I won my first competition for art. I won The Hobbit by Tolkien. That was my first prize. And I thought, now I think, why did I get that particular prize? Because I was drawing creatures. I was drawing kind of fantasy creatures and so on. I remember that very distinctly. And so the teacher thought, oh, we'll give him The Hobbit because that's all about fantasy and goblins and so on. So I was really drawing these creatures. But then I got into comic books, and I was drawing things from comic books like Spider-Man and so on. I really love comic books, and so I was copying things, Disney characters, copying. And so when I went to school, I studied art, and I started just drawing things. I was able to draw anything, you know, portrait, landscape, whatever, you know, still life, you know, that was my whole thing. I was drawing. But unfortunately, I didn't go into art college. I went into the entertainment business instead. And it wasn't until 2009 that I came full circle when I started having my breakdown. And I came full circle and I thought, how can I manage and cope with this? And someone suggested, well, just draw like you were doing before. You know, just draw anything you're interested in. Just draw, just get the pencil and paper and just start. So I started drawing sort of shamanic things, shields for Native American shield with feathers and so on. And I still got that work. And then it got a bit abstract and I was using color, and I did a pastel drawing class doing horses and whatnot, but none of that really kind of interested me. I wanted to just sit and just express myself on the paper with a pen, you know, mainly because that's all I could afford at the time, was paper and a pen. And then I just thought I'd just scribble over the page, and whatever I could see on the page. If I see an arm or leg, I'm just going to draw it. I'm not going to think about it. I'm not going to start meditating on what's happening here or give it a title or whatever. I'm just going to go explore the journey. So literally I was just sitting there all day long, just drawing a picture, and I'd finish one, put it aside, another piece of paper, do it again, finish, another piece of paper, do it again. And I never ever go back and look at my work.
To talk a bit more about your inspirations, you mentioned shamanism and folklore and your African ancestry. Can you say a bit more about what inspires your art?
Well, what's interesting about folk art, people produced art for ceremony. And in certain parts of Africa, they produce pieces of artwork in order to summon and to get in touch with an animal or an ancestral spirit or something. And they create this piece of work, and they're totally absorbed, and they practice these movements and dances to really invoke within themselves the spirit of the ancestor and the energy of the ancestor, and sometimes they get hurt, and the crowds get hurt because they really get into it. So when I heard about that, I thought, you know, that is really amazing. And I did study. I love the artwork of Benin, and the Benin bronzes in the British Museum, and the simplicity. They're not trying to produce an exact likeness of someone. I mean, that's what really interests me. They're not trying to get everything in proportion, but it's just an image. Someone's created an image. I mean, that's what's interesting about folk art. You would think, well, even back in the day, tribal art, they never really produced anything which was an exact image of someone. You know, and it's interesting. I just was thinking about that recently. You know, so I really like the folk art. They're kind of very simplistic. You know, someone's artistic, creative. They're producing ancestral pieces. They're produced for family and friends. You know, they're producing something which is very sacred to them, not something which they think, oh, do you know what? I'm going to produce 50 of those and I'll sell them in the market. You know, they're producing something which would have been in their home. Nowadays, they're doing that, of course, and they would have done that to a certain extent for religious and ritual purposes, like in ancient Egypt. there was a market for various bits and pieces to be buried, people buried with and so on. Even the artists who painted within the tombs, they were a whole family. They were being paid to create that. But even that is just so beautiful and very simplistic, but yet very powerful, you know, very powerful. And I have done some ayahuasca ceremonies, specifically to get in touch with my own trauma, but also partly to get in touch with my ancestral, my ancestors, my African ancestors. And that was really powerful, having that conversation, having that connection, and putting to rest a lot of ancestral trauma. And so my art now takes on that, you know. It's especially when I'm doing a lot of figures where they're actually traveling somewhere and they're covered with animals and designs and so on and so forth. And there's a sense of journey. It's like none of the figures have arrived anywhere. It's only now, I never get to talk about this, Victoria, you know. It's only now when I'm stimulated, I think, well, that's interesting that they always seem to be traveling somewhere or going somewhere, but not really arriving.
So the destination is unknown, or you haven't yet got there? Well,
I haven't really got there yet, have I? You know, it's like Giacometti says, you know, he's on this journey and he's working at it. He doesn't know if he's arrived yet. You know, I guess it's a kind of perfectionist in me. Like this guy who wanted me to do some commissioned work for him. I said, I'm going to do 6 pieces, 3 and 3, and then you choose one of each of the theme, because that's how I work. Because I don't want to think I've got to sit here and do one particular drawing. I've got to just sit and just see how I feel. I had to watch Bat Boy the musical to get an idea of the imagery, and then just see, okay, I don't want to get too much into it. And I saw Equus when I was at school, and so I kind of know about Equus, the kind of story. But he sent me loads of photos because the imagery is quite interesting. You know, John Napier was the guy who designed. Yeah. And so it's interesting. You know, it's interesting to see, to connect with that African ancestry. It's a very kind of dynamic ancestry. And in terms of movement, in terms of culture, in terms of the richness of the culture and the richness of the ritual and the philosophy that went with it and so on.
Which part of Africa are your ancestors from?
They would have come from West Africa, probably Nigeria.
How your artistic style changed as you recovered from your breakdown. Can you say a bit more about that?
Well, the intensity, I was in treatment for 18 months doing group therapy and one-on-one therapy. And so it was a very intense time for me. And so I just wanted to fill everything, the whole page. I wanted to just really kind of explore and have a lot to do, you know, so it made it really complex. But as I recovered, it became less complex and more kind of, okay, let's make it more personal now. You know, instead of the chaos or you know, the disassociation, start getting, you know, really personal, drawing personal figures and so on. And then people said, why don't you color them in? And it didn't really work. I did try to use color, but color just didn't work for me. So I'm not ready for color yet. So I did color in some of the black and white, and I kept it. I didn't think, oh my God, that looks awful. I thought, well, that's interesting. That was part of the journey. And then I started using color, and it was really vibrant. But using color, it's all about what color combines with what.
What do you think about this term outsider art? Because your work sort of gets put under that banner, doesn't it?
Well, I've been thinking about it recently, and I was thinking, you know, I mean, what would you call someone in an African village producing this? They were producing this work. They would be called folk artists. I mean, I really prefer the term folk artist because I never trained as an artist. Although I've worked with various medium and so on. I never went to art college or I had the ability to do it. And so really, I really prefer the term folk artist or self-taught artist. Because, I mean, that's what really outsider artist means, really, that you're self-taught and, you know, you're creating things, how you feel when you, that's why I love outsider artwork. I love all aspects of it because it just really enriches me as an artist when I see people expressing themselves in whichever way they can, because they benefit from the art that they're doing, They benefit from the creativity, they benefit from the process, they benefit from connecting their feelings or their emotions onto the paper, however that may manifest. And you know, David Bowie was a great collector of outsider art. You know, I went to his exhibition at the Sotheby's and I thought, oh my God, if only I'd met him and said, Dave, see that? Have a look at my work.
So the Hamwe Festival theme is about social justice and mental health this year. Do you think your work speaks to those themes at all?
Mental health is very underestimated in today's society. It's very underfunded. And I was aghast to hear in America how instead of having a specialized team that goes to someone's house if the child or adult's having a mental health crisis, what do? They ring the police, and the police come who are not equipped. And there's a few people who have been shot dead by the police who have mental health issues, schizophrenia and so on. And the most saddest one I heard was of a Down syndrome boy who wouldn't leave the cinema because he wouldn't understand why the film wouldn't go on. His carer was outside and so on, but somehow to try and organize the car, bring the car around and go and get him. What happens? The theatre people, the cinema people ring the police come in. They don't know how to handle the situation. They restrain him and kill him, dead. Asphyxiation, he was murdered by the police. And what happened? Did the police get convicted? No. And that's something you hear, the Black Lives Matter, but then there's a lot of people who have mental health issues who could have been tasered and then restrained, you know, but instead the police are very trigger happy and they shoot them dead. Oh, our officers were fearful of their life. You know, just taser the person, you know. People do not understand mental health issues. The government don't understand mental health issues, so it's very underfunded. You know, they put millions into war, but they won't put the money into helping people, especially now during the pandemic. There's more people who are suffering from illnesses, not just mentally, but physically, because they're too afraid to go to the hospital and they've got illness. And so there was a report saying how, you know, because I was trying to keep up on these topics, that people were dying, you know, at home because they didn't want to go to the hospital, they couldn't go, or they were in anxiety about going. And so from a psychological point of view, as you well know, people get, you know, because you're a psychologist, that people suffer more when they're in isolation, when they can't see their family, and it's Christmas, I can't see my family, I can't go to the cinema, I can't go to the theatre, I can't go to a festival to release all my energy and just dance and just feel free, and you know, everything's no lockdown. So when I heard about these illegal raves, I thought, yes.
Okay. No question.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Jan, for that interview. You saw some images of Jan's incredible work towards the end of that interview, and also his website address. So I do encourage you to have a look at his work. It's very, very detailed, very dynamic, and very interesting. I hope that interview gave you some insights into his work. Now we're going to move into our panel discussion. We've got three really interesting panelists for you. And I'm going to start with Mizue Kobayashi, who is from the Isekai Atelier in Japan. She's based in Tokyo, where she's the art director of the social welfare organization Isekai. She established the Atelier Pangaea in 2004, a studio for free-form creation designed for people of all different kinds of abledness. Mizue has curated and directed numerous art brut exhibitions across Japan, and internationally she's played an important role in putting together the Outsider Art from Japan touring exhibition in Europe, which was excellent because I saw it. Her latest exhibit is working in partnership and co-curating with the Tokyo Metropolitan Government for a special exhibit originally intended to coincide with the Tokyo Olympics this year and Paralympics, entitled In a Sky Full of Shining Stars, unknown gems can be found to feel change and expansion in our universe. She recently had a book published, Art Brut, The Unstoppable Art of Compulsion, which is currently available in Japanese only, while she also co-wrote the book Encountering Art Brut in Sweden, Unintentional Art in Daily Life and Self-Taught Artists. So a very warm welcome to Mizue. And I'm going to ask Mizue a few questions. Hi. Hi there. Can I start by asking you, could you tell us a little bit about the self-taught outsider art scene in Japan?
Nihongo 日本語で喋ってもいいですか？
はい、どうぞ。
日本では福祉の土壌から作家さんの発掘が進みました。
Right. Okay, Victoria, sorry, I'll just be interjecting with the English interpreting for what Mise has been saying. So in Japan, basically the art brut scene is or the outsider art scene even is very much coming from a social welfare background and perspective. There's a social welfare organizations such as ourselves are doing the mining of the artists and the seeking out the talented people out there.
それまでは障害のある人たちの作品を作品として日本は扱う風土がありませんでした。
And then I think we can go back all the way to just before the Second World War, etc., where there wasn't really any kind of structure or mechanism in place that would collect and evaluate the art made by people who were not artists, if you see what I mean, so the practitioners of outsider art. So there was not that kind of mechanism in place, but it has come to take form since after about the war and into modern day life. And then we still are at the forefront, the social welfare scene, organizations are at the forefront for developing this art scene.
で今日本では福祉の父と言われている糸賀和夫さんという人が障害のある人たちの作品にも光を当てました。
And so yes, there's been a major figure called Kazuo Itoga, who was basically considered the grandfather of modern Japanese social welfare, i.e. care for the disabled community. He was an instrumental figure in establishing, rather than having what would have traditionally may have been kind of workshops for where back in the 1930s and 40s would have been workshops where disabled persons were placed to for easy, simple labor tasks. Itoga Kazuo came on to, and using his influence within the government bodies and the social welfare sector, he developed, he laid the groundwork for the disabled community across Japan to be able to express themselves purely artistically and not have to, so I'm setting up studios across the country, which is just purely for the sake of artistic expression and nothing else, all across Japan, and social welfare organizations all across Japan just after the war.
彼が言った有名な言葉で、この子らを世の光にしていこうという言葉を残しています。
And to answer your question, Victoria, I think this might be quite telling is that, so what is the scene like right now, is that we're coming from this DNA of Itoga Kazuo from a few decades ago, from a very, very different time, a time where, let's say, for example, the disabled community had zero presence, and to now in 2020. And things have evolved, certainly, of course, but they still remain, there's still a lot that needs to be done as well, as I'm sure you can appreciate. But the point is, the scene has always still been informed by these famous words of Professor Kazuo Itoga, which was to shed light on all, meaning to shed light on all living beings, that rather than having people of differing abilities is much more convenient to keep them in the dark, or so out of the way, so that so that the rest of society, mainstream society, doesn't have to see them or be faced with them. Rather than that, Itoga Kazuo's philosophy has always been to shed light on all. And then that philosophy goes on and to inform all of our activities to this day. And I suppose you can see that that's what's really at the center of the scene here right now, because that's what drives us in doing these activities.
で彼が作品を展示するよう展覧会とかを開くようになって、で文化を使ってその人々の多様性とか障害のある人たちの可能性を伝えていきました。
And so Itoga Kazuo, of course, he was like the first real person to lay down the foundation for allowing non-able-bodied persons, allowing them a forum for expression for the sake of expression, and then also beyond that, taking the works and exhibiting them for the public to see. And really you could say one of the first people, at least in post-war modern Japan, who was taking steps to showcase the diversity of humanity that really is out there, and sort of putting the question forth to the rest of society to think, look, and understand and know that there are people of all sorts living in the same country as we all are.
もし可能だったら日本のアルブルットの作品を紹介したいので、もし可能だったらスライドを共有することは可能ですか？
Victoria, apologies. I realized that earlier on in the rehearsal, we did mention that we didn't have any images to share, but actually it turns out in the last minute, we do have a couple of slides that if at all possible, would it be possible to share anything?
Yeah, that would be fine. I think if someone from the team could give Mizue access to, yes, you've got access, Mizue, if you'd like to show your images.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Mizue-san, どうぞ、大丈夫ですよ。はい。
開けばいいんだね。ちょっと待って。
そうね、画面の共有っていうところを押せばいいのかな。画面下の緑のところですね。
ごめんなさい。これは見えてる。
はい、見えている。I think we can all see Mizue's screen now, yes?
Yes, we can.
Okay, great.
これが今東京で行っている展覧会です。
So this is the exhibition. Well, this is a poster for the exhibition that Victoria had just kindly mentioned earlier. The one we're doing in Tokyo right now, in a sky full of stars, hidden things will always be found.
はい。で、そのチラシに使っている作家さんの作品で、最近話題になっているこの 1,2 年で、登場した作家さんです。
And this image that we're using here, this actually is a very a recent artist that we had come into contact with, or that we have sort of discovered, a recent discovery, who's been making quite a big splash in the Japanese art brut scene in the last couple of years. はい。お名前とかそういうのとか。
宇梶さんっていう人なんだけど、下の名前忘れちゃった。で、漫画とか恐竜とか、あとはディズニーのキャラクターとか、いろんなものを混ぜて絵を描いている人です。
So this is Ukaji さん。男性だっけ？
男性。
男性何歳ぐらいだっけ？
多分今20代。
He's a male artist in his 20s, and the kind of style that we can see here is there is really the composition and the real flattening of images, and also the general tone of the vivid colors that he's using, and also the great detail with which everything is shared. It's really quite reminiscent of old prints from traditional Japanese visual art, woodblock prints, but mainly from artwork from about 200, 300 years ago from Japan. However, within that, if you look closely, there are more recent sort of anime references and other even popular Disney characters, and this kind of imagery and iconography is also included in a big hodgepodge and mix-up.
で、今東京都は多様性をすごく大事にしていて、アールブルットに特化したギャラリーを一つ東京都が持ってるギャラリーで渋谷 て今展開しているところです。でそれは文化を使って人の多様性とかを伝える場所として、アールブルットを中心に展示している場所が今あります。
And then also, what another exciting thing about this exhibit is it's located in the middle of Tokyo in the Shibuya area, which is a very much central and very much in the center of Tokyo in a highly urbanized area. And it's an area with huge amounts of foot traffic. Millions of people go through it every day. The Tokyo metropolitan government has in recent years has really picked up on the kind of activities that we've been doing, and they've become very excited about it. And of course, messages of diversity and inclusion. Even sort of even the government is beginning to sit up and take notice in recent years. And this space in Shibuya has been established at the behest of the Tokyo metropolitan government, and it's become a space dedicated to art brut / outsider art work. And it will continue to mainly center all of its exhibits around outsider art and art brut, and as a real to become a sort of hub of messaging to the wider world of the diverse nature of humans and how we are all different, but all beautiful.
で、日本でそういうふうに多様性を大事に文化を使ってアルブルットなどを中心に多様性を発信しようという機運が高まったり、障害のある人たちの作品をもう展示するみたいな機運が高まったのはヨーロッパなどでの展覧会がきっかけになりました。逆輸入に日本は残念ながら弱いので。
So ourselves, Mizue and Isekai has been very active in art brut and building up an art brut scene starting within Japan, of course, since about the early 2000s. And however, the big thing that really sort of sparked the flame and has really made art brut and outsider art even given it a lot more presence in Japan was actually the 2013 exhibit that we carried out, that we did in London, the Sozo exhibit, which Victoria had mentioned earlier as well. This was the fact that that Japanese outsider art was so widely, was so applauded in London, actually then sort of caused some major waves in Japan and sort of made Japanese audiences really sit up and take notice too, ironically.
なので、次にパリで展覧会を行って、この時は2010年と、あと、一昨年に、東京都主催で、パリで展覧会、日本のアルブルットを紹介する展覧会を行いました。
And other examples of our outreach and different major sort of cultural centers. Nope. Am I okay now? Or other cultural, I hear myself reverbing. Am I okay? Right, okay. Yeah, on other cultural centers in the world that we've been able to hold major exhibitions have also been in Paris, as you can see here in 2010, and also in 2018 as well. And these have been sort of big, large-scale exhibits with quite the response that we're very pleased to.
私たち日本側としても要はアルブルットというかアウトサイドアートプラットフォームに文化の違いも含めて、あとは人間に共通する創造性みたいなこととか可能性とかを共有するすごくいいプラットフォームになりました。
And these, of course, has always been a very it's a very exciting platform, as you can imagine. We're taking art that really interests us and really inspires us, and sharing it with audiences overseas in major cities, and it's garnering big responses. So of course you can imagine how pleased we are. And also behind that too is I think it was something that's always central to our message and why we do what we do, which is that there is if you bring Japanese art to somewhere like France, or if you bring it to somewhere like the UK, it's so far away. So of course, one of the first things you notice and an audience will pick up on, of course, are the differences in cultural sort of texture and just the cultural symbols and everything, and how it's all very different and exotic from each other. And that's good too. That's also very stimulating, and it's fun, and it's just interesting, pure and simple. However, always I think what we think the underlying message after that is that, and hopefully this is what all outsider art and Art Brut does, is that it makes you realize that humans are all the same underneath, that the creative impulse and this urge to create is pretty universal, and it happens anywhere and everywhere and all over the place. And you don't have to be you don't have to be a thoroughly trained person or artist or anything. It's just an impulse, and it's universal, and it's human. And that's I think the kind of message that we ultimately want to send out to the world.
Thank you, Ms. Ray. I think that's a really good place to end for now. We need to move on to the next panelist, but I'm really grateful for those insights, and it's wonderful to celebrate all the success that you've had in Japan and across the globe with your artists and raising awareness. And perhaps we can come back to you with some questions. If we get some questions, that would be great. So now I'd like to introduce our next panelist, who is Moise Bereza. Moise is a modern narrative painter from Rwanda. He's a self-taught artist, born in 1992. He's also the co-founder of one of Rwanda's leading art spaces, the Kuru Art Space in Kigali. The studio brings together skilled and talented artists from across the country with the goal of making artworks to portray, develop, and change lives through creativity. The art space is working to become a reference and to transform Rwanda's art scene. So Moise, it's lovely to meet you. I've got a few questions to ask you, if I may.
Thank you so much.
Hi there. Hi. Can I ask you to start?
Yes, I'm ready for the question.
Can I ask you how you started to make art, Moise?
I started at a very young age, just drawing, praying, try different things like making toys from wires. Yeah, so I started at a very young age. So I continued doing my school, study primary and secondary, and after secondary, I decided to start doing art professionally. So in 2012, after finishing my high school, that's when I started to do my art professionally. Yes, thank you.
Thank you. And can I ask you what the term self-taught artist means to you? Moise, can I ask you another question?
Yes.
You describe yourself as a self-taught artist. What does that term mean to you?
For me, it's mean a lot to me. For me, it means like I don't have like barriers. It means like I don't have to be afraid of barriers. It's make me given me a voice of trying everything. So I don't have barrier. I can go with everything. I can try new arts. I can, I'm free. I'm just feeling free to try different things. Yeah, so we can contribute with my art, talking with different things, talking about life in general, because art is life. Yes, thank you.
Thanks, Moise. I know that you've done some work in the art space with people with disabilities and also with orphans. Could you tell us more about that?
Yes, actually, I was in artist residence in Nigeria. So I was interacting with different schools, sharing my experiences. So that time, I went to the school of disability children, and For the first time, honestly, was very challenging because I was like, where to start like connecting with them and starting to give them the workshop. So I decided, just started to pray with them. And when we were praying, I get to know them. I get to know what they like, what they don't like. And yeah, after that, because we created a bond, there is a bond between me and them. So I started doing a workshop, drawing workshop. Actually, was the exercise was a 1 minute challenge. So we started drawing with light hands, and in 1 minute, and we go with the left hand in 1 minute, and after they close their eyes and they also draw in 1 minute. So the exercise was about to tell them that their disability, no limit, they can do everything, they can achieve their dream, they can be whoever they want to be. It's that exercise is it's helping me to create a bond between me and them, and also to empower them that can become what they dream. Yes, thank you.
Thank you. Could you tell us more about the art space and the activities that happen at Kuru?
Kuru Art Space is space founded in 2016 with 3 artists, was me, Kanda, and Jackson. So our mission was we create art to develop and to portray and change lives through creativity. So we just it's an open art space where it's not only us who can use space, like the other talented artists can come and using for experimentation. And mostly we do like virtual exhibition, we do different activities at our art space. Like we don't have any barriers. So as long as you have talent, as long as we have anything in our minds, so we just express ourselves and empower the community around us. Thank you.
Great, thank you. And can you tell me what's been the impact of the Hamwe Festival on your work and the work at the art space?
For me personally, it was a huge experience because as I'm self-taught artist, I'm still learning new things. So it was a good experience because I understand more about mental health and how I can use my art to change society, and also to empower like people around me who suffered with mental illness. The experience at space, because I created all the artworks at Kuru Art Space. So my colleague was also calm when I was creating, asking me questions, different questions, interacting with them. And also I explained to them and they understand what I was doing. And they end up also giving me also a new idea. So it was a good experience to me and also my colleague and our Kuru Art Space in general. So because I think in the future we're gonna come up with different projects to help the community, especially mental health illness. Thank you.
Thanks, we'll be following that with interest. And the final thing is, do you have any artwork to show us, to share with us? Or otherwise, could you describe what your work is like?
I think I can describe. Mostly I'm multidisciplinary artist. I do different art. I do painting, installation, but now I can talk about the installation. So because nowadays I'm fascinating with the measure tape. I'm using measure tape in my artwork. For me, it's measure tape. It's a time linear of my own experience, of my own life, and also I use it to express myself, and also I use it as my voice. The technique I use waving technique, and after I sewing. In January, I call it texture art. Yeah, it's a texture art. Thank you.
Thanks so much for responding to those questions, Moses. And we'll come back to you later if we've got any other comments or questions from people who are watching. Thank you. So now I'd like to move on to the third panelist in this session. I'm delighted to introduce Dr. Niall Boyce. He's the founding editor of the Lancet Psychiatry in the UK. He's also a PhD researcher in Renaissance culture at Birkbeck College in London. Niall joined the Lancet as senior editor in 2010, and he's founding editor of the Lancet Psychiatry. He trained in medicine at Oxford University and subsequently on the University College London psychiatry rotation. His interests include suicide research, trauma, old age psychiatry, and social and transcultural aspects of mental health. So over to you, Niall.
Hello. I have a couple of slides to illustrate what I'm going to say, so I'm just going to pop them up on the screen now. There we go. Okay.
Great.
There we go. That's sharing. And I'm just going to go over to the slide view. There we go. So thank you very much, Victoria. Now, you mentioned in your talk the Adamson collection, which is a large collection of art produced during the process of therapy some decades ago, which is now in the possession of the Wellcome collection in London. And I was involved in a very small way in this collection when I was asked to help them to think about how this collection should be treated and handled by Wellcome. And part of this involved asking what this collection actually was. Was it a medical record? Was it a byproduct of a therapeutic process? Was it a social record? Was it just art? And I kept coming back in my mind to this statement by the Irish writer Oscar Wilde, who said, "All art is quite useless." Now, this is a provocative statement by a man who delighted in making provocations. Wilde, of course, was himself an artist. This statement, "all art is quite useless," was put at the beginning of a novel of his called The Picture of Dorian Gray, which is a novel about a painting which keeps its owner eternally young. So this is clearly supposed to be in the vein of the sort of overstatement, understatement, and the play on words, which Wilde delighted in. But as ever with Oscar Wilde, I feel that when you dig deeper into these epigrams of his, these little statements, you get to something that's very, very thought-provoking. We've got to consider that when Oscar Wilde said, "all art is quite useless," he was writing this in the decade of the 1890s. And this was a decade in some ways very much like our own. It was a decade which was marked by political extremism. It was a decade marked by terrorism. There was the rise of anti-Semitism in Europe. The issue maybe very close to Wilde's heart of Irish nationalism, which was an immensely important topic in the life of people in Ireland and in Great Britain at the time. And of course, it was an age in which there was increasing concern about society becoming mechanized, about society becoming standardized, about individualism being less important than the pursuit of efficiency and the pursuit of profit. This is the context in which Wilde said, "all art is quite useless." And if we think about this context, we might be getting closer to why art is in fact extremely valuable. Now, in a letter which has survived of Wild's, he explained a little more what he meant by all art is quite useless. He said that art is quite useless as a flower is useless. A flower blossoms for its own joy. We gain a moment of joy by looking at it. That's all that's to be said about our relations to flowers. So what Wild was saying by saying all art is quite useless is not the same as saying all art doesn't have value. In fact, what he was saying was art has profound value, because so many of the things which complete life and which make life worth living, such as beauty, such as friendship, such as love, are useless according to the predominant frameworks that society uses, but in fact are the things which are profoundly valuable. And so what I think this means, what this idea that all art is quite useless means for outsider art, is that we have to recognize value without necessarily recognizing the sort of use which society imposes upon us. I've also been very struck recently by Edward Hopper as an artist. I've been thinking a lot about Edward Hopper, who was an artist of the American 20th century. And one of the things which Hopper was very famous for painting was individuals in very isolated situations. I've seen him described in recent weeks as being the artist of lockdown. People are rediscovering his work and finding it speaks to them in this current situation. But when Hopper was asked about his art, he said, maybe I'm not very human. What I wanted to do was to paint sunlight on the side of a house. So in other words, I think that what Hopper is saying here is that the art has its own sort of process. He didn't paint the art intending consciously even to communicate anything. He certainly didn't intend to be the artist of lockdown. This is something that we read into his art. And I'd say that outsider art is art brut, folk art, whatever we call it, is profoundly valuable. It might be therapeutic, it might help understanding and empathy, it might even help recovery. But my plea is that we do not rely on this utility. We certainly don't rely on clinical utility in order to justify its existence and to justify funding it. If we're looking at funding art within mental health, I think it would be a mistake to just mindlessly apply the same criteria that we'd use to fund medication or that we'd use to fund psychotherapy. I'd like to end really with a paradox, which is by no means as elegant as one which Oscar Wilde would come up with. I'd say that only in recognizing art for art's sake, only in recognizing what Moses called the freedom to try different things, what Nishimwe called expression for the sake of expression, recognizing what Jan said as the value of the journey, only by recognizing that can we release the true value and perhaps the true use of art, outsider or otherwise. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Niall, for those insights and for that provocation, if I may. It'd be nice if we can have some response to that. I've had a question come through on the chat for Mizue, if I might. Mizue, someone has asked, how does your Japanese culture influence the art that you show, especially in the context of outsider arts?
またミュート外して画面越しで話してね。
日本文化がすごく反映されているものもあると思います。作品を一個紹介してもいいですか?
Okay. Yes, we'd like to share some examples of work over the screen, if we may. I think it might help illustrate our point. But taking into, we sort of understand that the essence of the question might be if Japanese culture and how is it reflected in the outsider art that we excavate and mine for. But yeah, we have some examples of that we'd like to share, and hopefully it will be illustrative. Just 1 second, please.
Yeah,
okay, I think we can see the screen, yes?
見えてますか? で、これは
水さん、一部のメディア報道についてのメールが見えちゃってる。一部のメディア報道。
はい、これ。今、葉っぱは見えてますか？
葉っぱは見えてないな。
あれ？
普通の画面が見えている。
じゃあ、こっち。
OK。
OK、これで見えてる？
OK、
はい。
どうぞ。
これは、葉っぱ、落ちた葉っぱで作った作品です。
So this is a part of a series of works, or actually a lifetime of works by Watanabe-san, Yoshihiro Watanabe. These are all works that are made of folded dead leaves that have fallen from trees that have been folded into certain shapes.
で、これ2、3センチのものです。で、折り紙って皆さん知ってますか？
Okay, so each of these works are they're really tiny. They're only about 2 to 3 centimeters in generally on average in terms of size. And yeah, so I'm pretty sure almost everybody is familiar with origami, the Japanese tradition of folding paper to create shapes and that represent things.
はい。なので、この作品で見ると、日本の文化がすごく、色濃く反映されていると思います。あとは誰も、ごめんなさい、どうぞ。
ごめんなさい、どうぞ、水谷さん。
あとは誰も、落ちた葉っぱで何か作ると思わないじゃないですか。折って動物を作るみたいなことの発想はないと思うので、もう誰もが想像しない想像と、あとは文化を組み合わせて作った作品です。
And so with Watanabe-san's works in particular, we feel it's quite demonstrative of like a Japanese cultural sensibility. If this was the nature of the question, and I hope we're answering it. But yeah, the fact that it's a really quite a direct descendant or a very direct reference to the century-old tradition of origami, except it's done with dead leaves. And also the fact that they're very, very small as well and very intricate. That's also quite a very Japanese tendency for craftsmanship to make things small, yet very, very detailed and very precise. And yeah, so we feel that this seems like a very direct sort of, has a very direct link to sort of traditions of mainstream Japanese culture and Japanese heritage as well. So this is one example, yeah.
Thank you, Yue, for that illustration. That's beautiful work, and I think it's a very an elegant way to answer the question. If I have a question for Moses. Moses?
Yes.
Moses, what would you say is outsider art's biggest contribution towards marginalized communities? Would it be changing the way the world sees those communities or changing the way they see themselves?
For me, I can say like they change the way they see themselves, because if you change the way like how you see yourself, like if you first change how you see yourself, I think you can also change your community in a positive way. Yeah, so that's why I think like instead of doing workshop, telling someone or to be like someone else, it's just for me, I can teach them how, like, do you know yourself? Like, do you know what you like? Do you know who you are? Like, self-exploring. Like, if you can know yourself, you can also contribute something to the community. You can change your community, and you can pay good Lord in your community. Yes, thank you.
Thank you, Moses. And there's a question for Niall as well. Niall, how do we access funding for something that has an intrinsic value and that can't perhaps be measured in order to provide programs that cultivate opportunities for people to engage with creative activities and support their mental health in a very metric-driven, systems that we work within?
Oh, this is a great question, and I think one of problems which I've had with the involvement of art in clinical practice has been that when I've seen trials, I've seen certain trials which have been randomized controlled trials, and the outcomes which they've used have been the sorts of scores of depression or of psychosis which we'd expect to use in a trial of medication or a trial of psychotherapy. And I would cast some serious doubt actually as to whether those are appropriate metrics to use, because the unintended consequence is that we end up with a negative result, which is then used as an excuse to withdraw services. I think the key to this lies in meaningful co-production of interventions and of services with people who have lived experience, who can really provide us with the sorts of ways in which researchers and in which services should be thinking about the value of these services. If we must have metrics, and I understand we must have metrics, editing a medical journal would be hard to live without them, but if we must have metrics, I think that we've got to figure out what we can meaningfully measure, what is meaningful to measure, and in this case, I think the only way to do it is with involvement of people who have lived experience of using services and of producing art.
Thank you very much. Okay, we're now going to move on to our next part of the program. And I would like to introduce Dr. Tasha Golden. Tasha is a scientist at the Brain Science Institute at Johns Hopkins. She's a public health researcher and innovator. She studies the impacts of art, culture, environments, and discourse on health, equity, research, and clinical practice. Dr. Golden has recently presented and consulted for the National Creating Healthy Communities Initiative, Grantmakers in Health, the Trust for Public Land, and Politico's 2019 Annual Healthcare Summit in Amsterdam. Golden is sought internationally to present her research and ideas, and is founder and CEO of Idiom Insights. She consults for organizations including to help develop innovative strategies that further their goals, centering on health equity and public mental health. Golden's research generates new approaches to study design and project development. She theorizes population-level implications for clinical findings and wraps studies of arts, culture, and social discourse into the advancement of health and human thriving. So I'm going to hand over to Tasha for her contribution. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Victoria. And I think that we are also working with Nganji, is that correct?
Oh, yes. Nganji? Nganji is going to interview Tasha. Thank you, Nganji.
Thank you. Hello.
Can you hear me?
Oh, very quietly. The audio is very low.
Okay, sorry about that. Hello, Dr. Golden, can you hear me?
I can, yeah, thank you.
All right, thank you for being here. Thank you for taking part in Hamwe Festival 2020. My name is Ganji. Thank you very much, Victoria Tischler, for the introduction. So can we start with the first questions?
Sure.
Perfect. So oftentimes, actually, did we talk about your project Uncaged, which is the topic of our interview today? Perfect. Yeah. So oftentimes there's resistance to cater to the needs of incarcerated populations in the US, especially females. While developing Project Uncaged, what obstacles did you face and how did you overcome them?
Thanks for the question. I should say that Project Uncaged is a creative writing based trauma-informed intervention for girls that are incarcerated within the U.S. juvenile justice system. And you're right that there can be some resistance to new programming for incarcerated population, and particularly in the juvenile justice system, at least in the US, it can be really difficult to get systems to be offering programs and services that are designed specifically for girls. And the justice system is still functioning on a gender binary. So there are programs for girls and programs for boys. There's not yet enough consideration for gender nonconforming youth, for example. But my work has been around how do we make sure that there are programs and services designed specifically for girls. And my objective in founding Project Uncaged was to design a creative writing-based program that was specific to girls and to the histories that are often experienced by young people in the juvenile justice system. So the resistance that I have met a lot, what's really interesting, in the US, if you want to do work in the juvenile justice system, there's often a lot of welcome, like, please come help, especially if you have a research basis and evidence basis, especially if you have funding and they don't have to pay for it. They want some help for their youth. The resistance that I get is often when I go into the office of a juvenile detention center or have somebody on the phone, they ask me to provide the program for their boys. And I'm happy, I work with all genders and I love it, but it kind of misses the point that the point is that you don't currently have a program for girls and I'm trying to offer one. And in the process of me offering one, you are trying to make it be a program for boys. And the issue in the juvenile justice system, girls are the fastest growing population within the juvenile justice system, and particularly Black girls within the juvenile justice system. And but because they're such a small percentage still of the population in the justice system, when there are funds, when there are programs, when there are services, they are typically for boys. And the default systems in our facilities are for boys. So whatever recreation boys most like, that's what girls have to have too. Whatever policies were designed for the male population, the girls are subject to that too. And so that's the resistance that I get, is often trying to help people realize that even if you only have one young girl in your facility, even if you just have 3 or 8 and you have 40 or 70 boys, it is worth it to offer a program for the girls. And in fact, if a girl does not have a special program for her, and it's because she's the only one, or there's only 4 or 5 of them in the whole facility, then in a way they have been denied a program based on their gender because there are so few of them. And that's not only illegal to an extent, but unethical to deny programs and services based on gender. So that's the resistance that I get. The great thing about art, and we're talking about creative practices here, is that it can be so adaptive. So the good thing about Project Uncaged so far for facilities has been that it can work with 1 girl, it can work with 10, it can work with 30, and it can work for somebody that I see just once, or it can work with somebody who's in the facility for months at a time. So the adaptability of the arts is really important.
Thank you for that, Dr. Golden, and thank you for persevering despite all the obstacles that you may face. Now, the second question that we have is, from your experience with Project Uncaged, what major improvements have you seen in the mental health of the girls that you're working with?
Well, I should say that I'm not a clinician or a licensed therapist, so I do not have an ability to diagnose the participants or to and we're not always measuring the decreases in symptoms, like Niall had mentioned, that people have outcome measures for these things. We do sometimes, but I can share what I mainly see is their appreciation for having a time, a safe space, and a safe opportunity and time to be heard. And from some of my other research with youth violence, we know that girls and young women can perceive being dismissed, being disbelieved, not being heard as forms of violence that feel violent to them. And so the opportunity to have a safe space where they not only express themselves, but are heard and appreciated and respected is really important. I remember walking into a facility in Indiana one time, and I don't even remember now what the poetry prompt that I gave them was, but a participant sort of like grabbed a pencil and was like, "I've been waiting for someone to ask me this." And she just started writing. And I remember thinking, like, how could she have been waiting for that one question? But I think it was more like the set aside kind of sacred time that program carves out, that during this hour, this is just about you and creating what you want to create. And participation is always optional. Nobody's making you do anything. So you can come in and lay your head on the table the whole hour, or you can write something, or you can sketch or doodle, or you can just chat and have a snack. But that freedom is really important. And I should say that the program publishes books of girls' poems. So I have a big stack of these books that we've published over time. And I always walk in and I show them the books, and they'll kind of take them and start leafing through them. And they'll be like, wait, if I write a poem, you'll put it in a book like this? And I'm like, yeah, if you want me to. And I should say that a lot of times they won't write until they know that somebody is going to read it in these books. And I think that's an important factor to think about when we talk about arts and mental health. They need and want to be heard, and that's important. It's not just for their own expression. They want it to go someplace. They want something to change.
Thank you for that great answer. And it's actually a very good segue for our third question. What is the benefit of writing poetry and sharing with an audience? How does it support individuals in facing that trauma or processing the series of life events that have led them here?
Well, there's a lot of really wonderful research about expressive writing and benefits of writing for yourself, or even just journaling. As a quick example, we know that naming an emotion can reduce its reactivity in the body and reduce stress associated with that emotion. So putting words to experience is its own mental health benefit. But since you asked, like, what is the benefit of writing and sharing, there are separate, in some other research I've done, there's young people thought differently about writing for expression, writing to process, writing to cope, and writing to be heard and to have a voice were two different things. And for myself, my history as a singer-songwriter, I experienced those different things myself. Like what I did when I sat down at a piano to process an emotion or an experience and write a song was healthy for me in some ways, did something for me. What it did for me to perform for audiences around the world, that also did something for me, and it was slightly different, and sometimes greatly different. And so I think it's important to offer young people both. What I see a lot of times when I'm training folks in offering arts-based health interventions, no matter what the population is, a lot of times we think about art therapy, music therapy, this sort of therapeutic, very individual or interpersonal benefits that can happen from engaging with the arts. And for myself, because my training is in public health, I often try to get people to think, what else can happen? What can you be doing at the community level? What can you be doing at the policy level? What can you be doing at the sociocultural level? Well, how can you use the art that's being created in your program by people who have been marginalized, by people who are underheard and underserved? How can that art be used to change policy, to change cultures? So when I publish books of girls' poems, part of my job, as I see it, is to make sure that they are read, not just by whoever, but also by people who have power to make decisions that affect these girls' lives. So their books go to the mayor's office. They go along with and contextualized by statistics and by demands, sometimes by potential policy changes. They also go to state and local legislators, to city council members, to secretaries of the Department of Juvenile Justice and things like that. So the idea for me, I think a unique thing about the arts is that it has the direct benefits to the people who are creating it. And then you can ask them, where do you want this to go? Who should read this? What needs to change? And then I will, because you're stuck in a jail, or because you're 16, or because your identity can't be revealed that you're experiencing this because your records are sealed, tell me how I can take your voice someplace where you can't go, and what do you want to change with your voice? And there are girls who are happy to write, but to express themselves, and they want to. There are also girls in my programs who only write when they have something to say to the mayor, to a senator, something like that. And I think that's important. We have to pay attention to that as well.
Thank you very much, Dr. Golden. You seem to not only give them, the space to express themselves, but also an audience to listen to them, and I think that's very important. Just now going back a bit more on the specifics of Project Uncaged, you've seen significant success with Project Uncaged in several states in the US. Do you think this trauma-informed art-based program can be adapted to serve other populations experiencing incarceration? If so, how do you think this could be done, and what is your advice for other individuals seeking to start such a program?
Absolutely, it can be. it can be adapted for other populations. And in fact, around the world, there's a long tradition of writing programs in prisons and adult prisons across genders. There's a great tradition of juvenile justice programming as well. In some of our prisons, there has been a capability for incarcerated folks to get college credit for taking some of the creative writing courses. So I think the idea of taking a program, of wanting a program to have not only the direct benefits for the participants, but also wanting it to move these social determinants of health, these outer layers of our health. We have our individual context, our genetics, our histories, and then we have our communities, our resources, our policies, our culture. I think Project Uncaged is slightly different from a lot of the programs in its focus on these outer levels of health, and in the drive to make sure that the people who are participating, if they want to, can have their voices heard by people outside the four walls of the program. And in order to do that, what I would say, well, in either way, what I would say to anybody who wants to start a program that's like this is first to find out who else is already doing it, whether in your area or around the world. Read up on what people are doing, what stands out to you, what gaps you see or what you love. The second thing is to research the population itself. What do you know about the folks that you're hoping to work with? What do you need to learn? What difficulties might you have engaging this population if you don't have lived experience with their situation? And the third thing I would say as an artist to other artists is to please never start a program like this without giving yourself some space for training in trauma-informed practice and pedagogy, especially critical pedagogy. As an artist, you often get people sharing really intimate and difficult and often traumatic stories with you. And being an artist doesn't automatically make you able to know how to respond. And there's also a danger of secondary trauma, that you get a lot of these stories, and if you don't know how to handle them, you put yourself at risk as well, or you burn out early on. So having that training to know that as an artist, I can walk in and I have some ways to facilitate some wonderful creative processes. And I also know I don't have to be a licensed therapist to do art with marginalized populations or communities, but I can learn to do no harm. And that's really important as well.
Thank you very much for that answer, and thank you for your time, and thank you for being part of this. This is our last question, and for the interest of time, we're going to have to maybe go a little faster. Sure. Do you think that such art-based programs can be provided at the institutional level to ensure that it reaches a wider audience? If so, what are the steps that need to be taken to achieve this?
Well, for the sake of time, I will just say that I think it would be wonderful if at the institutional level, if we mean like federally or around the world, if we had expectations for gender equity, for racial equity, that if there's a program offered for boys, a program is always offered for girls as well. If we had expectations around trauma-informed, if we had expectations and standards around assets-based approaches with creative writing, which creative writing is. When I read about girls' difficult circumstances in their books, I cannot read about their needs without simultaneously recognizing them as powerful creators as well. That's an assets-based approach, which is to say that I would love to see larger, broader standards for those kinds of things. And then at the hyper-local level, if a creative writing program is what your population needs and would respond to, a music program, drumming circles, or talk therapy, whatever they request and whatever they might want, that might change from locality to locality. But I think we could really benefit from these larger standards of trauma-informed, assets-based, and drawing on the population's own requests, like Niall mentioned. What is it that they want? What would they find meaningful?
Dr. Golden, sadly, this is all the time that we have, but thank you for being with us today, and thank you for all the work that you do.
Thank you so much. I really appreciate it.
Thank you, Tasha, and thank you, Nganji, for that contribution. And now I'd like to introduce a short film featuring Isaac Irumva. Isaac is a Rwandan artist. He describes himself as a Rwandan contemporary artist. He defines his style as 21st century contemporary, and he's influenced by global culture and technology. His art is a dynamic combination of his perspectives and societal collectives, such as cultural dialogues, identities, characters, and memories.
Natangiye gushushanya kera gusa ariko nk'umwuga nabitangiye 2015 nibwo natangiye gushushanya. navuga ko gushushanya ari ibintu byahozemo kera, ntabwo navuga ngo hari amahugurwa nigeze mfata kuko narabyigishije niko navuga. Kuvuga gutyo ntabwo mvuze ku muryango ntabwo wigeze njye njyenyine mu muryango wacu ushushanya. So rero ni ibintu byanjye ku giti cyanjye, yari isi yanjye, ntabwo umuryango wanjye mbikora ntabwo wanyumvaga kwa. Nyuma na nyuma ubu nibwo numva ko ndi supported, gusa mbere ntabwo numvaga ko wenda hari uwo nshyigikiwe kuko nabikoraga rimwe na rimwe nihishe. Navuga ko mu gushushanya ariho hantu mu buzima bwanjye nisanga, niho niyumva, kuko iyo ndimo ndashushanya nicyo kintu gituma nshobora kwiyumva, bimfasha no kumva abandi, kubona realite y'isi ukuntu isi iteye. Ibyo bintu rero iyo ndimo ndashushanya bituma nshobora kubitekerezaho, bigatuma nshobora kumva ko nyine mfite nduha agaciro mbere na mbere, cyangwa se n'abandi ari ab'agaciro. Ni ikintu gituma mbohoka, mba ndi free mu byo nkora byose, bituma numva ndi njyewe, bituma numva ntihishe, bituma numva nyine kwa ari njyewe izake, nta wundi muntu, nkumva nyine ni njyewe kwa. Bituma numva mbohotse, bituma nshobora gutekereza ku bindi bintu, ngira uburenganzira bwo gutekereza, numva bigatuma nshobora no gutega amatwi abandi. Navuga yuko ibyo nkora ku buzima bwa buri munsi abantu tubamo, aho ikintu kinyinsipira cyane ni realite tubamo umunsi ku munsi. Kuko navuga mu gukura ndi umuntu wakuze ntafite umubyeyi, nakuze ndi njyenyine. Rero kugira ngo byibura nshobore kumva impamvu nakuze ntabona papa wanjye se, cyangwa nsa nkaho ntashyigikiye mu byo nkora, numva ko realite ndayifata nkayishyira muri painting. Ni ikintu gituma byibura nshobora kwiyumva, bigatuma nk'uko nabivuze nshobora no kumva abandi. So rero muri ubwo buryo, muri icyo kintu cyo gushaka kwirotuva cyangwa se kwibona, nibwo navuga ko mfata realite mbona umunsi ku munsi, ibyo mbona umunsi ku munsi nkabishyira, nkabihuza n'ubugeni nkora, kugira ngo byibura ninjye ubyikorera, ariko nifuza ko n'abandi bose banyikije bakisangamo nk'uko nisangamo. Kuri exposition yanjye Female Artist Maturity, ikintu mvugaho ni exposition natangiye gutekerezaho mu mpera za 2018, ubwo nakoraga kuri painting imwe yitwa La vie d'une veuve avec ses enfants. Nashaka kuvuga ku mubyeyi wanjye, kuko ni inkuru yanjye yambayeho, niko nabivuga. Nshaka kuvuga ukuntu umubyeyi nabaye inspire n'ukuntu atekereza, kuko urumva ni umupfakazi. Mu gukura rero natangajwe n'izo force afite, izo mbaraga afite mu buzima bwa buri munsi. So rero nabaye inspire n'iyo mitekerereze, nuko gukura ndavuga ati pourquoi pas ntakora icyo kintu, kugira ngo wenda peut-être hari undi wakibonamo, kuko ni realite y'umunsi ku munsi. Ndimo ndayikora, naje kubona yuko ntago bihagije kugira ngo maturité yose nyuvuge muri painting, mu gihangano cyanjye kimwe. Naje kubona yuko hari maturité ari ikintu kinini cyane, ni ikintu kigari gitandukanye cyane noneho ku mugore. Ndavuga ati kuki ntatekereza ku bandi, kuki ntatekereza kubwo abandi ubundi buzima babayemo, gukura k'umugore bivuze iki mu buzima bwa buri munsi. Naje kubona yuko maturité ntabwo bivuze kugira ngo ube uri umugore ufite imbaraga runaka, kuko naje gusanga gukura cyane, imitekerereze ikuze ni ikintu kigari. So niyo mpamvu nayise ngo Female Artist Maturity. Artistic bishatse kuvuga ibyo bintu bigiye bitandukanye, kuko ubugeni ni ibintu bitandukanye. So izo personalite zigenda zigarukamo umunsi ku munsi, nicyo kintu navuze ngo ndeka mbihuze muri urwo rusange, nicyo navugaho, kugira ngo abantu nyine bibonemo niyo realite ya buri munsi y'umuntu ukuze. Mvuze ku muryango, navuga ko umuryango wanjye nkura, abantu b'iwacu bose, cyane cyane na sogokuru wanjye ni abaganga, kuko nka grand-père we ni umuganga, mama we yari umuveterineri. Usanga rero abandi bantu bose muri famille bose bari mu kintu cy'ubuganga. So mu gukura nakuze nanjye bifuza ko mba nkabyo, gusa ariko naje gusanga ntabwo ari umuhamagaro wanjye kwa. So ibyo rero uko kubikora nakoraga mu buryo nshaka kugira ngo nibone cyangwa se nanjye ngaragare nk'aho ndi umuntu w'agaciro kwa ko ibyo ubugeni nkora ibintu nkora umunsi ku munsi nabyo bifite ari njyewe ariyo personality yanjye ari we definition yanjye. So ibyo rero nabikoze kugira ngo nihuze na environnement integeka kuba uko nari ariko nabivuga kugira ngo byibura nshobore kwibona nongere kwiyumva nkanjye ubwanjye. Ubugeni navuga ko ni ururimi rutuma abantu bumvikana. Umuntu aramutse yumvisha undi agatega undi ugutwi, ntekereza ko ntabwo twagira ibibazo nk'ibyo dufite kano kanya. Umuntu agaha umwanya undi mugenzi we akamutega amatwi, niyo bitaba ari mu bugeni gusa no mu buzima busanzwe, kugira ngo uhe umuntu akanya umutega amatwi gusa wumve icyo ashaka kuvuga, wumve ubuzima abayeho. Ntekereza ko aricyo kintu cyafasha isi cyangwa se mu mibanire ya buri muntu umunsi ku munsi, kuko gutega amatwi bituma nawe uba mu mwanya we, bituma wumva uri kugendera nko mu nkweto ze, niko nabivuga. Bituma nyine wumva ari nkawe wakora iki. So ndi nk'umwartiste, ikintu natumirira abantu, dufate umwanya twumve abantu, twumve dutega amatwi, ibindi bizagenda neza.
Thank you to Isaac. I've got a question for, which is addressed to all the panelists. So I don't know which or all of you would like to take this one. Outsider art gives voice to marginalized individuals, but with the COVID-19 pandemic compounding previously existing inequalities and so many people feeling unheard, how can the arts remain an agent of change today? Would anyone like to respond to that? Tasha?
As just a quick example, in Baltimore, there's a program with the International Arts and Mind Lab and T-Rowe Foundation and Baltimore City Public Schools and the libraries called One Book, and all the middle school students are reading the same book together. And they're also creating art in response to the book that they're reading. But of course, since everything is shut down, we're not gathering together. How do we get that art seen and heard? And they've done a lot of really great work trying to find out what are some high profile websites that young people's art can be put onto. So what are websites that people are already accessing on a daily or regular basis? So we don't create a new website and hope that people come to it, but how can we make sure that young people's art is encountered in new ways? And we're also working with some local and regional magazines and things like that to publish their work where maybe otherwise, if there weren't a pandemic, we would have a big event at a large venue or something like that. We're trying to get more creative about where the work can go. And it's a little bit harder, but there's also a sense in which if you get, for example, if you get young people published in a magazine, they might get seen and heard by many hundreds more people than just who would have shown up in a venue. So there's also a lot of, in the midst of the difficulty, there's also a lot of new creative possibilities as well.
Thank you. Anyone else like to respond?
Yes.
Niall?
Yeah, I think we're at a time of great opportunity and also great danger, actually. I think that on the one hand, the past few months have taught people how to use digital technology, well, for instance, for this conference, but in all kinds of ways in which to create and to communicate. But my concern is that the arts venues in the UK, theatres, which I think have for centuries been the genesis of so much great art, so much of the sort of communication which we've been talking about today, are in serious danger. And I think if we're talking about rebuilding and reconstructing societies after this pandemic, we absolutely cannot neglect the arts as being a really vital part of that. And, you know, live arts, people gathering together, this is of prime importance as far as I'm concerned.
Thank you. Anyone else? Moses? Go ahead, Moses.
Yes, during COVID-19 it was very, very challenging. I say even me, myself, as an artist, it wasn't easy, like, to express myself, like how it was before the corona come. But as an artist, we always like find a way to express ourselves and to reflect time in our artwork. So that's why recently we come up with the exhibition. It was organized by Kuru Art Exhibition. It was a virtual exhibition, just to continue to talk about corona and the effect that's affecting our society. So we created that platform where like usually we can exhibit different artworks and to continue to continue to use our art as a medium of communication and also release the positive message in society, and also to help the people who have been in hard time in COVID, in the pandemic, to heal themselves. Thank you.
Thank you, Moses. We're almost out of time, so I want to just finish by summarizing and saying that we've used this session to reflect on the long and complex history relating to the relationship between arts and mental health and social justice issues. We've talked a lot about the importance of language and perhaps moved away from the terms outsider and art brut to a more diverse and inclusive form of creative practice that not only enhances the mental health of individuals, but also impacts on a societal and more strategic level, and the importance not only of the therapeutic value of art to individuals, but also of reaching decision makers. And we've heard about the wonderful work in Japan and how that is embedded, the provision, creative provision for people of all abilities throughout their social welfare system, and also the global influence of this field, not only in terms of the art fairs and recognition of untrained artists, but also the inclusion, for example, in the Tokyo Olympic ceremony and in the CBD. We've also heard about the intrinsic value of art and the importance of not commodifying art for people with mental health problems. And I think one of the main things that I'll take away, as well as the personal and societal benefits of creative practice, is about the importance of working alongside people with lived experience and ensuring that their voices are heard throughout everything we do and all our activities. And on that note, I would like to thank all of the panelists for their contributions and thank the Hamwe Festival for all the wonderful work that you're doing. Thanks, everybody, and over to the next session.
I am a spoken word artist from Nigeria.
Thanks, everyone.
I am so happy to be part of Hamwe Festival 2020. It's been so insightful, so educative. I've had the opportunity to hold space for my brothers and sisters, listen to their grief, their anger about things, in our mental health system, the racism, particularly the colonialism in our mental health systems. I've been awakened and even more conscious about these things. I've listened to activists, artists, researchers, professors. My head is full with knowledge and I still want to learn more. The festival is ongoing, so you can join us. I will be performing on Sunday. The conversations have inspired me to write this poem titled Man, and I'll be performing it on Sunday. You don't want to miss it. I'll be performing with other artists, and we'll be having conversations around the colonial legacies in our mental health systems. Come, let's learn. Let's hear each other out. Let's hold space for our brothers and sisters. Let's be better. Let's do better. Let's be conscious. Don't miss it for anything, and see you guys soon.
Thank you so much to our panelists and to Professor Victoria for that great summary that's just shared with us. A few takeaways from me were around Moses really encouraging us to see disability differently, and he was sharing a little bit more about the children that he has worked with who live with disability, encouraging them to never give up on their dreams, keep dreaming even if we are living with disability. We also heard from Mizue Kobayashi from Japan, who reminded us that outsider arts allow people to realize that all humans are all the same, and that this message needs to be sent to the entire world. We also talked about the creating art that heal, and last but not least, we heard about the creative writing program done by Dr. Tasha and her team during around the project Poetry in Prison, where they're encouraging young girls to use creative writing as a form of healing and expressing themselves, especially when they really want to make a change, and they can use writing as that tool, especially also when they want to address to people with power. We heard about the example of girls writing to ask the mayor's office to make that change. We also heard about how mental health can be a very complex issue. Sometimes artists don't really have the solution to all mental health issues. They can contribute to that healing process, but at least we have to ensure that we are not harming. And I loved to hear from Isaac's video when he was really encouraging us to listen to each other. He did say that if we could listen to each other a little bit more and better, the world will heal more. So yeah, thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen. This is Hamwe Festival, the 2020 edition. I would like to remind you that you can keep sending us your insight and your questions using the hashtag AskHamwe. We are now going to be transitioning to our next session, which is called My Mental Health. And it's going to be featuring a Rwandan artist, Mwari Christian, who goes by Crispo, that I would like to introduce to you. So he is a mixed media visual artist from DRC. He started drawing since he could pick up a pencil, but got fully involved in art 2 years ago. He's mainly fueled by his work experiences and always try to reflect each one of them into his artworks. He's very family and friend-oriented and absolutely enjoys cooking as well as physical fitness. He also likes to lay back, relax, meditate, and party whenever it's appropriate. In a nutshell, he tries to bring together in harmony all aspects of his life in everything he does and inspire others to do the same for a clear, soothing life experience. Let's hear more.
So my name is Kashan Christian. I'm 19 years old. I'm recently moved to Rwanda about 4 years ago and attended Green Hills and, been getting more involved into art, these past few years and trying to focus more on the subject. The visual arts has always been a passion of mine, but it really took me some time to find it properly. I've kind of scattered around all over the place, graffiti, sketches, and other forms of art, sculptures even. And I finally narrowed it down to visual arts because it's the most versatile, the most something that I can relate to, and that gives me the most freedom to work with. So, well, I explore everything. Actually, my art is always a reflection of what I lived through, my experiences. So all of my hobbies, my frustrations, and happy moments are always what I try to focus on. So since I'm passionate about fitness and gym and everything, so I explore anatomy most of the time, bodies, and sometimes also animals. And surrealism, I find it just fascinating. So that's what I try to focus on. So the name is actually In Light a Dark One. So the reason why I chose that is because there's a lot of contrast in the painting, a lot of dark versus extremely light colors. And it's actually an edited photo of myself. And in the past I've been called I've been told that I have a rather dark skin complexion, like extremely dark. So I just wanted to put it in there and to just give that kind of woke feeling, enlightened dark one. I didn't want to touch the eyes because the eyes are always a sensitive part of any human being. they always show a lot and they tell a lot about someone and what they actually who they are. So I just wanted to leave the eyes untouched to just give my kind of personal investment into the painting, my personal touch, you know, to show, to basically try to look at the person looking at the painting. So basically it's like we're looking at each other and, you know, just having a moment. That's why I just wanted to leave it the way it was. I would call it enhanced, like, you know, not really the typical auto portrait, but yeah, that's what I would call it. Well, you see, for example, one of the reasons why I used the dark background is because there's a lot of darkness in all of us, a lot of dark emotions, dark experiences, and they always affect us differently. And you know, it kind of just builds our character. But also, we also have our happy moments, you know, our positive side. And that's why I put the light colors, the very bright colors, because when people see a bright color, they always feel happy. You know, if you ask a small kid what bright means, he might tell you the rainbow, and it's always a symbol of happiness and soothing. So I kind of just contrasted the two to basically show the viewer, to give him a sense of peace, of serenity, you know, so something he can look into and just feel at ease, feel relaxed. So that's what I wanted to show, because everyone is always so tense, and in this world that's always moving so fast, everybody wants to go somewhere, get somewhere. And when you look at that, you know, most people, they pause for a minute and, you know, look at it quite closely. And even if it's just for you know, a minute, you know, at least it's enough to bring you know, a kind of relaxation to the person. So you are looking as a person who's had enough, who's tired, and who just wants a break from everything. And yeah, that's honest. That honestly was an emotion that even I was feeling when creating the painting. So I would say that the festival honestly found me at rather you know, convenient time, because what they asked me to portray was actually what I was feeling. So it actually helped me as well. And it was just like, you know, no more of the stress, the expectations, everything that you have to fulfill in life. You know, everybody always on your case, basically. So it was just like, you know, to show that, you know, we all deserve a break from, you know, from time to time. I call it a dark spirit. It's a little demon that always, because we all always have this voice, this little voice at the back of our head. And personally, I always feel it on my shoulder, weighing on my shoulders and always telling me, you know, maybe this is not good enough, you're not good enough, you should do more of this, more of that, satisfy this person. Basically always overwhelming my thought that, you know, I'm not good enough. And I feel that that little voice kind of controls a lot of the things that I do, a lot of the way I think, interact with people, and the way I just see the world in general. And that's why I linked the red string around his finger, you know, because it's as if he has my destiny at the tip of his finger. You know, he can basically control everything I do. And that actually even goes to the point where the eyes of the person are red, where it shows a lot. Red can signify so many things. In this case, it's suffering, pain. And when somebody has red eyes, it's always referred as blood eyes, you know, a lot of pain, suffering, almost tears. So honestly, and it clouds the vision of someone. You see things for not what they are, but for what your mental state perceives them to be. And that is something that honestly there has been a struggle of mine for a long period of time, where I just find myself caught up in this little world where I just try to please everyone and, you know, not really worry about myself. And it's quite troubling to me. And so basically the hand is, I would say, the first thing that somebody sees. And it's like just saying stop, stop, no more, no more of the suffering. And the bird is actually a crow, And a crow is always a symbol of a bad omen, a bad premonition, or anything. Like whenever something bad is about to happen, you know, you always see crows and everything. So I wanted to put a crow in there to kind of accentuate the negative things that he might be hearing, because the crow is basically positioned in front of his eyes. So even when he turns away, what he sees is negative. What he sees is not something that would help him build, that will help him move forward. So he's just surrounded by all this negative energy and trying to shield himself from everything. And finally, the lines, the different arrows, signify a sense of misdirection, because when you're in this state of where you're lost, you don't know what to do, where to go. You just find yourself lost. Basically, you don't know what your next move is, and that actually relates to my own experience after finishing high school. This was the place. You know, now I have to go into university, and you know, I had pressure from my parents, my school. You know, you can't mess up. You have to get this right. You have to figure out what you want to do the first time, honestly. So that creates a lot of pressure. And at the end of the day, they might be thinking that they're giving me directions, but at the end of the day, I just feel lost. I don't know where to go, what to do. I have so many areas of interest, and I don't know which one to focus on. So arrows pointing in different ways, maybe directing me to go here and another one telling me to go there. It's, you know, just creates a lot of confusion and more actually of, it's just overwhelming in someone's head. And, you know, usually you just need a break. And, you know, some people, they try, because I've read stories about this, and some people, they try to end their lives to maybe find a quicker way to make it stop. And yeah, I guess I'm just trying to find my escape route, which I try to portray into my art, which is like therapy for me. It's like a way to just express what I feel and let go of some of the emotions, because some people go to therapy and talk about it. I rather express it through my art, because I don't want to keep it bottled up into myself. So, because that's not healthy. I just find it really interesting that something that looks that good can come out of so much frustration and negative, you know, emotion. And I don't know, it's kind of soothing to me. It actually gives me hope, honestly, because when I see that I can create something that looks, you know, that good, that, you know, that portrays exactly what I want to say, that basically I don't need to speak to people in order for, you know, for me to just let it go. I can just draw. And most people who look at it, they kind of get the idea. And some people who also go through the same things, because I post this on my social media, and some people who go through the same thing, kind of, they, you know, they message me, and we end up having some kind of conversation about it. And I always find that so relieving to know that my art helped me, and as a result, I'm also helping other people, and we're also, you know, sharing our different difficulties. And at the end of the day, talking about it is always a nice way to just let some of the stress go, some of the tension, just leave your body, and at the end, you just feel relaxed and soothing.
Christian, sorry for that. Thank you so much, Christian. As a reminder, Christian is a Congolese artist living in Rwanda. Thank you for taking us through the process of drawing and how you process your emotions. You just mentioned that sometimes you don't need to talk to people. Sometimes you draw as a way of expressing yourself and your thoughts. You also mentioned that there is always a dark side, dark emotions in all of us, but also there is a happy, positive emotion in all of us, and that the drawing that you're sharing with us were a reminder that you have combined both of them to give us a sense of serenity. And you also talked about the component of, sometimes like us, really like, falling to the trap of self-judgment and not feeling good enough. And you said that, sometimes we see things not as they are, but as our mental health status interpret them. I felt that was very, very powerful. So we're going to be transitioning to our next session. We had made you a promise that we are going to be having a conversation with Ganza Moise, who made a film called Limbo. But before that, statistics do show us that the burden of mental health illnesses is increasing around the world, with at least 10% of the global population affected by mental, neurological, and substance use disorders. And according to Arnez, who is a researcher, he states that external stigma against mental health illnesses leads to internal stigma that has severe implications on mental health outcomes. So Limbo is a short movie that was produced by Ganza, who will be properly introduced by the moderator of the conversation. But Limbo is born of the recognition that depression exists between stigma and acceptance, and also social perceptions sometimes do put a lot of pressure on us, especially when we are in an environment that is surrounded by cultural silence. So I would like to introduce the moderator of the session, who is Agatoni. So Sarah Agatoni is currently working as a research and a content generation assistant at the University of Global Health Equity. She has an academic background in economics and mathematics. She's a writer with interest in history, culture, and the arts. Sarah, over to you.
Nice. Thanks, Caroline. Okay. That doesn't help. Thank you, Caroline. Hello and welcome everyone to this year's edition of the Hamwe Festival. Thank you for joining us today for a conversation with Ganza Moise. My name is Sarah Agatoni and I will be facilitating this session. As Caroline stated, it is estimated that at least 10% of the global population is affected by mental, neurological, and substance use disorders. And this proportion is higher among children and adolescents and among vulnerable groups. Untreated mental illnesses compromise individual well-being as well as the global economy. The global economy loses about $1 trillion in productivity, $1 trillion US in productivity due to depression and anxiety. While the absence of mental services contributes to mental illnesses remaining untreated, they can also be underuse of mental health services. This can be due to a lack of awareness surrounding mental health and mental illnesses, or due to the stigma surrounding mental health disorders and the act of seeking help. The arts can be used as a tool to increase public awareness about mental health issues and challenge the stigma surrounding the topic. Given the highly engaging nature of the arts, they can be used to spark conversation around the topic and to destigmatize mental illness. And so in line with Hamwe Festival's mission of fostering engagement between creative fields and mental health professionals, we present today our conversation with Ganza Moise. Ganza Moise is an artist based in Kigali, Rwanda. He's a credited actor, published picture book author, and independent filmmaker. His movies are diverse in length, setting, and language. Moise's films find common inspiration in the in-between. And his movies interrogate what it means to exist in relationship to one's psyche and one's community, between hope and hopelessness, between words and images, between what is spoken and what is veiled. And so Limbo, the short film we'll be viewing today, carries these tensions forward. The movie is attentive to how individuals living with depression are often stuck between their thoughts and social reality, between needing and receiving support. And so we'll be cueing the movie shortly, and we'll be having a conversation with Ganza.
kumva wagira ngo it's coming.
Erika asa amashusho asa amangu w'umuti
birakomeze neza yego nta kibazo na kimwe.
Welcome, Ganza.
Thank you.
Thank you for joining us today.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you okay. Welcome.
Thank you.
Ganza, our conversation today will consist of questions about your film that you've shown us, and if time permits, we'll be receiving questions from the audience. And so to start, I'd like to ask what inspired this film? What inspired Limbo?
Well, Limbo is a culmination of many things, mainly a feeling that I'm a little bit familiar with, but that is around my peers, some of them who have been diagnosed with the depression, but also in the confinement, I kept noticing a lot of articles about young people who had committed suicide, and I kept like linking these two. And when I got the opportunity to create a project and submit it in a competition, it all came together as one, as as the combination of many things, a feeling, but also a reality that is out there that I wanted to put in one piece. Yeah, that would be what it mainly inspired Limbo. Of course, after the idea, I went on and made some research, and it became more and more specific. Yeah.
Okay, so Limbo came from experiences with friends. Why was it important for you to explore the topic of depression in particular?
Well, it was very important. When the idea came, I had a lot of directions to take the story, and I chose depression because as a young person who was born like after the genocide, I kind of, when I talk to my peers, we kind of have a similarity in that we carry some things in us that some questions that maybe are not answered. Like it's something that's transferred from our parents' generation, whereas they some of them had PTSD or don't have it. They have their own way of dealing with their own issues, and you find yourself in this position where you have a lot of questions, but you also kind of have to watch how you interact with your parents. And so there's this thing that grows in you, and you find your peers also have it. And basically you have you have things you bottle inside, maybe emotions, questions, things you deal with that necessarily don't talk about with your parents. And when 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 you when you have when you when what you bottled up starts growing, you find yeah, some of my friends are depressed. Me too. I have that. I have. I know the feeling. So it became clear that I needed to talk about depression as a mental disorder, but also as a mental space that you can find yourself in, and that doesn't necessarily get the attention it deserves because of the history of the country and other factors that make depression I don't know how to say it, that make it it comes with something as maybe incurable diseases or personal history or things that people have gone through, in the sense that as a young person you feel like dealing with something that you don't, a feeling that you have but you can't quite pinpoint yet, and you haven't necessarily been through a traumatic experience. You feel like you are not, your pain is not yet legitimate. So I feel like that's the direction I needed to go and express this thing that I'm seeing all around me, but that it feels like it's not yet doesn't have the attention it deserves. Yeah.
All right, thank you, Ganza. So you mentioned just now that art can be, or limbo itself can be a way of legitimizing pain and talking about topics that are generally taboo. So my next question steps a little bit from limbo to ask what role art can play in general in destigmatizing taboo topics, and to use your own words in legitimizing pain.
First of all, art can show the pain is there. It can show the feeling you see. It's real. It's not hearsay. Here it is in your face. It can be like a mirror of showing society what it is, what's there. And I think that's the first step. If people can look at themselves, because sometimes something might be too close and you don't realize. So I think first and foremost, art might be a mirror for society, just to see, to look, to take a step back and look. And then, yeah, by posing the questions, showing the issues, then people can start to, once they acknowledge, I believe, yeah, maybe our work is done if people acknowledge that something is there. And yeah, that's the step of first talking about them and pushing conversations, like what will people talk about after they consume the art. Yeah, and then if people start talking about those things, they won't be so taboo anymore. If everybody's talking about it, there'll be a conversation. So I think is introducing the conversation, I guess.
All right. So if art is introducing conversations in society, this implies that artists have a role to play in society. Do you think artists have a responsibility to portray and address difficult topics such as mental health and depression, or is this a personal choice you made?
I feel like this is a personal choice I made because I felt it was right. It was speaking to me. I had something to say and how to say it. So I wouldn't speak for every artist. I would say, yeah, it's personal. It's personal, but at the same time, there is a responsibility. I'd say an artist has a responsibility over what they say and how they say it, rather than just putting that responsibility on everyone. I would speak for myself and say, yeah, I feel like I'm as responsible in my society as it is to me. So it's a two-way street. So I have what I can use my voice for, and yeah, I wouldn't go as far as give every artist a responsibility. Personally, I am responsible for what I see around me and what I observe and how I say it. And yeah, I'm also responsible for the art I make.
All right, thank you, Ganza. So in that vein of artistic choices, can you guide us through the creative process of making Limbo?
Thank you. So I knew I wanted to make a film that speaks about depression, but I didn't have a lot of frame of references, so I had first to go and research. I watched a lot of TED Talks because that's the only place I could find someone openly talking about how it feels, because I was keen on trying to portray how it feels. And yeah, so I watched a lot of TED Talks. I watched a lot of I watch a lot of articles. When people say what it feels to be, what it feels, some people would say they saw the world more desaturated, like little things, colors, how they saw beauty. Yeah, so I had to do a lot of research, and yeah, so after that, I kind of fell on an article on Igihe that was very specific and that was very instrumental to creating Limbo. And that is, there was this article about a teacher who had committed suicide. That's all I can say for now. But we had the chance to contact a close person to them, and they kind of gave us what was the background and what was what. So having that in mind, I kind of wanted to make visually express how it feels, but also root the story in reality. So and also because I had the concept and I applied it to this competition of Goethe Institute, where we had to make it in like the format had to be 60 seconds. So I didn't have the time to explore all the stories. And so what ended up happening was focusing on expressing visually, how am I going to show this person is depressed and they don't necessarily have PTSD. So it was a whole challenge. But yeah, so that's where I came up with this story. Like I wanted to make it first of all a loop, because to me I think limbo, it's this mental space where, yeah, obviously it is a disorder, but when I wanted to show how it feels, and the closest I came was like it feels like it is this loop of memories that you are slowly losing the taste for life, for everything, and memories looping, coming back to you. So yeah, that's what I had in mind. I wrote a little bit a story, but in 1 minute I couldn't show everything, so I focused on the motifs, the visual elements that can at least suggest what I want to show. But yeah, basically that's it. That's a story of a breakup that triggers the underlying depressions of two people, one of whom commits suicide. But when we see it, it's a girl reacting to the news, and it's revealing some things in our own life and our own mental state. So
Okay.
that's about it.
Thank you, Ganza. Excuse me. So you mentioned right now being inspired by both an article you read in a Rwandan newspaper, as well as videos you watched on on TED. And Limbo itself is filmed in a Rwandan context, but I wonder if you could speak to how this film can be part of a global conversation about mental health. What did you find were points of commonality between what was happening here in Rwanda and in the global context of your research?
I would say it seemed like the stigma is almost everywhere, and the people going through it, they also in this. I think the feeling is this, the disorder acts almost in the same way for everyone, and I mean from the little research I made, the stigma is also it varies in different places, but it's still there's still some stigma about depression, and which causes people to hesitate from opening up. So to me, I feel like this film, it might be in the Rwandan context, but if I'm talking about depression and how it feels and the stigma around, I feel like it's in line with basically anyone going through the same situation and feeling stigmatized. I think it goes in line with the general conversation of saying it is here. Maybe some other people are more advanced into helping and making more awareness, but I think it falls into the whole conversation of being aware of mental health issues, and I don't know if I answered the question.
You did. So if stigma seems to be a global challenge, we have a question from the audience asking, what are the changes you would like to see in the attitudes of society towards mental illness? And this is in context of depression more generally, but also in context of what you just mentioned, stigma.
Wow, okay. I would say I wish people were more listening, like more not quick to judge, because we wait for an article, like we wait for people to get to the extreme to actually commit suicide to recognize something. So I think on a social level, I wish we were more like listening and more open to like what people mean, and not necessarily what people say, but listening and paying attention to the people around us. That's what I would wish. And I guess it would be easier if you can recognize someone is not well, and you don't label them. Instead, you try to understand and maybe help or call for help. So yeah, that's what I wish for as far as society goes. And I don't know about the institutional part. I guess that would be UGH's part.
Okay, and another question is, since you started making films like Limbo, films similar to Limbo, have you noticed any change in conversation around the topics of mental health? Are people engaging with these topics differently?
That's interesting. I guess people do agree. At least I'm not sure. I'm not sure I have engaged as much people as that, but the feedback seems to be more of people are happy somebody's talking about it. I'm not the only one, but that's the feedback, I guess. They're like happy to see something. I think the feedback is also different when it comes to age. Like some younger people will be like, "This is what I've been talking about," and whereas elder ones they'll question more, or yeah, I guess so. I think ever since I've made this type of films, it's like people are more in agreement, and the actual interesting conversations are not with me. I think they're the ones they have when they're back home, or when I'm not there, when the film has really been digested and all that. So I don't know. The direct feedback is a lot of people tend to agree, or at least they acknowledge there's a problem. The rest is I'm not there when it happens.
Thanks, Ganza. I'm going to ask you to elaborate a little on what you mentioned about how different age groups receive your film in general, but also engage with topics of mental health. Could you just elaborate on that difference in reception?
Well, first of all, the stigma that seems to, at least seems, I mean, when I talk about depression with my friends, my peers, it seems like the pushback they get from their parents is like, it's like, well, they're like, we've tried to give you everything we can, so we don't understand what this kind of we try to protect, to shield you from our own realities and what we went through. So they seem not to understand where this depression is coming from. So not all of them. That is just the general feedback I get from my peers talking about their parents. Some parents understand, some, but in most cases, when you show this film, it's like either the film is revealing something that is maybe they'll recognize the pain, but it's not. How can I say? It's it's minimal. It's minimal considering, because they probably also have things they're bottling, and maybe they think your pain is minimal because you haven't gone through the most. But yeah, I think depression and these mental health disorders, younger people are more aware and more, at least they hear the terms, they know what it means. It's like they probably had these conversations before. And yeah, so it feels like different age has a different relation to the actual mental health issues, because yeah, it's different experience, I guess, different experience, life experiences. And yeah, maybe these conversations, maybe they have them, but they don't have those labels, those names, that knowledge. So to me, I feel like when we talk about something like that, or you show this film to maybe your aunts or your elders, it's like the reaction is different. It's the younger ones know what you're talking about. They either have an opinion or not. The other ones are more like it's like they are finding out what this is, or they totally disagree. Like you haven't been through, like what have you been through? I was there, tell me. So it's like, yeah, different reactions because of different generations and what they have been through and what we have been through. So it's not nearly the same. So I think, yeah, it's bound to be like that. Maybe it's the beginning of the conversation itself. So
Thank you, Ganza. So now we'll take a step back, and we've talked about what art can do for society and other people. And now I'm going to ask you how art has helped your mental health personally. What pieces of art help you to deal with negative emotions in your life? Yes.
First of all, obviously, different pieces of art speak to me. Maybe some music, some films, some plays or poetry, and it always brings me back. It always brings in front the emotions I have. And personally, when something is intense, I tend to write it out through a poem, or maybe do what comedians do and find humor in the saddest feelings. But art is very integral to my mental health, because it's my way to release what I'm feeling. It has a cathartic effect on me if I'm feeling something immediately feeling something overwhelming. I either write about it, or yeah, or just mostly I write. I take away what I feel through what I write. So it's very integral to my mental health, I guess.
Thank you. Perhaps to extend that question, I'd ask, have you noticed a difference as a creator of art in the effect art has when you create it personally or consume it with others socially?
Yeah, I have. You create a piece and you think, well, this is what I thought and this is what I felt, and sometimes people connect to it in a way you didn't necessarily expect. And you're like, it takes you back. You're like, wow, this is something. I made it for myself, but the fact that some other people, and also what you intended or what you made, sometimes people have different interpretation of it, and it's also the beauty of it. So it affects different people in different ways, and yeah, it's if it releases me of my stress and somebody else, they tell you how they related to your piece and what, like somebody maybe writes you a page of commentaries, you like, okay. I'm humbled. I'm glad. Maybe I'm glad something I did had a positive effect, or just spoke to you in such a way. So it definitely impacts people. Sometimes it confuses them. Sometimes it releases them. It depends. But I'm glad that it's not neutral. It doesn't go unnoticed.
Thank you, Ganza. As we wind down, I'd like to ask, what are your hopes? What do you hope that people who watch Limbo and other works can take away from them? What sort of action do you hope to inspire?
Conversations, mostly conversations, because I hope the works I make can create conversations that maybe can spark something, and that's something maybe could be self-care. It could be caring about, like, being close, being aware of the people around you, and yeah, I guess maybe if they can watch the work that I made and take care of each other, and like yeah, if you have a friend, you feel like they're zoning out, you give them a call. I don't think I have like super high hopes. Maybe the smaller ones, like on a very personal level, like if it touches you and makes you care more, or at least makes you acknowledge what you're going through and makes you feel not alone. Yeah, at least that's me. That's the hope I have, that it sparks conversations and actions that are more like towards preservation, not necessarily for someone to 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 go through the most and finally commit suicide without help. So yeah, I guess if we can be around each other and recognize what we're going through, that's I'll have done my part.
Thank you so much, Ganza, for your time and for your insights into how art forms like film can raise awareness and help destigmatize topics around mental health and mental illnesses, and how art can be a tool of personal liberation, but also a way of legitimizing pain. And that is all the time we have for today.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you as well. Thank you for having me and showing my film.
Have a good day.
You too.
Our work started as we were exploring how creative industries could collaborate with health sectors, and we were also exploring the role of culture in health.
When we talk about mental health, these are everyday experiences. The work that we are doing on mental health, everyone should be involved.
Naganiriye n'abahanzi bari kumwe, ariko kumva ko hari abahanzi bashobora kwinjira muri sekita yacu kandi mu buryo buteguye neza, twumvishe bidushimishije. Yaba ari ukwandika, yaba ari gushushanya, buriya ibibazo byo mu mutwe nabyo ubuhanzi bishobora kongera kugira ngo umuntu asubire mu buzima busanzwe.
My hope is the festival will foster understanding, collaboration between the different healthcare sectors, the different artists.
Thank you so much, Ganza and Agatoni. Ganza, you mentioned about something that is very important, that stigma is everywhere. It takes different shapes, but it's everywhere. You also reminded us that it's okay to recognize what is happening and put a name on it. And you also encouraged us, as other panelists did, to really make sure that we are listening to each other, we are present for each other. That can have a very positive impact on mental health across the globe. In the particular context of Rwanda, where this short film was made, mental health tends to be something that we tend to westernize and deny that we don't have mental health issues. It's not something that affects our people, but it does affect Rwandan community as well. And as Dr. Sabin said and other panelists, for a country that has known the 1994 genocide against the Tutsi, the mental health issues are even higher compared to maybe other African contexts. So thank you so much for raising awareness on this particular issue and also setting it into the Rwandan context. And thanks again, Agatoni, for moderating the conversation. Ladies and gentlemen, this is Hamwe Festival, the 2020 edition, focusing on the theme of social justice and mental health. Please continue to engage with us using #AskHamwe. We're going to keep receiving your questions and share them with our panelists and artists who are going to be joining us. And I also would like to remind our audience that the Hamwe Festival is organized and powered by University of Global Health Equity and is supported by the Wellcome Trust, Ambassade de France au Rwanda, Institut Français, and Hangat. So our next conversation, we have a very special guest here. She's Miss Rwanda 2020. Naomie Nishimwe was crowned Miss Rwanda 2020 among other 19 highly qualified competitors. She's an advocate of mental health awareness in Rwanda, and her initiative during her pageant was focused on supporting people dealing with various psychological challenges that they are facing, including depression. She also wished to raise more awareness about social and reproductive health rights, as this is a major component of mental health for many young women. She recently graduated in mathematics, economics, and geography. And for the men, women, youth, and probably some children of Rwanda, she represents beauty, elegance, grace, and of course, brain. Welcome, Ms. Naomie.
Thank you very much.
How are you doing today?
Very good.
Yes. So in the course of these last 2 days, we talked about how young people, especially young women, are struggling with the issue of negative self-image, and this can have really like a long and lasting effects on their mental health. Could you please share with us a little bit more why if you chose to focus on mental health as part of your platform as Miss Rwanda 2020?
Thank you. So some of the reasons that actually made me want to work on mental health, I would say that before even joining Miss Rwanda, I was a social media influencer. I can say I was a social media influencer.
And
so I used to get people who
Mm-hmm.
text me, like share what they're dealing with, and I used to give them like my 2 or 3 words to help them, and it was really helping. And I thought maybe if I joined Miss Rwanda, I would get like a big exposure, I would help people, I would get people to sponsor my project as well. But again, I was scared. I was like, I'm the first one to bring like a mental health, to bring like something like a mental health as a project, because others were bringing others, agriculture and all that. So I was a bit scared that I might not win, but then it worked.
Yeah, congratulations on that.
Thank you very much.
And why is it important for now to talk about mental health, especially for the youth and the Rwandan youth?
I don't think it was important, but I mean, it's important every day, by the way, we talk about mental health. But then I think it's really important to talk about mental health now because of what we've been doing with the corona, the pandemic, and all that. I'm pretty sure it affected some mental health as well. So I think it's really important to talk about mental. First of all, you feel good. Your mental health is well. So I feel like it's really important to talk about mental health every day. Yeah.
Yeah, and for a lot of young women who are struggling with having a positive self-image, they can say, you are very beautiful, you represent beauty in Rwanda. For me, I don't feel as beautiful, and they go through that phase of depression of not liking who they are. What advice would you have for them?
One advice I would give them, you have to accept who you are. No matter what, you have to accept who you are. And I don't really believe people who say you're ugly and all that. No, I don't believe that. Everyone is beautiful in their own sense, I can say. So you have to accept who you are. That's my own advice.
Yeah. And later on today, we're going also to be having a conversation on building a strong mental health system in Rwanda. And for you who is advocating for mental health specifically, if you could think about some of the improvements that you think needs to be done in this particular context when it comes to mental health, what do you think that needs to change?
Something that I think people should change is break the silence. People need to break the silence. People need to talk about mental health. People still have the stigma of not opening up, of not telling what they're dealing with. And I think that's where we get a problem. Because even giving like a small example, people who used to text me, they used to tell me, oh, I need to tell you this and that. And then I'll say, oh, share with me. But then they still have the trust issues. But again, I understand. It also feel like they should sing for help, but then sing for help to where experienced people. Because at the same time, I was helping them, but then my mental health was not really well. It's like, what if I have like dirty water? Obviously, I'm just gonna serve you dirty water. I don't have clean water. So it's, and also there's this word in Kinyarwanda which says that if it's not well treated, it's gonna kill you. So sing for help and take good care of your mental health. Talk about mental health. Talk about mental health as if you're talking about flu or headache. It's like getting a disease like any other,
And you also have part of this festival different, professors, experts, decision makers. If you could address maybe some of the decision makers who are, working on that particular component of mental health, what would be your encouragement to them?
My encouragement now is to make it affordable for people to get the treatment. Because like for now, there's a high cost involved in the treatment. That's why okay, let me just come back to my projects. I'm trying to like build or have like a center, a mental health center, which is free to everyone. Because now the issue that I'm seeing is that there is a high cost involved in the treatment and people should get a treatment. So I would say make it affordable for everyone.
So making it affordable, break the cultural silence that also surrounds mental health. And when we opened today, we had Dr. Sabin, the Director General of RBC, who was saying that he relates more to martial arts. Then the first performer of the day, Ariel, she's using poetry and the music. When it comes to different forms of art, which one resonates the most with you?
I would say music.
Music, why?
I listen to music every day. I listen to music when I'm sad. I listen to music when I'm happy. I listen to music every day. When I'm in the shower, so I listen to music every day. So I would say music. And it also helps, by the way,
Okay, so yesterday was like, we had a conversation on the role of traditional music in healing, and one of the panelists was encouraging us to turn back to what our traditional music has taught us and what it brings, that sense of peace and serenity that it brings. Is there any particular Rwanda traditional song that you like the most that can come to your mind?
There is one, but I'm not sure well about the name, but it's Wakamariza. I'm not sure about the name.
Okay, do you want to try to sing a small bit of it?
I don't know if it's Kamaliza or, but it says, is it Kamaliza?
I'm not sure. Yeah, but I know we grew up singing and then sing that. Yeah. So, in the one last question from me, for the component of stigma, what do you think if we could have just like a one magic answer to erase stigma? What would that be?
What would that be?
I know it's more complex than that.
But then people shouldn't be judging others. Don't judge someone because of what he or she's dealing with. Just don't judge because you don't know what he or she's facing. So don't judge.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, this was Miss Rwanda 2020, Naomie Nishimwe. So we're going to be inviting you to stay tuned. You have other sessions happening where we're going to be discussing, as I just mentioned, the mental health system that can be built in the context of Rwanda, and we're going to be exploring them through the lenses of culture and language. Stay tuned. We also have a small documentary film called Life Interrupted, as we have announced at the beginning of the day. Thank you very much.
Welcome to the Drug Sister, the club you never wanted to be a member of.
I got a mammogram. They told me then that we saw something. And then I screamed for my mother.
And I felt this like lump.
my second opinion oncologist wanted to treat me more aggressively than my original.
And then she scoops everything out. Exactly.
Well, have to think about it.
He says, well, let's just get this terminology correct.
We have breast cancer, not just you. This is both of us. I want you to understand that.
When cancer's loaded, you immediately start thinking that she's going to die. The core of Debbie is more than just a body part.
I look like my dad.
But realistically, cancer took 8 friggin' years out of my life.
Thank you so much again, Ms. Naomie. So our next session is a conversation with Eliza Ndejuru and Odile Katese Gakire. It will explore various theatrical techniques, discussing their development and use as treatment tools in supporting mental health. It will be moderated by Odile. So Odile Gakire Katese, or Kiki, is a Rwandan actor, playwright, director, and cultural entrepreneur whose work has been honored around the world. She has a vision that is a long one of how art will heal and inspire the country. Currently, she's the director of Women Cultural Center. She's the first recipient of the League of Professional Theatre Women's Rosamund Gilt and Martha Cogney International Award. She's also a fellow at Salzburg Global Seminar, and her work with Ingomansha is one of the recipients of the 2012 Carnegie Common Ground Awards. The floor is yours, Odile. Thank you.
Thank you. Hi, everyone. Hi, Lisa. I'm really happy to be part of this. And I'm very excited to talk about your work. Actually, we met in 2000 and long ago, and recently we met again in Toronto, where at the Canadian stage, where I was performing the Book of Life. So welcome to this. I'm really excited to be talking about the playback theater. So maybe if you can tell more about yourself and what you do.
Organizer. Oh, sorry, I was muted. Thank you so much to the organizers for having me. It's a really big honor, and thank you also for Kiki for accepting, because when I came in 2010 or 2011, it was an SIT conference on reconciliation, and I remember back then she was telling me about her Book of Life project, right? Like, and I loved this idea, and there's an idea that she gave me back then that was about appeasement. Do you remember that?
Yes.
So this idea of appeasement. So everywhere I go and everything I write, I say Odile was talking about appeasement, because appeasement was this idea of, I found it really useful. It's how I developed this idea of reconciling with our own stories first. It was a good word for the healing, when we're talking about healing, it inspired me over this past decade. And so that you're here with me, that today, that is my present. So,
so did you find this notion of appeasement with playback theater? How does it work?
Yeah. So I was very, very fortunate in the last 15 years to be working with a community university research project called Life Stories of Montrealers Displaced by Genocide, War, and Other Human Rights Violations. And so this was at Concordia University in Montreal. And I've been, for the first 7 years, I was working in the project, and for the last 7 years, I completed a dissertation about it to finish sort of thinking about all of this time, what we had done. And this notion of appeasement has been staying with me as I was thinking about the working through of our stories, right? Like I was born in Butare, I was raised in Germany, then in Montreal, Canada. And in our community, in our Rwandan community here in Montreal, in the diaspora, I felt as though I struggled when I was a teenager. I struggled, but I felt that a lot of us struggled, but we didn't necessarily speak about it, right? And so when I came back to Africa, I came back to Africa in 1990 for the first time, and then I met cousins and people of my family in the camps in Uganda, in Burundi, so in the different places, and that's when I first started hearing about the war effort, right? Like this idea of going back home, and these were all ideas that I didn't know what to do with, how to. I was wondering if we do this, what is going to happen, right? And then there was war, and then 4 years later there was the genocide, and it was just like sense. It was the end of sense. Like there was like, it was so, and the layers and layers and layers of ruptures, because when you start pulling at the pain or the of genocide, you can't, it's not just genocide, right? Then you have to have ways in which to speak about the historical, like the colonization, pre-colonization, colonization, Christianization, all of these different ruptures that we've had over time, over space. In the diaspora, it's also the living with others, right? You have to also, and so how do we engage all of those complexities? And so this idea of appeasement was something that we could use, because you can't really talk about healing when we're talking about a wound like the one of genocide. You can't really say something like, you're going to be fine. It's how you're going to carry it so that you can keep going and you can honor what happened, right? Like you have to be able to do both. And so I found appeasement was a way, it's something that you could carry that kind of thing with. It had these connotations. And the playback theater was a great way. So the project was about oral history. So oral history is a way of learning about an event through the testimony of the people who lived through it. So it's a history, but from the people, right? It's not the history from the books, which to me was very, very, very important. And then the other thing that was very, very important for me was the arts, because the arts allowed me to engage with all of it. And so creative writing, performance. I had been working with art before, community art. I think Devorah Newmark, right? Yeah, she introduced me to community art like in the early 2000s. And so when I started this project, I was already doing a community art project called Tuganire, which was about, let's talk about our things and so let's dialogue and find solutions for our problems, right? Let's talk about us for us. And when I got into this project, I didn't know there was such a thing as oral history. So I came as a newcomer into this practice, this discipline, but then I stayed there for such a long time that it's now part of my toolbox. But oral history, and especially life stories, so the interview of a person's life, right? So in our case, it was around violence, but it was the before, the during, and the after, right? And so talking about your memories, right? Your memories of, let's say, your grandparents, your parents, where did you live? What did they do? How did they educate their children? Was there a difference between education as a girl child, as a boy child? How did you see, how did you play? What did you play? How did you go to school? What did you like? And all these elements make for stories of a life, right? And so we had this beautiful idea that we could go as many times as you wanted. So one life could be 1 hour, but it could also be like we have an elder whose life story is 22 hours, right? And knowing that even in 22 hours, you won't have said everything, right? So how do you get to these different life stories and how do you share? And so this playback theater was an amazing way, I found, to work with our stories, our individual stories, but collectively, because I find that I'm a psychotherapist, so I'm trained in Western ways of one-on-one psychotherapy, but I found that this one-on-one does something, but there's a whole collective and social and political dimension that you can't touch with this one-on-one therapeutic, these models. I found that there's something very, very powerful in sharing stories, because one person says a story and this story then resonates with another story, and then another story resonates, and then as a whole we've listened to maybe 5, 6, 7, 10 stories, but these stories are then all shared, right? And they resonate with all of the other stories that we're made of. And so over time, I find it's a very rich way of glimpsing, fragments and getting to know each other, building trust. Yeah. I can't hear you.
Yes, yes. And what are the challenges that you made? Is it possible? Yes. How do you find the balance between the personal voice and the collective voice? Is there any compromise or?
Many. Maybe I can start with the way that it works, right? That piece. When I speak about we have a group called the Living Histories Playback Theater Ensemble. So we were created within this larger project of the life stories of Montrealers. So we had Rwandan stories, but we also had Cambodian stories and Jewish stories and many other groups. And so playback theater is a method that was developed by a man from New England and Jonathan Fox and his wife, Jo Salas. And so what it is a form of improvisational community theater where you have a group of actors and an MC, like a conductor, and we play for an audience. We play back the stories in the audience. And so how it works is that we get invited into a group. The group decides on a theme, and then we start asking for stories, and we start slowly, very slowly. So, how are you today? And then you have, I'm fine, or I'm tired, or I've had such a difficult night. It starts really slowly, right, in the audience. So there's a teller from the audience that gives us a little piece of something, and we play it back, and we play it back through forms. So there are forms, very simple forms, and then they go into larger, more complex forms. So you have a fluid sculpture, for example, which is like a sound and a movement that speaks to what they heard of the emotional piece of what was said. So let's say if you said, if you say, you know, if I ask you, so how were you this morning? Or what are you bringing with you this morning? How are you? And you say, let's say, je sais pas, tu veux dire quelque chose?
Yes, I'm fantastic.
You're fantastic. And so let's say so as a conductor, I say, okay, Kiki is fantastic, right? And so the four, let's say there's 4 actors and a musician. The 4 actors are going to, if we say it's a fluid sculpture, let's say, the 4 actors are going to play fantastic differently. So you're going to have a collage of a sound and a movement that says that you're fantastic, right? And it's very, very simple, right? Like, Kiki's fantastic, let's watch, right? Right? You're fantastic. Right? Or it's so Zoom obviously is a little square, but I mean, like when you're in live, you get the, you know, the and so that what we want to do is to be able to amplify the 4 of us, the feeling that you get back. So it's reflexive practice, right? Which as a if in therapeutic practice is something that you do all the time, right? You reflect back. It provides the possibility for insight, right? Like I say something, I'm not necessarily aware of what I'm saying, but if you say it back to me, then I can see it, and then I can look at it and say, oh, and then I can adjust it, right? It's insight and agency. So as a group, it provides us the possibility to how can I say, to interpret something. So obviously it's an interpretation, so nobody's there, right? Like how much do we know actually of what you feel? It's never going to be correct, right? It's never going to, but we try, right? And that is what as humans we can do, right? We can take the risk and say fantastic. But then what about if we go further, like if we start putting complexity in there, and then we say, well, are there times where, you know, things are one and also something else, right? Are there tensions sometimes? Are there stories of tension, right? And then we have another form that plays with tensions. And then we have like 3-part forms, and then we have metaphors, and then we have, so there are different forms that allow us to welcome, to accueillir, welcome a story and step into it, right? With these forms. And so when we do the interpretation, we go back to the teller and we say, so did that speak to what you were saying? And then people say yes or no, that was not at all how I feel. It doesn't have anything to do with it. Oh, then we can come back and we can say, oh, tell me more. Or do you want to see it again and tell me more? Or they can say, no, right? And then we leave it there and we ask for another story. And so it's very, very, how can I say? It's very, very bare, right? It's very, very human. Like there's actors, maybe some scarves to do whatever, some chairs or even boxes, right? To sit on and that can become other things. But it's very much a play of the imaginary, right? The idea was to be able to get together and to go, right? With almost nothing, right? Yeah. Did I
But why playback theater?
Why playback theater? So let me show you a little bit about what it is, because it's difficult to understand. And even with let me show you I have a few pictures for you. Hold on. So why playback theater? Hold on. Oh, I can't share my screen. Oh. Oh, yes, I can now. Just why playback theater? So I've been working with a lot of different forms of therapeutic theater and community theater. But I found that, hold on, I can't actually do both things at the same time. Just 1 second. Just 1 second, there we go. Okay. There. Can you see my screen?
Not yet, but you are started. Yes, yes,
Okay.
we can see.
All right, so why playback theater? For me, one of the things that was very, very important is that sorry, I'll start over my sentence. One of the things that were very important is that our stories are very layered. There's a lot of complexity in our stories. I wanted to be able to create an environment, a context where we can listen to all of our stories. So back in the day, when I started with this idea of dialogue in the community, I met 3 elders in our community, and they told me this. They said, dialogue, okay, dialogue can only be if, on the one hand, we can talk about genocide. If we agree that there's genocide, then we can talk, right? That was one person said that. Then the other person said, yes, we can talk about genocide, but there isn't only genocide, right? We have to be able to talk about that too. I said, okay. And then there was another one who said, dialogue, what? We're not going to dialogue. Our community is dysfunctional, he said, back in the day, right? So that was like two decades ago. And I remember thinking, back then, I was thinking about this person saying the community is dysfunctional. It's like, oh, what does that? I continued, but when I think about it now, I think that there's something about, we have to be very, very careful about what all these different wounds mean. So we have to be in a safe space. When we were doing the oral history project, we were in an institution, in a university institution, with lots of, checks and balances, like something much larger than us was holding us, right? The nature of this is a very vulnerable nature, right? It means that you want to together explore who you are and what you're made of, right? We want to explore together who we are and what we're made of, and the idea is an idea of radical acceptance, right? We are taking the risk of speaking ourselves, and we are also making sure that we are holding each other when we do, and witnessing each other, right? They're very different. There are all these different layers that need to be coming together, right? I've never done this in a completely hostile environment, right? You can't, like, there are conditions that need to be there. And if you are, and it's uncomfortable, right? Like, I remember when we started doing this with the academics, for example, academics are in the position of asking questions. They're not necessarily being asked to bear themselves or share, right? But when you are participating, it's a form of ritual, right? Like it's spoken about like a performance, but it's a form of ritual, because you are coming in and for the time you're making community together. You're sharing, whether you're sharing a story or just listening and witnessing other stories, you are active in something that is going on, right? And so to be able to speak about these different things, about migration, exile, about immigration, how you integrate into society, to be talking about issues of, mental health, to be talking about substance abuse, to be talking, all of these different themes are possible, because what we're talking about is one story at a time, one feeling at a time, right? The perspective you have about something that you put in there into this container that is built slowly and then with larger and larger complexity so that it can hold more and more and more. And for the people who are doing it, so for the actors, people who are working together over time, over a large period of time, you can't do it unless, you can't work with other people's difficult stories unless you have first worked with your own. And so that is something that is very, very, that I always, as you can tell, I get excited about this. So this is something that I find that congruence, that alignment, where you're working on your own stories, you're caring for each other, and then you can care for the larger community. Because there were so many different initiatives, right, about active listening in the community. But I think that the story, that it's so complex and heavy that we need to be many to carry these stories and these journeys. We need to be able to hold each other, right? And so holding each other as an ensemble is something, and then being able to hold the larger community that you're serving is another thing. And over time, you know, it's one thing you can do it once, but if you do it over time, you can go deeper, right? So those were the things that I really loved about playback theater. And the fact that it wasn't, you know, like, for example, it's not pure playback theater anymore, because there was a lot of work around trauma. We worked with the work of Jacob Lévy-Moreno, who developed playback psychodrama in the 40s, right? So there's a lot of his influences in there. There is a drama therapist in New England called David Reed Johnson, who developed this form called developmental transformation. There's and some of my colleagues are working with that method, so that came in. And of course, theater of the oppressed with the Brazilian who passed away, Augusto Boal, who had popular theater, who developed this huge body of work, theater of the oppressed, and especially the Rainbow of Desire piece, that was more a therapeutic part, that was very present in our work as well. So it was woven all in together over time. And one of the reasons why I found that playback theater was so good was because everything in our story is inflamed, right? Coming in with like theater that works with, for example, the different power differentials et tout ça, to me back in the day felt too sensitive, right? We're already polarized. We're already like, I find that we have to go slowly, gently, with care. Yeah, I found it's a careful form.
Okay, thank you. And to what extent were you able to do what you meant to?
I think that the thing that I was most happy about was that thing that the elders told me, right? You could be able to talk about the genocide all the way to commemoration. It took a long time. It took 8 years before survivors invited us into a performance for commemoration, because there's something so, you know, when you say playing with the memories of that which is most sacred, and those memories that sometimes over time feel like they're fading, and you don't want them to. Memories that you feel you need to, like pains that sometimes, like the idea of healing can feel like a betrayal of the people who have been murdered. And so there's so many issues there, right? Around around that. And at the same time, there's something about also celebrating the lives that they had, the relationships we had with them. That is, I think, also important to keep alive in community and to share with other people, right? Intergenerational transmission is a very, very big concern for us, right? Like for us, but also I was really lucky because I met so many other groups of genocide surviving communities, and they're concerns that run through those communities. And so this idea of how do we speak, when do we speak, what do we share, can be explored really, really gently. There are what was the question?
So what do you feel?
The other thing was these ideas around when do we speak about, so commemoration on the one hand was one thing, and it needs certain things. You can't, and then there are other stories in the community, and how do we create containers for all of these perspectives? Like I wasn't here in 1994, right? I was in Montreal and I was watching things on television, right? But somebody who was there and who came out has a different perspective. Someone who was in a neighboring country had different, someone who was in Africa, in Europe, someone who has different experiences in it, like different location in the conflict, right? How do we make sure that we can welcome all of the stories, right? Like I remember a young man who said at one point, he said, I'm sorry, I am half. And I was like, what does that mean, right? This idea of we're all half, right? We're all half mother, half father. Okay, like that is, but this we can't have children who are sorry to begin with. Our children need to be able to hold all of who they are, all of their stories. And this idea of reconciling with our own stories and be appeased and be lighter with all the things that we are, right? I think is really, really, really important. And when we can be appeased, we have so much more energy for other things, so much more energy for creative possibilities, right? Yeah.
Okay, let me take a question from the social media. They're asking, they say, asking the simple question of how are you? To open the floor, to express and emphasize the feelings can be a gateway to conversation. How do you open your participant to be more vulnerable through their art?
Through their art?
Yes. Or maybe through playback theater.
Well, in a playback, how can I say? In a playback, let's say performance, there's an arc, right? Like it begins with something, and then we can stop sharing maybe the screen. So let's say you begin slowly because you have to build trust. Trust doesn't happen like this. And so the stories in the beginning saying, how are you? Somebody saying, I'm fine, is not very risky, right? If we can meet, I am fine, with something where the other person feels validated and heard, where like if I'm fine, and the other person goes, yeah, that is exactly like, yes, that thing that says yes makes it so that there's more trust in the container, right? And then somebody else can say, well, this thing happened where I wanted to be on time, and then my watch, I don't know, it happened, and then I was late. It was terrible. Bon, if we can say, let's watch, and then the 4 people will play, I am late, it was terrible, tout ça, and then we go back and we say, so how was that? Yeah, there's some of it that was right, but I mean, I didn't see like the real desperation, because I really had to be there, right? And so we can ask, so is it like there was like desperation and anger? Yes, exactly. There was like frustration. You want to see it again? Yes. Okay, so let's see it again. And then we play, you know, that idea of, oh, it was terrible, it was, and then the frustration. If we meet this person emotionally, then there's something that happens in the whole space for everyone. It goes, okay, then the container becomes more, and it's like this, it's a give and it's a dialectic, right? Like this. And if we meet each other on this sort of, there's Peggy Phelan who writes about the rickety bridge, right? If we meet each other, the person risks something and we risk something in interpretation. And if we can meet enough, then the stories are going to become more and more and more and more vulnerable. People are going to feel like, okay, this is a safe space, I can say more. And since there's a theme, right, the group has invited us to talk about a theme, we have prepared ourselves in relation to that theme. And so we will touch that theme. People will touch that theme because that is why they came. But the level of risk that people are willing to do is going to depend on the way that we have been able to meet people, yeah? And the trust we have developed.
So how do you situate mental health in this conversation?
So we, in many ways, we had, there were a lot of therapists in the group, but we weren't only therapists. We were therapists, artists, educators, and everybody came. So you've seen the stories. You've seen the pictures. We weren't all Rwandan. Like, I think I was the only Rwandan there. But we had people from China, from Vietnam, from Pakistan, from so Holocaust survivor generation. So people were related to that question of war or genocide, or the way organized violence touches people's families and lives, right? And so these were the people who we were as an ensemble. We were a microcosm of this larger project, right? And so, sorry, I went on a tangent. What was the question? Yeah, mental health. So mental health, we didn't want it to be therapy. We really fought for it not to be therapy, because what therapy does is that, or at least how we interpreted it, was that therapy means that you as an individual, with everything that happened to you, find yourself in a one-on-one situation with someone, having to work it through. When what happened is a huge thing where so many people were touched by it. And so why shouldn't this work, this emotional labor, be shared and normalized with each other, right? When you see how many people were touched and in how many different ways, you're no longer isolated in the way violence can isolate you, you know? And so this idea of, I think it was a holistic, you know, the life story, everybody has a life, everybody has a story, right? The idea of community, because we're not so much individuals, we're also very much family and community people, right? There was that idea, the idea of integration, right? Like synthesizing over time, trust building. This relationality is very, very, very important. So mental health as a communal, the individual within a context of history, of geography, of family, of all these different axes going through them, but the story is carried within the individual, and it's one story or one fragment of the story at a time, right? And this fragment of the story is then being held in a larger container and resonates with other fragments of other stories that we all hold. Yeah.
Yes, thank you. And I have been having this question that is really challenging for me to answer. Always, even in my work, this is also part of my journey, how it's so easy somehow and so simple to rebuild the buildings, the infrastructures and everything, but how do you rebuild a human being? Can you help me with that question?
Yes, I don't rebuild. You know what I mean? Like we can never go back, right? And so to me, it's about how do we build from where we are? And what can we build? What are the possibilities that we can envisage? And sometimes when we're weighed down, we can't see a lot. But then if we can, you know, if we can hold ourselves and hold each other and also see, you know, like for example, I'll bring it back to this playback thing. You say something as a teller, one person says something, and you'll have 4 or 6 people reflecting it back to you. It means that there is 4 or 6 different interpretation of this one thing. So what you carry as one thing is given back to you in many different ways. And then you can, it opens up something, it opens possibility, right? And so that is one thing. There's when you sort of start, you can imagine possibility. And I think that when we are in conditions for healing and appeasement, right? When there's not too many other stressors that I think that there's still something inside that is going to want to heal. And if you support that thing, then it will go forward. I was thinking about, I had another thought. I go like this and then I'm like, wait, what is the other thought? The other thought that I was having was like, pain is very specific, right? In our when we're hurting about something, it's not something random. It's something very specific. And like, let's say we're talking about genocide. It's like an event. It touched so many people in so many different ways, but how did it hurt specifically you? And so it will have hurt in many ways, but there's one thing that is right now bothering you. It's right now. And so if we manage to touch this one thing, can we, you know, it's like a bump, or can we appease this one thing? And then what happens when this sort of gets appeased? Then there's something else that's going to come up. Is it going to be as harsh, or is it going to be something that has a bit more space, right? More, is it looser? Does it allow for more movement, right? Because that is what healing, or to me is it's not an abstract, right? Like it's something where there's movement again, where there's healing again, where there's life again, where there's possibility again. And you start wherever you are. And then what is possible becomes visible as you go, right?
I have another question from Ananda Breed.
Oh my goodness, hello.
Yeah. And say thank you, Lisa and Kiki. What do you do if the individual or audience is not able to hold the story? If the story or trauma triggers deep memories that cannot be processed within the time span of the performance or workshop, are there ethical or safety issues in this regard? You can see the question in the Q&A.
If I start looking at the questions, I won't be able to contribute at the same time.
Okay.
But of course, there are ethical considerations. Of course, it's a very I remember in one performance, for example, a person, we talk about story as though we have words for everything. We don't, right? There is times we don't have words for everything, c'est pas vrai. And so when the person was trying to say something, right, was trying to share something, and there's a lot of charge to it, right? It's not you don't understand you can't make sense of what it is that is being given, but it's charged. And so this charge is felt by everyone, right? And so when I was the conductor, I was trying to come closer. And so this sort of trying to get it out, trying to understand, failing creates anxiety that is felt all around, right? You make choices everyone, it's like in life, right? You make choices. So if we're talking about, as I said in the beginning, working in conditions, and there have to be conditions that have to be met for this to even start, right? But if we're working within this, then we're making choices, just like in an event that happens in real life, right? Do we disintegrate, right? And everybody has a piece of it. We're a community together, right? So back then I chose to concentrate on the individual, and the people in my group were holding the audience, because the audience was starting to decompose, right? Like, what's going on, right? And I followed the person outside, right? And I took the time. And then when I came back, I said, okay, we're not going to pretend like we're not feeling, like we're not working with difficult things. We're working with difficult, there's lots of emotion. Of course there is, right? Okay, so let's be with that, right? It could have gone sideways. I was there it was a live-in situation for over several days. And so I was there in the evening to speak with people, in the morning to speak with people, that time in that context was like that, right? And so we had the time and the possibility to do this. It's not like if you are there and then the person, you stay there for 2 hours, you have a performance, you leave, and then the person is stuck with this thing that they opened up and they don't know where to go, right? I think there are different things to be thought of ahead of time and contextually with every time you do this, because of course, you can't go in and just, open things up as we want to. The alternative is also, I think, not a possibility, because there's a lot of energy, really important energy, that is spent suppressing and silencing what we have inside. If we can't live, that is also huge loss for us as individuals, as families, as a community. And so I think these things have to be weighed carefully, but I think it's worth it.
Thank you, Lisa. Another question is, talk therapy and associated arts best done in the first language, like for example in Rwanda?
It's just like with this idea of reconstruct. For me, I start where I am. Like I was born in Rwanda. I don't speak Kinyarwanda yet. It's coming, but I think there are many in that situation who speak it somewhat, not maybe not as. I think there are different environments, right? Like if you go inside like I was here, I was working with people here, the community here, right? Then if when I went last summer, I came to Rwanda last summer, and we did like a little tiny bit with Odile. We went to a group of the Never Again Rwanda folks. We did just a little bit, like a tiny bit, right? And I don't speak Kinyarwanda, but she does, and they do, and so obviously it's not going to be a perfect situation, but I don't know any perfect situations, right? So we're going to do what we can with what we have, and we're going to this is how we've gotten from there to here, right? And this is how we're going to get from here to there, from strength to strength to strength. And we don't have to rush, but I think it's worth doing.
That's a beautiful conclusion. Yes, I feel like this space of healing and commemoration and mental health, this is whatever we are trying to do, this is the only space where I feel also safe to fail. Because I need time to, every time I fail, I just try again and again and again, and with the hope that sometime, somewhere, something will trigger, will open up. Yeah. But it really takes time.
It takes a lot.
And it's really great that you have been doing this for the last 16 years.
Yeah, longer. Like I think the what is interesting is that you have to find the spaces. What I love about this conference is there aren't that many spaces yet where you can think about these things, these art, mental health, to think about things differently and adapt it to the situation rather than. That is what I love about the university, this idea of the global health equity. I find that I am so grateful that it exists in that way. And I'm so happy that we have these spaces to stretch and invent the possibilities that we need to get through what we need to get through.
Maybe my last question will be: do you think that's the answers for the healing, or I don't know why I keep talking about rebuilding the human being, but or repairing the human being? Are the tools exclusively or mainly artistic?
Is it mainly artistic? I think therapy is art and science, right? Like it's not like it's. Is it mainly? I found that the creativity with there's inherently this idea of possibilities of inventing of working with limits as constraint and as possibility, right? Like the creative constraint is something really interesting, right? Like art as a person taking decisions, right? Like I choose this. Why do I choose this, right? I could choose that, right? There, that possibility, that I find that there's a lot of know-how in art, in that is useful in this space of not knowing, because you don't know ahead of time, and you have to, okay, so this is a square, or no, a rectangle. Okay, you can go there, but if I go here, there's the material. It works like this, but if you go like this, it's gonna break. There's a posture, an attitude that is really useful in the arts. and nourishing. I find the expressing, the sharing. I found it really, really, I needed it because I think also even to be working with these really difficult realities. I find that beauty, I mean, art is not always beauty, but I find that beauty helps contain difficulty very, very well. I like it. I needed it. I couldn't have done it otherwise.
Mm-hmm.
But I mean, I like neuroscience too. I mean, I like.
Okay, thank you, Lisa.
It was so much
I think,
fun.
yes, we are at the end of our conversation.
Yes.
Yes, thank you for your time, and then maybe we should.
Yeah, thank you.
Is
so
there
much.
anything you would like to stress on before?
No, I've been talking for a long
time. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
And bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Is it transition? Very much to our panel conversation. So therapy is art and science combined, we just heard. I'm very much tempted to summarize this conversation, but I'm going to refrain from that because it's intimately linked to the conversation that you're going to be having next. But it was very much heartwarming to hear that this festival feels like a safe space to fail, but also healing doesn't have to be perfect. So allow me, ladies and gentlemen, to introduce our next conversation, which is a session around building mental health system in the Rwandan context. We are going to be exploring it through the lenses of the role of culture and language. So the session explores perceptions and attitudes regarding mental health therapy in Rwanda through the lenses of local therapists and Rwandans from varying age groups and backgrounds. It will be introduced by Jade. So Jade Umwari is a blogger, poet, and mental health advocate. She's currently studying writing at Savannah College of Art and Design in the US. In 2016, she started a blog where she explored topics that particularly reflected experiences from her generation, the millennials, and that was her passion. She has touched on topics such as mental health, loss, parenting, relationship, and much more. Her writing stemmed from the need to be a voice that spoke about how important those feelings and realities are, especially for the young people. Using poetry as a way to express the relationships between self and disorders such as depression and anxiety is what has tried to do. It's what she has tried to do consistently. She also focuses on unlearning and learning on oneself in order to unleash the best versions of self, which she herself is still a student to. Umwari hopes to share what she has learned. Thank you very much, and over to you.
Hello everyone, my name is Sukaina Habiballah. I am a poet and novelist from Morocco. It's been a pleasure being a part of the second edition of Hamwe Festival. This festival offers a rare opportunity to connect science and art and extend this bridge between thinkers and researchers and artists. I believe that's what art and science needs nowadays. I would like you also to take a part of a workshop where I had the opportunity to listen to thinkers and researchers and artists and activists from all over the world and interact with them. Those rich conversations inspired me to write a poem, which I will perform on Sunday with others artists. Make sure to not miss the events of this festival. I believe they could be of a great benefit to everyone, and especially to people who are interested in the topic of the global mental health, and also to the colonial legacies in the global mental health. So see you soon. Hello, everyone.
All right. Hello, everybody, and welcome to this session. I'm very excited to be on this wonderful panel, moderating it with Dr. Eugene, Ms. Laure, and Chast. All of them have such wonderful insights into the cultural and language of Rwanda. I want to introduce us to a video that we're going to be playing next, which will help us introduce this topic in a better way. It's a video that was asked to women and men of Rwanda. They were asked several questions in regards to the topic that we've been discussing for the past few days. It is based on mental health and how it can be approached in therapy and what it means to Rwandese people in this country.
Mbyumva kugira ubuzima bwiza bwo mu mutwe, yumva ari ukugira ibitekerezo bizima, nta n'uburwayi ufite bwo mu mutwe, no gukora ibintu bizima abantu babona uko mbyumva ngewe. Kugira ubuzima bwo mu mutwe yumva ari ikintu cy'ingenzi, kuko nta kintu wakora udafite ubuzima bwiza bwo mu mutwe. Ubuzima buzima nyine buzira umuze numva ari ikintu cy'ingenzi, yaba mu mikoreshereze tugira muri iki gihugu, yaba guhinga ntiwahinga udafite ubuzima, yaba gucuruza ntiwacuruza udafite ubuzima, yaba se kuba uri umuyobozi ntiwayobora udafite ubuzima. Noneho by'umwihariko bwo mu mutwe ni ingingo ikomeye cyane. Nari ngiye kuvuga ngo umuntu ntawe yaba atandukanye n'irobo, ariko irobo nsigaye mbona nayo ikora ibintu byinshi muri iki gihe by'ikoranabuhanga. Ubwo rero umuntu udafite ubuzima bwo mu mutwe ntacyo aba ari cyo.
Bisobanuye kuba umuntu yumva ari muzima, nta kibazo afite mu mutwe, afite amarangamutima mazima, afite ibyumviro bizima, ndetse ashobora no gusabana n'abandi neza.
Njye numva ni igihe wumva muri wowe mu mutwe wawe nta kibazo wumva ufite, mu gihe wumva utekereza neza, ibyo ukora ukabikora ku murongo, wumva na stress ufite.
Kugira ubuzima bwo mu mutwe buzira umuze kuri jyewe icyo bisobanuye ni ukuba uri umuntu udafite ikibazo, ni ukuba ushobora kubana n'abandi neza muri sosiyete, ni ukuba wumva uri tayari mu mutwe niko njye mbyumva.
Ukuntu mbyumva kugira ubuzima bwiza bwo mu mutwe, ukuntu mbyumva ni nka kwa kundi ushobora kuba nta kibazo ufite, utekereza neza, nyine wumva nyine umeze neza, nuko nyine mbitekereza nuko mbyumva.
Ntakigeze tubona bibaye ngombwa, numva nta kibazo cyantera twabonana. Ntabwo twigeze tubonana umuganga w'inzobere ubuzima bwo mu mutwe, keretse umujyanama usanzwe ndibuka yanganiriza ku by'igituntu, nari mfite inkorora, njya kwisuzumisha ku mujyanama w'ubuzima, ambaza niba iyo nkorora nyuma y'ibyumweru 2, tubiganiraho ndangira inzira nacamo kugira ngo basuzumire ko ari igituntu. Ni urwo rwego.
Kugeza ubu ngubu njyewe ntabwo ndabonana n'umujyanama wo mu mutwe, kuko ntabwo ndagira ikibazo cyatuma njya kumureba, ariko bibaye ngombwa mu gihe numva meze neza aba ari itegeko ko njya kumureba.
Ntawe ndagira amahirwe yo kubonana nawe, ariko ku bwanjye numva ese nabonana nawe nta kibazo.
Ntabwo turabonana, ariko biramutse bibaye ngombwa nabonana nawe.
Twigeze kubonana, yego. Inshuti yanjye yari ifite ibibazo, arabyigumanamo akabinganiriza, mwumvisha ko akwiye kujya kureba inzobere y'ubuzima bwo mu mutwe kugira ngo abimuganirize amufashe, ariko nkabona arabitinya. Byansabye ko nsanga umujyanama hari ku bitaro, nsanga inzobere mu buzima bwo mu mutwe, ndamuganirira, mubwira ikibazo inshuti yanjye ifite, bityo ngira inama bituma njya kumufasha.
Njyewe mbona ku giti cyanjye, mbona nta mpungenge zijyanye n'umuco banduza kuba twavugana nawe, numva ntacyo bibaye ngombwa. Numva nta mbogamizi yaboneka kuri njye yatuma ntagana umujyanama w'ubuzima, ntayo rwose. Numva ahubwo ibihe byose namugana kugira ngo ndusheho kumenya ubuzima bwanjye uko buteye.
Umuco nyarwanda akenshi abantu ntabwo bakunda kwifungura, ntibakunda kuvuga ibibazo byabo, buri gihe yumva yakwibikamo kubera gutinya ko ibyo bibazo bye byajya hanze, kubera kuburira icyizere uwabibwiye akumva ashobora kuzabisohora, bityo bigakwira hose. Ibyo rero bigatera ingaruka y'uko abyigumishamo, bigatuma nawe umujyanama w'ubuzima atamusanga amwirekureho, mbese amufashe icyo kibazo.
Imbogamizi zishingiye ku muco, twebwe nk'abanyarwanda akenshi ntabwo dufitemo culture yo kumva ko twakora ikintu mbere y'uko kiba. Urabona mu muco w'abanyarwanda nk'uko namaze kubivuga, ntabwo bumva ko nyine kugira ngo ukore ikintu ari uko kiba kimaze kuba, warangiza ubundi ukajya gukora, ukabona kujya kugikemura. So ni kumva yaba imbogamizi nyine.
Urabona nko mu muco nyarwanda, sinzi ko navuga, hari ukuntu navuga nko kutisanzura, ukumva uratinye, ugize nk'ikintu ukavuga ndakigumanye, sinshaka kugira ngo bacyumve, sinshaka kugira ngo umuntu amenye mfite ikibazo runaka, kuko igihe bashobora kugufata ko wenda uri umusazi, kandi mu by'ukuri atari ubusazi, ari ikibazo wagize runaka kindi.
Nko mu muco nyarwanda, kera habayeho kujya umuntu yitinya, ninjya kwa muganga wenda baravuga ko mfite ikibazo cyo mu mutwe, ariko aka kanya ntabwo ariko mbyumva. Aka kanya numva yuko kubonana n'inzobere mu bijyanye n'ubuzima bwo mu mutwe byamfasha cyane, kuko biramfasha kumenya niba mfite ikibazo hakiri kare bakagikurikirana, ikindi bikamfasha kwimenya uko ndi kano kanya.
I hope everyone could understand and see the video well. I would like to introduce my panelists so that everyone gets to know them. On my right, we have Dr. Eugene, and he is the Associate Professor of Clinical Psychology and Psychotherapies. And right next to him, we have Laure, who is the founder and global coordinator of Sana Initiative. And on my last panelist is Shast, who is the national coordinator for Rwandan-based NGO named Uyisenga ni Imanzi. On this panel, we're going to be having questions, and these are for the different backgrounds, and we're going to explore ways in which we can improve and approach the different people in Rwanda. My first question is going to go to Laure. And it is, as the founder of Sana Initiative, could you speak to us about the challenges you faced creating this organization? Which challenges were due to cultural factors and which ones were caused by other factors?
Thank you, Jade. I would say that Sana is an organization that has a mission to break a stigma and raise awareness around mental health issues, but also reframe how therapy is perceived in our culture and hopefully on the continent at large. Now, when you talk about the cultural challenges that we faced, it's important to first understand that Rwandans have gone through a lot. We are a population and a country that has gone through a lot. Now, when you are asking someone who has been wounded so much to look back and observe intently their wound in order to heal from it, it takes a lot of courage. It takes a lot of, it's not everyone who's going to be willing to do that, because after everything that has been happening, that has happened, with the resilience of Rwandans, the focus is more and was more on let's rebuild, let's focus on other things. Now, looking back to the wound can be very, very challenging. On top of that, you have to also understand that in our culture, we have, even in the proverbs that we use, right? We have this belief that we deal with our own things on our own, right? Rwandans are the kind of people who, we're the kind of people who will talk about issues in the community in terms of, in order to solve them. But when it comes on talking about our own pain, we usually don't go there. And we even have proverbs and sayings in our language, Nyarwanda, where we use things like amarira y'umugabo atemba ajya mu nda, right? Agahinda k'inkoko kamenywa n'inkike yatoyemo. So we're the kind of people that, and even the lady in the video mentioned it, we don't necessarily go out there and talk about our pain, right? And speaking of talking about the pain, there's also another factor. We are a population, a people whose social fabric has lost the sense of trust. Now, even if I wanted to talk about my own pain, sometimes I wonder, who am I going to tell, right? Who can I trust enough to be able to tell them what's going on in my own life, right? So the challenge culturally was in terms of like those three combined things, but also the generational gap. As a young person who started this organization, looking back and thinking, the things that I observe, the things that I see as a young person, the way I perceive mental health today is not the same way a 50 years old is going to perceive it, right? I'm glad we're talking about language and culture. The generational gap also was palpable, is still palpable. However, the good thing is now the world has become like a village, you know? I don't have to travel to the US or to Australia to get to know how they're evolving and developing in terms of understanding mental health and breaking the stigmas and raising the awareness around that topic, right? So however much it's been challenging, there's also been a lot of good things that have happened in terms of starting these conversations and making sure that slowly but surely, the same way we've been developing the country economically and in other areas slowly, surely, and steadily, we're also working on the mental health part of things, and I'm sure we're gonna get there.
Thank you so much for that. I'd like to go to Dr. Eugene. Given Rwanda's recent traumatic history, I mean, as Laure talked about previously, do you think there's a greater inbuilt understanding for mental health issues within our culture? And have you seen a shift in how people perceive mental health issues and in associated language after the 1994 genocide against the Tutsis?
Well, it's a really a good question, and we need to, to try to understand from the beginning. When we look at and when we talk about mental health, that time, we really made a long, long way. We are used to refer to two times. One is before 1994 genocide and after 1994 genocide. Because, with the genocide, it's like after genocide, everything was destroyed, mistrust. Culturally, we are the people who are not really trust each other. Sometimes I'm not sure that's what testimony, what I'm going to talk to you, it's gonna stay between you and me. And when genocide came, that was horrible to see how people, the cohesion of the whole society was destroyed. And before 1994, when we talk about mental health, it's like they were nothing. They were nothing. Only Ndera Psychiatric Hospital, you are getting crazy, you go to Ndera. And people really, you do understand how people were really stigmatized. If you are there, if you are going to Ndera Hospital, it's finished for you. Even you recover and you come back to the society. That was all the time they are seeing you, someone who gets psychological disorder. So in terms of resources, in terms of professionals in mental health, in terms of concepts to really talk about mental health, we didn't have. So straight after genocide 1994, we were like, that was like anesthesia of everyone. We were in kind of darkness for everyone, and we didn't know what to do, how to do it, how to face it. And it's usual, I do remember the first time I came from Burundi, that was in 1997, and WHO sent a kind of manual to say, you are going to get different psychological disorders. So go there, expert from WHO, and then you are going to meet people, some people starting in mental health. You keep in touch with them. You try to see how to do with this manual. We were around 10 people, and we start to think about mental health through this kind of manual made in Europe, taking different concepts from Europe, Western countries, and then to start to think how to teach people and how to get people and to talk about mental health. That was the beginning, and we start by translating the manual. We start by going, meeting in the whole country, teachers, to say, if we need people understand this kind of problems, we have to pass through those opinion readers like teachers, religious, etc., etc. That's what the first time we start to say. That was around 1997, 8. And then the problem was to say, when we talk about symptoms, what we really talk about. And the question was to say, if you are talking about PTSD, what does it mean to me, to you? Trauma, what does it mean? And then we start to looking for some concept in Kinyarwanda, like ihungabana. That was the first time we used the concept to talk about trauma. Ihungabana and ihahamuka. We tried to get some concept, but that was not really, people were not really, that was a kind of contradiction from different associations. That's, but now we can really define trauma in Kinyarwanda and try to come back to the specific symptoms related to the trauma. That's what the way we made. And other challenge was like, in time of trainings and in time of resources, we didn't get anyone. And they said, they sent 2 people, Rwandans. We come back to, to the culture. They said, if we need Rwandans get about mental disorder, let's send some Rwandans living in Europe. That was 2 psychotherapists from Belgium to start by teaching people, to start by reviewing manual, to start by, to show the first aid for those people. And, the government tried to, the first time they knew it's a kind of challenge, they create a center that's called Trauma Recovery Center. That was financed by UNICEF in collaboration with Ministry of Rehabilitation. But the mission was clear to say, you help children, only children because of UNICEF. And we found everything. If not, that was a crash because everyone was coming. Children, adults, everyone. And UNICEF said, no, we could not continue with you. That was the second challenge. And Ministry of Health start to, to take the leadership and to say, we take now, we have a division of mental health. Through ministry, we have the policy of mental health. We have, really different structures from the ministry level up to the community. That was really the improvement. And then in time of teaching and trainings, we create, the Department of Clinical Psychologists. Shasta is one to get a master's in clinical psychology and therapeutics, inspired from the culture. So they are getting different theories, but we try to involve something like ethnopsychiatry, how to understand mental illnesses in Rwandan context. So this is really a big improvement. In time of researchers and research, the first time I remember Harvard came, other Western universities came, 1995, no Rwandans, that was one, he was in Harvard, of course. And then they start to, to conduct different studies with vulnerable groups like Vega, like, you know, orphans, etc., etc. And today we can say we are so proud to see different Rwandan researchers doing the same work, trying to understand different questionnaires, to diagnosis and the treatment, and to adapt those questionnaires. So we really improved, and I'm so proud to be part of.
No, thank you so much. To be honest, listening to everything that you've said and how far the country has come in terms of addressing mental health, even with all of the challenges, it seems that we always seem to pick ourselves back up and address the issues that always affect our people. So thank you very much for that. That was very insightful. I'd now like to go to Shast. And you've completed various research projects on the topic of mental health, rehabilitation, and healing. This was mentioned by Dr. Eugene, who is very happy to be working with you on so many things. And can you elaborate on what the research indicates is the role of the culture and language in tackling mental health issues?
Thank you very much. I will start with the quote from Alfred Adler. Alfred Adler is one of the famous psychology, Fred Time. He said, "We are experts of psychology and psychotherapy, but people are experts of their lives." That's how culture is very important. And I will say that culture itself is identity, and you can never tackle mental health issue without going back to personal identity. One of the issue in my work, in my researches, I found is that people are expert. They know their problems, and even sometimes they know how to name them. They know they are the only ones who see their pain, their suffering, because most of the time the emotional, the feeling pains, there is no laboratory which can really see those kind of pains. So the only person is the one who is seeing. So culture is very important, and those pain are named culturally. Sometimes we say we do not have languages, and we do not have words, we do not have names. But me, I say, absolutely we have. But the biggest thing you want, which we cannot be possible, is trying to translate feeling names from a culture to another culture. We want to translate what Western feeling pains, Western emotional behavioral pains have already named in their languages, and we want to translate in Kinyarwanda and in our context. That's most, sometimes I say, the impossibility we have to name in our culture. So diagnostic itself, it has to be based on a culture. Because when you are hearing even a patient themselves and the names, the recent research I'm conducting, I found around 80 experiences of people where among them they say it's a kind of darkness. While it may be an Occidental person would say it's a depression. He would say it's a confusion. while he will say it's anxiety. He will say it's like emptiness. Another will say like that. So culture is very important to understand a person and to make a pain understandable by both a therapist and a person, because the meaning, even from psychoanalytic perspective, one of the objectives of psychotherapeutic orientation is finding this emotional insight, this emotional meaning, and the emotional meaning can never be found if you cannot consider a culture. The other thing very important I found is that most of the time we like, as I say, we want to import names, but sometimes also we want to import tools. But we have also tools. That is what I realized, that culture, in every culture, they have tools and practices. And those practices we were discussing outside when we were discussing about rituals and the other tools and practices, which are very important in either even in the diagnostic process and even in the treatment process. And I found that when you focus on those Occidental culture, you are stuck just in the diagnostic. You just use those different checklists which have been standardized, and when you find depression and so what, and what next? But if you go to culture, you will find really good tools, and I like to say psychological language and psychopathological language. When you see culturally, Lord was mentioning a very good proverbs. It's a metaphorical language, and you will never understand a metaphorical language when you are not in that culture. That's how culture is very, very important. And when you are going even to treat, sometimes you use metaphorical tools, and those metaphorical tools can only be found in culture. That's a little bit how I found that how culture is rich, and even when we were just following the film, I'm initiating another project called the MAP, Mobile Arts for Peace, where even when we are defining mental health, sometimes we just go to those Occidental definition, but people, they can even define. And those definitions are more important that maybe the definition we are getting from DSM or from any psychopathological language, but a definition from local for a culture, of a mental health problem, or a mental health disorder, of a psychotherapy, of a tools that is more helpful in the healing process. That is how, in summary, I can say how culture is very, very important. And finally, just to finish, I will say that in the therapeutic process, I was following the previous session where they end up saying that therapy is at the same time arts, creation, and science. Me, I will say that therapeutic, every culture, every country should have its own psychotherapeutic style, of course, basing on one or many psychotherapeutic theoretical perspectives. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that. I think I'd like to go back to what you said in the beginning of answering your question, and that is to know who you are, you need to go back to who you've been. And in your answering, it opens it up to say that culture affects you in ways that you will not know. We all grow up in very many different metaphorical things that we're given for solutions. And if you have a problem, you come to someone close to you, and the culture is the backbone for a lot of who you are, how you're raised, how you're going to go into the world, the culture of your place, your people, your home. So to know that language plays so much into that, I just wanted to reiterate that. Thank you so much for that. Let's go back to Laure, and the second question I have for you is, your work is highly focused on challenging the traditional perspectives on mental health. What have you found to be the most effective way to do this without alienating individuals that are more conservative, but while ensuring that this important message is delivered?
Yeah, thank you, Jade. I'd like to begin by saying that human beings, the one thing that, among other things, the one thing that we share is we are conversational people. And the other thing, like Shas mentioned it around identity, is that every single one of us is at the quest of belonging. And we belong to an identity, we belong to a culture, we belong to a country, we belong to the world, right? And sometimes, even more important, we belong to each other. And when you talk about when we talk about the generational gap or the bridge between the generations, it's good to understand that we even have a saying in our proverbs. Again, I'll go back to the proverbs that we use in our language. Utaganiriye na se ntamenye icyo sekuru yasize avuze, which somehow translates to, if you don't talk to your father, you will not know what your grandfather said before he passed, or something around those lines. Now, heritage, thank you. Now, what we figured was the right way to approach such a topic that is surrounded by a lot of stigma, again, understanding that people stigmatize things they don't understand, or people stigmatize things they're afraid of, or people stigmatize things they're not entirely familiar with. So we realized the best way was not to tell people, hey, it's better that you go seek help, but rather start with a conversation, right? We made sure that this topic is out there in the public. Let's talk about this. Let's make sure, with the help of different practitioners, with the help of different, again, generations, let's sit across the table. Let's have public talks. Let's have conversations in schools. Let's go to the workplace and see, if you have a workplace that has people of different ages, how do they cope together? How do they belong to each other? What kind of language do they use in terms of understanding what mental health is? So the most effective way for us to approach this topic, we figured, was going to be conversation. And then we started with that. We created platforms with the help of different practitioners. We held different public talks, free of charge for everyone to come and actually discuss this topic. We also have to understand that, like Shast was mentioning, our language has a lot of nuance, right? For example, when we're talking in English, for example, and I ask you how you're doing, your answer is going to be, I'm okay, or not so good, right? Or I'm not fine, right? When we talk about, if I ask you the same question in our mother tongue, Ikinyarwanda, there's some people you're going to ask, Muraho, for example, and then they respond to you, they tell you, Yewe, ndabona bucya bukira. They haven't told you if they're okay or if they're not okay, but from what you're observing, for example, you'll be able to tell, oh, this is what they mean, right? So education Psychoeducation, again, back to what we did, creating conversations, focusing a lot on psychoeducation without necessarily being prescriptive and saying this is what you have to do. This is according to all the researches that were done or that have been done on other continents. We figured, let's talk about this even in our own language. Yeah, let's figure out, when I say A, what do I really mean? What is the nuances in our culture? And even for the people who are treating, the practitioners, I'm sure if practitioners were to just follow the checklist, the diagnosis checklist, they will be facing a lot of more challenges. But it's the nuance in the language, it's the focus on educating each other because we belong to each other. Yeah.
Thank you so much for that addition. It really blends well with what Shast had to say about countries should have their own systems of diagnosing mental health issues because of the language and the contexts in which we even use our body language that people don't put into perspective about the communication styles that we're putting out there. It's the way we talk, the way we lean towards a word we're saying, and this can be picked up if it's studied particularly in your culture and your country.
And by different people in different generations. If they sit together across the table, it's easy to now say, hey, back in the days, this is how we perceived this topic. Now, for you who are young today, this is how you perceive it, but it's not entirely different. We were just facing different kind of issues and different kind of struggles and in a different kind of understanding.
I think this is to go back to the conversation we were all having before about the different concepts and ways people lived before us, even before all of us on this panel, and why they lived the way they lived. There were the reasons behind it, but there was also a lot of support in regards to the way people did live. I think I'd like to move on to Dr. Eugene. And my question for you is, you've worked with various local and international NGOs in Rwanda. What is the role of NGOs in challenging negative cultural perceptions of mental health? And how can they work cooperatively with the government and community leaders to make this a reality?
Well, I would like to, you allow me to start by a bit to talk about the language. The language, when, as you said, when we're talking about the language, it's not really the language like tongue. It's a kind of, you are going to express your emotions. You are going to, to express your feelings. If the kind of, you are breathing, I know the state you are, the mood you are living up today or to present. So if, the kind of attitudes, the kind non-verbal way is a kind of language. And in Rwandan context, it's a rich country, rich people, in kind of expression, even if you go in, some good events like, you are going to get in marriage with the kind of to say yes or no, you are going to take your knee and then you say yes. This is from Western countries, but you are going to accept, but I need to capture, to know how Rwandan girls are saying yes, even in disorders, it's the same. So the language is not really to say, I'm speaking to you. Just I need to get everything from you, from the way you are seeing me, the way you are reacting, the way you are. So in Rwandan context, in psychotherapy, we need to understand that if you are coming from, Western countries, that's gonna be hard to you to get everything. So, okay, let me come back to your question. The question, when I look at those NGOs, local and international, they really did a great job. You know, civil society helped a lot the government of Rwanda. They have taken the leadership. And let me give you some examples. Let's say, you know, when we talk about trauma, trauma is issue of disconnection. You are disconnected I'm disconnected to you and to the community as well. The way we are going to do and to help you is to, you know, to reconnect the patient. And I guess those associations, let's say, for example, Avega, ARG, Ibuka, they realized that they are going to die. They were isolated after 1994. You are in your side, but it's like you are dying, you are disconnected. They said, we have to get together. That was the first important decision they have taken, to get in association and then looking people to help them. We stay together, we fight together. That was the logic behind. And if we take, for example, how those young people at university, ARG, they were supporting each other, for example, that was very interesting. So in spite from the culture, all the time, if we are facing an issue, we're facing together. We get together and we deal with these kind of problems. So that was very interesting. And then they get together and, you know, outside people, good people, they came to help them, but together. So that's what the first time we start to, you know, with some expert like I'm going to, you know, to support them, to supervise the team, but we're going to elaborate together. So one of the best setting was to create what we call therapeutic groups with specific rules, how we are going to interact in small groups, and then to try, you know, it's like we are helping each other. You help me, I help you. It's not, they said we could not get more professionals, and then we are going to use the same community. We are going to use those associations. That was a good idea to say, let's empower them, and then when they are getting strong, they are going to help each other. That was the therapeutic groups. Now, up to date, to present, we are in the whole country using this approach to make people together, homogeneous groups to talk, to interact. You said about, you know, I'm getting connection when I'm starting to come to you. And this kind of interaction is really useful when you are using it in the groups. So let's say, for example, if I take an example for international NGO like Handicap International, they have developed what we called community approach to make the society a healing society. I'm not going to, you know, looking more expert in psychology, in psychotherapy, but I need all people within the community to know and to fight about what you said. If you are responsible in the community, I'm taking you as one who is going to help other people with, you know, different problems. So that was very important to fight the stigmatization. The stigmatization, because when you are getting trauma, when you are getting mental disorders, you were stigmatizing the community. So we start to use the community, once again, to use those associations within the community, to use opinion leaders within the community, to use local authorities within the community. So each citizen is responsible to one another. This is a good approach, and I realize that we need, to increase those people through psychoeducation to take, the leadership within the community. Now we have, for example, different association, like, let's say, like Never Again with youth. They are going to the community and make together different, young people with different identities. I'm survivors, but you are children from genocide perpetrator, for example. We need to meet and to talk. What happened? Maybe I'm suffering in my side, you are suffering in your side. So the kind of organization go to the community, help the people to strengthen the community by talking and by to sit and talking. Another NGO like Prison Fellowship, for example, they are developing with other people what we call sociotherapy. Sociotherapy is just the same philosophy to go in the community, take the people, the same, this community, and to handle those kind of problems. So, and then the collaboration with, the government and division of mental health is very interesting, because at level of the district hospitals, we can get those professionals, and there is different meetings, and they meet to discuss to everything, and then to say, if you are going to, for example, if you are in Rwanda area, the second NGOs which is coming, I send it, let's say, in Kibungo to share and to allow those people to get more, helps. And I found that this is very important. The civil society is doing well, is doing good job. And I hope, and the collaboration is good, because the policy of mental health is good to say it's coming from the high level up to the community. So I hope, I'm not pessimist, I hope we really, we are doing a good job within the community, and we have to go far and to stay improving.
Thank you so much for that. I would like to add that to what Laure said and what Shasta said, it seems that for even it to work at a level of NGOs internationally, nationally, it seems that we all have to break down a level of shame within the conversations that we're having, and to show that you're not alone in the things that you're going through, that there are people before you, people who were before them, and people who are with you that are now going through still the same kind of things. So everything you've said is just, it keeps on adding to the conversation we had earlier, that when you have a problem, it becomes a problem of the family that you're in. That means your community comes to you and says, it's not all those Yubibazo, no, it is, how do we help you? How can we put a hand here? Please do not feel like it's just you that's going through it, because if you are hurting, then the community hurts as a whole, to know that you think you're alone. Thank you so much for that. I have one more question for Shast, and then we're going to continue to the audience's questions, of which thank you, audience, for watching. As a therapist who has led rehabilitation and trauma recovery programs, how detrimental is a negative perception of mental health illnesses for the health outcomes of the patients? How can we make this negative impact common knowledge in order to start tackling this problem?
Thank you very much. Yes, you are right. People with mental health problem are somehow marginalized. I like to say they're somehow named with the what I can call ridiculous or demeaning names, which push them to feel a little bit lost. I will propose just 5 points, just to tackle and to handle that issue. The first point is, first of all, dignifying people with mental health problem. How to dignify them? It's just finding those dignified names, local names, contextualized names, Rwanda names, which are dignified. The second point is just demystifying mental health therapy and mental health support. How to demystify it? It's just to make it simple. Psychotherapy is simple. It's not just something, how can I call it? But just we have to demystify it, and so that we can let people to come to see us. It's a normal thing. The third point, I want to, it's just to separate a person from a problem. How separating a person from a problem? Even traditionally, a mental health disorder was something which was coming from outside of a person. It's 2 different identities. There is a problem identity and there is a person. If you say this is a depressed person, what do you want? There is a depression and a person. That's so separating a person from a problem. That's goes to the next point, which is creating the new story. The new story, which is a story of capability and a story of skills, and coming from a story of vulnerability, the story of incapability of those people who have a mental health problem. And the last point, we have to learn. We professionals, we practitioners, we psychologists, we have to go back to our community and to learn from even patient and from even community. And this learning will help us to create new knowledge. And this adapted knowledge, this adapt practice, the practice which is coming from culture, from context, that is the 5th point I want to propose, which may help us maybe to dignify maybe one time people with mental health problem. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that point. Well, now we're going to move on to one more question from the audience, which is for all of you. And the question is, do you see problematic patterns of mental health by gender? In general, do males demonstrate pathological disorders differently than females? And are there also patterns that distinguish younger people from seniors, generation 1 and 2 post-genocide? Any of you can go first.
Let me start. They had the question, but you will start. Let me start with the last question. The generation and generation and generation. I like to categorize mental health problem after genocide in 3-4 categories. Just in 94, 95, people were in a situation where they were still in confusion, in denial. They were asking themselves, is it really the genocide really happened? Is it really happened? My family members really died. And when you continue 98, 2000, even up to 2005, it's where now it was really a deep, if I can see, a deep destabilization. Those who are living here in Rwanda, you remember when we were having trauma crisis, and you could see like all hospitals full of people, the whole school system of find people, more than 1,500 students are in emotional crisis. They were really deeply, if I can say, destabilized. And nowadays, we are starting to ask ourselves, what is happening in us? There is now the problem is starting to be really mental problems, and there is something now which is coming to us. You cannot sleep, you have a headache, you have those mental health symptoms, but you don't know what is happening. That is a generation which is coming from genocide and even before. And then the second generation, the younger people who are born after genocide, they are starting having what we call intergenerational trauma or intergenerational problems, while they are asking themselves, what really happened? What is happening? And they are also developing a kind of a phantasm of genocide. And they are phantasming, is it English? I don't know. But they have those phantasm of genocide, and then they are creating those problem. That is a little bit how I can talk on the last question. I cannot remember the two first question is.
The question was, do you see problematic patterns of mental health by gender? For example, in general, do males demonstrate pathological disorders differently than females, or the other way around?
I will come back a little bit on the culture. Female are females, male are males. They are different. They are different, and even in Kinyarwanda, you will see there are proverbs saying that amarira y'umugabo atemba ajya mu nda. Culturally, men in the Rwandan context, we are not allowed to cry outside. That's a little bit, but ladies, women, girls, they are allowed. But also, you will see in men developing other, if I can say, coping strategies. You will see so many young people, young men, young men now who are using drugs. They take another orientation of getting alcohol and drug just as a protection mechanism. Even when those who we are intervening in commemoration, since I have been a part of the team, national team who are intervening in commemoration, when you see the people who are having problems, you will see, because it's most of the time we receive those emotional crisis, you will see more ladies, like more than even 60% of people we receive are ladies, are girls and women. So there is some difference in manifestation, in the coping strategy, but I will say we are all human beings and we can all feel pain.
Thank you so much for that. I would just like to, before we wrap everything up, do you have any comments that you'd like to make before the session is over? Anything that you'd like to add on that you feel that you did not touch on? Just a thought, an afterthought, something that a piece of advice on culture and language within the Rwandan context.
All right. This is me. Well, I would say, you know, I don't like to come back to what said my friend Shas. That is true. Statistics are showing that during different commemoration period, we are more observing that girls, the number is consequence if you go from girls to the male, female, male. That's it's understandable because we know men in the Rwandan context, we have to stay strong. And I'm not sure, but they were saying that if you go to the Ndera Psychiatric Hospital, you are going to get more males. Maybe you stay, you are not showing this at that moment. You know, the kind of crying, it's a kind of expression. It's good for you. You are crying, it's a kind of, you know, expressing your emotions. Yeah, maybe if I stay, like people are used to say, we hide in the stomach. If you don't want the dog cheat what you are getting, just hide it in your stomach. And it's like a secret as well. The secret, or you are just hiding it in your stomach, and then you are getting trouble. You are going to show other symptoms showing that you are not, you know, you are in trouble. Yeah, this is one. The second comment is related to, you know, transgenerational trauma. The first generation, the second one. You know, there is a kind of ways, I will mention three. One is, you know, the kind of, I'm going to build my relationship with you. I'm parents, survivors, and you just came, you were very young, or my mother was pregnant that time, you didn't see. But, you know, theories are showing if you are in, in your, sorry? Yeah, if you are not, you know, you are stay before you birth, you are getting those feelings your mother is experiencing. So one of explanation was to say the kind of, I'm going to, you know, to educate my child. It's like sometimes you prefer to protect your children by not saying anything. You keep silence. When you keep silence, it means your child is going to, you know, to elaborate different scenarios you have experienced during the genocide. You are not saying it, but I'm living it. And you are living your side, this kind of, you know, silence. And in silence, I'm living the same experience. So this is a kind of transmission. Even you didn't speak, you are, you know, you are, it's like you are transmitting these kind of worries, you're kind of, during the commemoration, you are going to in your room and you close the door, you stay. Maybe, I don't know if you are crying or not. And in dining room, for example, but I'm saying, what is she doing? So this is one way. The second way, that's gonna be how you are going to, you will be maybe more aggressive because of, you know, you are getting trauma. You are aggressive when your child is asking the question, you are not responding, but you aggress the child. This is kind of transmission as well. And the third one is more scientists related to epigenetics transmission. Now we are sure, and we have conducted the kind of research to see how genetically you can transmit some genes to your child. And that time we are sure we can identify the type of gene, and it's not like genetic. Epigenetic is the environment which is going to change you. If you are in bad environment, you are going to change somehow some mutation in your body. This is 3 ways to, even you are the first generation and the second one, this is kind of transmission. Now we are conducting the study for the second generation. We will get more results very soon.
Thank you very much.
Mine is more of an encouragement. It's true that we live in a world where everything that we go through and everything that we do, the world is just full of a checklist. And to go back to what you were saying earlier, the checklist that boys growing up have to go through and the checklist that girls have to have can be different, especially now in our culture, different. However, I just want to encourage people and tell them to be intentional. Remember that life is in itself is a journey. Be intentional about your own mental health and respect someone else's journey. You know, be intentional about your own journey and respect someone else's journey. And it's important for people to remember to take care of themselves, remain brave, and always kind, because even though mental health, culture, language can be, we can find obstacles, but there's also hope that we can prevail and be better.
All right, I just want to thank each of my panelists for such a wonderful, wonderful conversation. Coming into this, I already knew it was going to be extremely insightful and important, just as this whole event has been. Thank you, Dr. Eugene. Thank you, Lo. Thank you, Shast. I think the message that's being passed on here in terms of culture and language is take the time to understand the culture that you come from. Take the time to understand the language emotionally, body language, and verbally. And it affects you more than you think you know, but all in all, it plays such a large part in your life and who you are. So do that research, get to know yourself, and thank you for being part of this conversation today. My name is Jade.
Our work started as we were exploring how creative industries could collaborate with health sectors, and we were also exploring the role of culture. Really, our mission is to create an enabling environment for art in health to exist, and also a learning environment from this initiative to benefit as much as possible from the perspective of artists and other creatives to solve global health problems.
The arts have a critical role to play. We need to incorporate the arts in the training of doctors and in the professional development of doctors, because we want to make sure that healthcare will remain a profoundly human relation. So yes, the arts have a very important role to play in medical education.
abahanzi abanyabugeni bashobora kudufasha muri sensibilisation, imyumvire ikazamuka, bashobora kudufasha gukumira ibyerekeye n'ihezwa, noneho abahanzi bashobora no kudufasha mu kuvura. Umuntu iyo afite ikibazo cyo mu mutwe aba akeneye guhumurizwa n'ubuhanzi. Rimwe na rimwe naganiriye n'abahanzi twari kumwe, kuko ntekereza ko ari ikintu gishya muri iki gihugu, ariko kumva ko hari abahanzi bashobora kwinjira muri sekita yacu kandi mu buryo buteguye neza twumvishe bidushimishije.
Basically, I'm telling my story as a person who suffered from depression. I want my work to talk to parents. As a parent, I know that when you suffer from depression, you hurt your kids. I know that there's some parents who hurt their kids without knowing. And then I just hope that with my work, some parents will be able to speak to their kids, so their kids will have like an opportunity to tell their parents how they feel about themselves.
My art is always a reflection of what I lived through, my experiences, and I always find that so relieving to know that my art helped me, and as a result, I'm also helping other people, and we're also, you know, sharing our different difficulties. And at the end of the day, talking about it is always a nice way to just let some of the stress go, some of the tension.
Ubugeni navuga ko ni ururimi rutuma abantu bumvikana. Umuntu aramutse yumvisha undi agatega undi ugutwi, ntekereza ko ntago twagira ibibazo nk'ibyo dufite kano kanya. Umuntu agaha umwanya undi mugenzi we akamutega amatwi. Niyo bitaba ari mu bugeni gusa, no mu buzima busanzwe.
For me, generally, the whole project has had an impact on me in the sense of trying to open up more to people and share what, you know, mental health is. It had never crossed my mind before. So this was more of a chance for me to share and open up with people that I believe are close to me, in a sense of closing a gap of not being stigmatized because of what I do or because of my behavior, which is very common with people who choose to take a career in art.
Good evening. Thank you very much for being part of Hamwe Festival. So as you know, this is the second edition of Hamwe Festival. We are already on day 4. Can't believe it, it went so fast. And our theme is mental health and social justice. We spent the last 4 days discussing about how arts, culture play a role, either in solving problems in those two fields or either in healing. Just before we go into this topic, I would like to thank our partners, which are the Wellcome Trust, the French Embassy, the French Institute, and Hangout. We thank very much for all these great supports that made this festival possible. I'm going to talk about Stigma, Power and Hopes, the project that we are discussing all through the days of the festival. We started with Krista Wase that discussed inclusion. We started yesterday with a very moving session with Alice Kaibanda, a photographer who documented the stage of depression and created a project that we can all relate to, a beautiful one. And today we have with a third artist. I'm going to ask him to introduce himself. Good evening, Moses. Do you want to say a few words about you before we watch the video documenting our experience together?
Thank you. My name is Moses Isabiriza. I am a multidisciplinary artist, but nowadays I'm fascinating using measure tape to create texture art. Yeah, and I'm free to express myself.
And that's great. So we're going to look at a video that is looking at Moses' take on stigma, power, and hopes.
It's connected to the politics, it's connected to the history, it's connected to the science. It's just connected to the life that we live every day. From the workshop, I've been exploring many things. Actually, I also keep doing my research. The more I explore, the more I talk to people, the more I got different ideas how I'm going to put it in my artworks or express myself in my artworks. In my artwork, there is also relation with what's happening around me, because talking like those people, like let me say like genocide survivor, or also the other people who has the mental disorder. So some of them, they are my friends, and some of them, they are my family members. We live in life with a combination of good things and bad things. So I didn't know my mom because my mom and my brother, they passed away in genocide. So just to grow up in that situation without your mom around you, without your brother around you, so it wasn't easy. It wasn't easy. But what's really helped me, because I started art at a very young age. So the art, it's really helped me just to hear myself. It's really helped me also to, it's empower me. So I started to see like, how can I create artwork, not only on me, talking about the story of me, also talking about the story of the other people through my art. A special thing that I learned, just for me, I learned that we have to make a room for the others. So here I'm talking about to understand others, to respect the choice of others, to connect and to have, how can I say, to treat the people who have mental illness without offending them. I was thinking like art is just to make pretty picture, but now I understand that art is connected to the life. Art, it's a way of life. It's a therapy we can use just to heal the people. We can use just as a medicine to other people. The measure tape material, for me, it's very deep. It's very deep because like my mama was a tailor, so it means like in when I was young, I was touching that material. So that material, it means a lot to me. It's like my time linear of my life. Even the concept of my artwork was about self-exploring or trying to understand the others from you. So that's why I chose to use this material. I try to describe many things, like, but especially stigma. And this tacos is, I'm trying to show like something that's going on in our minds. Yeah, when you have stigma, when discrimination, when like what's going on in your mind. So that's why I use these tacos in this part of the head. I created these artworks just to show like there's still hope you can do anything in this world. So, and this pink also means, it's also, for me, it means life, it means mental health itself. Yeah. Because when you have good mental health, you can, yeah, do different things. For me, I like green, because green for me, it shows like the identity. It shows the something natural. This green for me, it means power. It means power because power, it's something like when you're empowering yourself, you have to accept yourself. You have to have your identity. It have to come naturally. It doesn't have to come like out there. It's have to come within yourself. I want to reflect time and also what's going on here in Rwanda around us. So, because like many people, they have mental illness, but they don't even know that they have that mental illness. Even if sometimes they try to tell the people around them, they couldn't understand. Yeah, because we still have a long way to learn about mental illness. So for me, the message here is just the solution is within you. It started within you. We can use our culture through dancing, through singing, just to heal ourselves. And yeah, I believe art, it can just help to reconnect and to rebreathe, and also a therapy to someone who was struggling with the mental health.
Thank you very much. So I hope you enjoyed this video as much as at least I did. I didn't yet ask Moses. As you know, Stigma, Power and Hopes is a residency that we did with 4 Rwandan artists. Moses is one of them. The idea was to reflect on the different on the current situation in our country. We discussed with scientists and researchers and project implementers about what is mental health, what is stigma, and also what are the testimonies that have been collected by the people working directly with patients or that have been patients themselves. And those 4 artists interacted with these people that are generally staying behind the walls of the clinical facilities or of the academic world, just to see how we could work together on having all those experience and all this knowledge getting out of the university or the clinical facility. So now I'm going to ask you a bit about your experience before we go and discuss these beautiful pieces that you made. How was your experience with Stigma, Power and Hopes, this residency?
For me, from the start of the residency, I learned a lot about mental health. I learned a lot about the problem of mental health. Like we met with the different specialists, doctors, doctors who treat mental health, who help people who help people with mental health illness, and also we also made the how can I say it, like someone who give us his testimony how he been through a lot. He been suffering with mental health, and also how he told us how it wasn't easy for him. Even he started from his family. So I learned a lot, and that I get to the point I started to understand others. Honestly, that's where I understand what is a mental illness. Yeah, so for me as an artist also, I try to put everything that I learned from the workshop and try to combine with my arts and create something that can help the community, that can help the society, that can help the people around you. Yeah, so for me, what I say, it was a good experience, and yeah, I want to continue to learn more about mental illness, especially with the people around me, and yeah.
Thank you. And you mentioned the people around you. Did this experience generated conversations around you or for you?
I mean, to learn from people around me is like to have a conversation with them, and also if you have a conversation with them, it means like you understand them. As I said as I said before, it's like you have to make a room for the others. You have to make a room for the others to understand them, and also to understand them, and also to have a good conversation without offending them, and also respect their choices. Yes.
Yes. Okay, I'm going to change topics totally. Before we talk about your creations, I don't think it's the first time you use measuring tape, and that's something that we really liked about you. Do you want to talk a bit more about that? I remember, for example, in the video you mentioned that it will represent time and something like that. Do you want?
For me, I come up with this idea with measure tape because my mama was a tailor. My mom was a tailor, and when I was young, it's material that I touched every day, every single minute. So it's funny how like I touched it when I was young, kid, but it's funny how it's come back like this time because I started to use measure tape in January this year. For me, it's like my time linear. So if I take the measure tape, it have two sides. One side it's inches, and the other side it's centimeters. So for me, I take that side of inches as a side of hours, and that's the other side of centimeter, it's side of minutes. So it's helped me to just go back in time and also in the present, also look in the future. Also, it's really helped me to reflect like what's going on in that moment. When I created, I also like to combine different colors. For me, different colors, it's wash away the pain. It's just take away the pain. So that's why when I was working in the residency. That's why I chose to use measure tape because it's mean a lot to me, and I think also it can help the others because you can't give what you don't have. So you give what you have. So if I have love, I'm gonna invest love in other people. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you. Do you want to talk a few words to our audience about those two beautiful pieces? I think for that I will follow you. Which one do we start by?
So let's start from here.
Okay.
Actually, when I created this artwork, what I had in my mind was like, your pain is my pain. So it's I'm trying to show the self-stigma. Try to show the self-stigma, how like sometimes we destroy ourselves. Yeah, because like there's too much noise out there. Like, there's many people that if you follow the opinion of others, it's not easy. You end up with the self-stigma because you try to live in other people's world. So that's why I come up with this idea of self-stigma. And if I say self-stigma, it's because of PTSD, major depression, anxiety, different things. So you can see this upper part. I'm trying to create a figure, someone who sits, but look like he's or she's isolated himself or herself. And this part of head, I'm trying to show like what's going on in mind. Yeah, what's going on in mind, and show like mind itself, it's life, it's everything. Because if your mind doesn't go, there is something wrong with your mental health, it's gonna affect the whole body. Yes, yeah, that's why what I'm trying to show in this artwork. And this pink for me, it represents life. Yeah, in this artwork, it represents life. Yeah, I think that's all.
Thank you very much. It's beautiful.
Question about it?
Not so much, actually. I think you said it very well. It's represent about life, and I remember that in your video you said that green was a positive color for you. So I like that you used that for the mind. It's really beautiful. Thank you. Should we go to the next one?
Yeah. This one, it's representing hope, and I'm trying to show that there's still chance there to restart. Like regardless what you've been through, like there's still chance you are not dead yet. So you can start up with something new. You can also achieve your dream. Yeah, the good is that you've been through with mental illness things. So I used the white combined with the yellow just to show, for me, white as an artist, when I painted white, it means like, how can I say, it shows like you can do, and it's just
like a white page.
It's like one white page. Like you can start writing a story, or if it's a white canvas, you can start putting your idea, your composition. That's what I try to show. And also this pink, it's representing life. As you see, it's keep coming in my artwork. So that's I'm trying to show the life, and it represents life and also presents mental health, because if you have a good mental health, you have a good life.
Yeah.
Yes.
And one quick question. Yes. I don't know if we can see that from far away, but you used sometimes the centimeters, sometimes the inches.
Yes.
Is it because we are all on different timelines? Why? What's the reason?
Yeah, I'm just trying to show like whenever, like, because there is something happening in the past. Also, there's something happening in the moment. Also, we suffer with anxiety because we are worried of the future. Yeah. So for me, I try to combine those things and show like it's nothing. You can start, you can restart again, you can do anything. So you just have to live in moment and put together what you have in that moment and start something new. Yes.
Thank you. And the last one.
Actually, when I started, for me, green is something strong to me. It's something that's natural. As I said, it's identity. It shows you your identity, and it shows your where you come from. Like it's also show. It's also, for me, it's representing like you yourself, like who you are, like, because if you can know who you are and protect yourself with the other opinion of the others, interrupting you, telling you should be like this, you should be like this, you should be like this. So for me, it's like, it showed like, if you have that green color in yourself, that green, that natural color, that you be you, and explore yourself and know who you are. What you have, it's what you're gonna give to others. So for me, that's the way I used to empower the people who are suffering with the mental illness. So this pink, for me, it presents also life, yeah, and also mental illness. So I'm trying to use it like this, showing like, if you feel like you are natural, you be you, so you're gonna come off with a strong life, and empower yourself and empower others.
Wonderful. It really resonates with what we just discussed in the previous session about the importance of culture, identity, to build any type of mental health system and strong society.
Yes.
This is really strong. Thank you. It's going to be the end of our session, and I wanted to know if you had a last word, resuming summarizing all of your experience, and also one of the ideas behind this work is to make artists. Artists are people that are heard, are people that have a another way of communicating important ideas. We've seen, especially during this year, how activism done by creative voice go further. So to close this session, I would like to give you the floor to tell you what would you like to say to people? What should we remember about this experience, according to you?
Yeah, for me, it was a good experience, and also it's really helped me to go back in our community, in our society, like family, friends around me, like my lifestyle every day. So for me, I don't know, I'm gonna say it as a message, and also I'm gonna say it as what I have learned through whole period of residence. So for me, what we need, like, we need to understand each other. So because, and we need also to be careful when we are having conversation, because it's really hard that to have a conversation without offending others, like when we talk about mental illness. Yeah, so for me, let's start from our family. Starting from our family, instead of assuming like you have this problem, ask question, like ask the person question, like, because when you ask question, you're gonna get to know what's going on with them or what's going on with him or her. So for me, I can say, like, we need that in education. We need that in education. Like, if you can have like a course about mental illness or a program that can help students at school, you know, it's more helpful. And because sometimes you stigmatize someone and you don't know that you are offending him or her. So we need it in the youth center, like where the youth go play there. Also, we need it in the, we need to teach also our children, because the children are the future. Because what I have seen, because I was talking to people, I was doing some research, and I found out like many people here in Rwanda, they have mental health problems. Yeah, so that's why my message is just like, let's talk about it in education. Let's talk about it in our family. Let's talk about it in the youth center. Let's have a conversation about that. Yeah, thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you so much for being part of Hamwe Festival and of this residency. It was really wonderful to work with you. And as you said, I remember during the residency at some point you said that stigma is just a misunderstanding. And that's something that I really stayed with me. So thank you very much. Tomorrow we'll have the closing session of Stigma, Power and Hopes. And yeah, I'm giving back the floor to our MC for tonight, and I say goodbye to you.
Okay, thank you so much.
Good evening. Hello, hello. And I said goodbye too early. Actually, I'm going to introduce the next session. The next session is called Life Interrupted. It's going to be a movie it's going to discuss a movie that you can see on our platform, by the way. And it's a movie that's reflect and collect the testimonies of breast cancer survivors. And this session is going to be facilitated by the great Zwena Basho. So Zwena is a television presenter. I'm sure that all of you knows her from CNBC, her great work there. And she hosts the show Out and About Rwanda. She's a 25-year-old journalist graduate who pursued a master in international relations at Mount Kenya University. She spoke to Donata Kiza about her love for journalism and tourism and made it a career from it. So just after this video, you'll have Zwena. She will introduce her guest and she will talk very brilliantly about the movie, the documentary Life Interrupted. Thank you very much. Good evening.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the session. My name is Zwena Bachu. I've already been introduced, and this session is actually called Life Interrupted. However, before I give you a brief information about the whole session, allow me to introduce my panelists. Good evening, ladies.
Good evening.
On my right, we have Eugenie Uimana, who is a Rwandan licensed clinical psychologist and international graduate in HIV and family education. Good evening, Eugenie, and welcome.
Good evening.
Next to Eugenie, we have Lydie Murorumwere, who is an executive and a breast cancer survivor. Welcome, Lydie.
Thank you. Good evening to all.
And also, all the way from the States, we have Paula Mosen, and she is an award-winning documentary filmmaker, educator, and PBS consultant, who is also a two-time breast cancer survivor. Hi, Paula. Are you with us?
Hi, can you hear me okay?
Perfectly.
Awesome. I'm so excited to be here.
We're also happy to have you here, unfortunately, all the way to the States, but you know, like
the magic of the technology.
Exactly. Now, cancer diagnosis is a life-interrupting phenomenon. Individuals who recently have been diagnosed with this chronic illness have to deal with the pain and uncertainty that comes with cancer and live a life as a cancer patient. On this session, we'll discuss the lived experience of breast cancer survivors. Before we also start the conversation, we actually have a 1-minute trailer of the film that we'll actually be discussing during the session. However, let me just give you a bit of summary or information about the documentary. Now, the documentary is called Life Interrupted. It is actually a documentary feature film about breast cancer. Intimately chronicles the lives and experiences of 3 unique survivors, including the filmmaker herself, Paula Mosen, from diagnosis through treatment and life beyond. Assumptions and myths about the disease and prevention are explored as each woman continues on with cancer treatment, including chemotherapy, lumpectomy, and bilateral mastectomy to fight for their lives. These women are confronting a life-altering diagnosis, and they respond to their disease process and the rebuilding of their lives with honesty, dignity, humor, and grace. Let's watch the trailer.
Welcome to the dreaded sisterhood, the club you never wanted to be a member of.
I got a mammogram. They told me then that we saw something, and then I screamed for my mother.
And I felt this like lump.
My second opinion oncologist wanted to treat me more aggressively than my original.
And then she scoops everything out. Exactly. Well, I have to think about it.
He says, well, let's just get this terminology correct.
We have breast cancer, not just you. This is both of us. I want you to understand that.
When cancer's loaded, you immediately start thinking that she's gonna die.
The core of Debbie is more than just a body part.
I look like my dad. But realistically, cancer took 8 friggin' years out of my life.
If you'd like to watch the whole movie, the link is on our platforms. Make sure you watch it because it's something that you definitely want to watch. Now, Paula, tell us more, as a director of the documentary Life Interrupted, could you tell us more about what inspired you to document the lives of breast cancer survivors, the challenges you faced in the process, and your big takeaway?
Okay. Well, I'm going to start with just a few thank yous because this is very exciting to be able to participate in this festival. I want to thank the Hamwe Festival and the amazing staff. There's so much organization going on. I think if people are just watching this, they think it's just magically all happening, but there is a lot of stuff going on behind the scenes, and you guys have done an amazing job. So thank you. I want to thank the University of Global Health Equity who sponsoring this whole event, a very important event, talking about arts and social justice and mental health. And I want to thank my distinguished panelists and moderator for coming to the event and helping to support this particular panel, and I'm looking forward to hearing from you as well. And finally, I want to give a shout out to Debbie Wood, who should be, I believe she signed in from Philadelphia. She's one of the main people in the film, and she's amazing. If anybody's seen the film, she was a huge inspiration for me, and I couldn't have made the film without her. So Debbie, if you're out there, thank you so much. All right, so now to your question. As a director, what inspired me? I'd been a filmmaker way before I was a cancer survivor. And so when I got diagnosed with cancer the first time, the last thing I wanted to do was make a film. I wanted to, I got my diagnosis, I was shocked, and I wanted to, in the way that I deal with things, I wanted to just dive in, figure out, what it was, how I was going to get treated, and then just take care of it and get on with my life. I wanted to have a very short interruption. And so I did do all of those things. And my first diagnosis was fairly, it was fairly quick and easy to deal with relatively. And I started to go on with my life. Filmmaker friends of mine started calling me and saying, you ought to make a film about this. And I, at first, was not interested in doing that because I wanted to put cancer behind me. As life would have it, I was diagnosed again 3 years later. And that, having that come back and just completely threw me off my feet. I had had the time to think about breast cancer and filmmaking and, what I could maybe add to the dialogue and the narrative of what being a breast cancer survivor is like. And I started with two ideas. One was that breast cancer does not discriminate, that it doesn't matter who you are, where you live, how rich or poor, Black, white, Asian, you know, it's everywhere. And I found that interesting and held on to that. And at the same time, on the other hand, breast cancer is unique to each person. We say one size does not fit all, you know, from the person, who they are, what their lifestyle is, what their tumor is, how their tumor interacts with their body, you know, and so forth and so on. And so those two ideas held together sort of became the kernel of what I thought I would investigate as I started to make the film. Making the film itself got me through some of my own difficult times. I think the hardest thing, because I thought about it and was terrified, quite frankly, was to have the bilateral mastectomy. And so I used that source of terror, and I decided to, you know, do some interviews right before that was going to happen and try and really tap into how that was feeling and try and express that. And then when I was in the hospital, actually the night before, I had to plan, because I was the director too, how to sneak a camera in, how to, you know, get people to sign releases, you know, so I could film them on camera and it would be legal, how to set up some interviews. And then of course, I was very interested in getting the shot where I'm being wheeled off into surgery. That was, to me, you know, to prove to people this was the real deal. And so I did get to kind of worry about that a little bit more, and that took my mind off my own, you know, what was going on. And it also sort of gave my treatments, it made me feel like maybe I had a higher purpose and could help other people with it. And what's so interesting is that I've met many, many, many breast cancer survivors, and all of them are such giving people who want to share their stories and also help others that come after us. It's just an amazing thing that I've seen over and over, and I'm so grateful, you know, and appreciative to have experienced that. In terms of takeaways, you know, I'd like to say I knew all these things when I started the film, but in all honesty, I kind of figured them out as I was going along, and now as I'm working on distribution. So I'll just kind of give you, I've got a few different takeaways that came up for me. One is that the film and the stories told give a face to the staggering statistics of the disease. So I don't know what it is in Rwanda, but in the United States, 1 in 8 women in her lifetime will be diagnosed with breast cancer. So you have, I don't know, 1 in 12 chance to get that. And so I wanted people to see that, you know, there were people behind these numbers, people who had lives and stories and, you know, things they wanted to do. I also wanted to validate the survivor's experience. You know, myself, when I was going through it, even though I'm not naive, it felt at the time like I was the only one because you kind of have to just bear down and focus in, you know, you want to live. And so everything else kind of disappears and you're just focused on this thing. And it was important for me to create a film that wasn't just pretty pink ribbons, but really kind of showed that, you know, this is what surviving is like. And there's ups and downs, and there's successes and failures, and all of that's part of the story, as well as it's not a straight line. I always thought, you know, you just get to the doctor tells you what to do, and, you know, everything will be fine. And each person's different. So, you know, not only does the doctor have to kind of figure out what's going on with you, but you have to figure out what is going to be the best move, what's the best journey for your situation. And so that takes me to the next thing, which I think it's so important to empower patients. We all have different access to, you know, medicine. Some of us have better access, some of us don't. But what I think is very important is that whoever you are and whenever you're diagnosed, that you have to, you know, be honest with yourself, and you have to treat yourself as best as possible. Get the support that you need. And that patients have every right to ask questions, if they can get a second opinion, if they can, you know, join a group of other survivors that can help them, you know, even if you have, like Debbie in the film, you know, has this amazing husband and amazing family and beautiful children, you know, but she also took her time to reach out to other survivors because she knew there were things that, you know, she could talk to other survivors that nobody else would understand. And to help providers, you know, to remind them you're treating a patient, not the disease, you know, so you're treating a person, you're treating a human being, you know, not number 6 cancer survivor. And I've had a lot of doctors and, you know, patient treatment folks telling me how much they appreciate getting a chance to be reminded that there are people with full lives, you know, behind these statistics. And then finally, to give family members, friends, family, colleagues, a chance to see what a breast cancer diagnosis and treatment really is. And again, I can't, you know, speak for everyone. I could speak for myself. I tried to share some other stories, but at least to kind of open, you know, people's eyes to a lot of the things that people go through. So.
Right. Lydie, you're a breast cancer survivor. Can you relate to some of the things that Paula said? And also, after watching Life Interrupted, were there parts of the film that you could relate to and parts of the movie that you were surprised by? Sorry.
Thank you. Sorry, I was saying that I will take this time to first thank all the organizers of this festival because they give us a platform to talk about breast cancer and mental health, as well shine a light for all the efforts that have been made by our country to raise awareness about mental health and cancer. And really big thanks to Paula and Debbie and Pat for their contribution for the documentary. They serve as role models to all the ladies who are going through cancer after their own experience. And when you watch the documentary, you realize that they give us the lead and give us strength to follow their path and be able also to contribute to raise awareness among the next women who will be fighting this disease. So I can really relate many parts of what the documentary has shown. I will start first with the importance of a strong support from family and friends during the whole process. Secondly, I will go, as Paula was saying, the first day when the doctor told you that you have a breast cancer, it's a completely shock. And you start even wondering if he has not mistaken and if he's not talking about another patient. But after that, you need to be resilient and accept and think about the next step. Third, I will talk about the way we have to deal with different emotions, such like pain, anxiety, depression, anger, and each day is different, wherever you have motivation or not. You need to learn to cope with uncertainty, because even when you follow all the doctor's requirements, there is no 100% guarantee of complete success of the treatment, and they cannot commit about the fact that you will not experience in the future any recurrence. And I think joining also a support group or having around you people who can listen, who can take your hand without judging is really important. And I think last point also will be keeping the faith is an anchor of hope during uncertainty. And for my own experience, I remember that when they told me that I have a breast cancer, I was just saying that, oh God, really? And you always imagine that it will happen to someone else, someone very far from you, not at your own door. So, and then you also realize that you are not ready to die, actually, because that's the first thing. And you just pray and say, oh God, I never told you that, but I'm not ready to go. So help me to have the courage to go over it. And I will show you also that I will be happy to live each day, because each day will be an opportunity. Yeah.
Right. Eugenie, as a licensed clinical psychologist, when working as the breast cancer support group navigator in Butaro Hospital, what common mental health challenges did you see women diagnosed with breast cancer deal with?
Thank you. When I was working with breast cancer support group, the first challenge I met for them, it was anxiety and depression. In general, it depends to the person. It can show different psychological disturbance, but the two are anxiety and depression. It was anxiety in no kind of anxiety you can have, anxiety for the future, anxiety for the children, anxiety for how should look like after getting all information received about the treatment, and the anxiety about facing the community. Because when they received that diagnosis of breast cancer, it was just a cow. The husband, they are thinking, am I continue being a woman? Am I continue being a wife? Am I continue being a mother? And it was anxiety in totality. And about depression, the depression goes as the time ago, the depression worsened. Because after getting that diagnosis, they don't know to whom to go to see, to whom to go to share with, and they are stay closed on their own problem. And after the time, and when they start to take chemotherapy, the situation more time worsen. And the second we met to them, it was a problem of medication side effect. When they receive medication, the medication as as the doctors or as medical staff, we think the situation may be going to improve. And when they start medication, the side effects worsen the situation. It deteriorates the body image, they lose the hair, they lose the finger, they lose the energy. When they come for breast cancer more time, they have the energy for walking. But when they receive medication and for that, it was a cow. And they lose their dance like women, the family. Some husbands decide to abandon them. They take the other wife, and the large family, as our community has a big, large family, they come asking the husband, tell that wife to go home. And when it was a husband, sometimes you have some few men with breast cancer. It was a big problem because other men take them like the woman. They lose their identity in the large community like man. And for that the anxiety and the depression worsen. And you can say a history of pain. They get the problem of having pain. That pain, I say it in total. Firstly, there was that illness, that psychological disturbance, that marginalization and stigma from community, and there is the physical pain. When they go to the church, imagine someone with calvitie or blindness, when they lose hair and he has to go to the church, think how they are looked like. In more our churches, we don't have to carry a hat or the thing like you have. And for that, even they can pray God, but they don't have where to go because of their body image. And that increases the total pain. They get total pain before to have a serious sickness. And the last three, it was, I say it, stigma. Stigma coming from getting cancer, stigma coming from their body image, and the stigma from themselves, because they start to be depressed and they isolate themselves. Yeah.
Right. Basically, once your mental health is already locked into I'm dying, your body also fails to accept or take in the medication for you to get better, and also leads to depression, which also makes you feel like I can't go out. People are just looking at me badly and all that. That's what I got from what you just said right now.
At the first level, it was a kind of bereavement, but as the time goes on with the disease, it becomes a depression.
Right. Now, Paula, tell us more about the documentary. What can you say about the role of the arts in documenting suffering and in creating the space for people to share and heal from their trauma?
Well, that's a great question. And I've always looked to the arts to help heal my own discontent or depression with different aspects of life. I feel that we all, as human beings, want to be seen and heard and understood. And I think as an artist, that's the case as well, that you want to be seen, heard, and understood through your art. And then hopefully your art will speak to other people. I see art as a window into another world, a life, a story, a thought, or a feeling. And sometimes one can be so touched by that you can actually pick up and walk through the door to try something else. Does that make sense? So art can be so motivating. It can give you a view onto something that's not just going on in your own head. I'm somebody who tends to live in my head a lot. And so I look to art to take me out of that. I think art can validate one's own feelings. People feel excitement, they feel despair, they feel depression, they feel helplessness. And sometimes an artist's piece of work, you know, a piece of cloth, a painting, a piece of music, a story can speak to us and help even just validate, yeah, this is depression or this is excitement. And by just validating our own feelings, it can make us feel that we're human and we're okay. You know, we're not always going to be feeling great, and that's fine. And I think what's important, at least in my film, I think it was important to put in the United States, you see if you're seeing images of women with breast cancer, you often see older women, you see white women, you don't see some of the, difficult side effects. You don't see some of the horrendous treatments. If you see the film, I mean, people get their body parts cut off in order to be treated. You know, that's pretty radical. And so I think that it's important, if you're going through that, to know that other people are going through that too. And finally, what I tried to do with the film, to the best of my ability, was to be truthful and to be honest. And if I, as the artist, am truthful and honest, I can open the space up for other people to be truthful and honest with their own lives and with their own narratives and with their own stories. Does that make sense?
It actually does make sense. It does. Lydie, you wanted to say something?
Yes, I just want to add a little point on that. It's that when you consider the art, it has the unique ability of making an issue personal or universal at the same time. So anyone can relate to the subject without necessarily revealing your own story or your own difficulties. And because it's the art story which is going to show your struggles, your how you have lost your hair and everything, people are going to consider it as a powerful message, because it's not coming from one individual in particular, it's coming from a mass. And also that perception of stigma, because when I go out there and start talking about my story, it will be, oh, why are you still talking about it? You are over it. And when it comes in like this, in a documentary or photography, painting and everything, people can appropriate and can start also thinking that it's not only other people who can face that disease, but also themselves.
Right, and also the way I got it, art is also another way to speak to those ones that cannot speak about what they're going through. So it actually speaks to them, so that they're not the only ones going through it, but other people are going through it as well. Now, coming back to you, Eugenie, what was the main source of mental health support for women dealing with the double burden of breast cancer and mental illnesses?
The main roles?
What are the main sources?
The main resources. To the women who receive in a breast cancer support group, the main resources they have for getting improved is they believe in God. More of them are believers, and when they get that situation, they return to God, they pray, they praise, and for that make them to feel some strength. And the second, which help them, it is that kind of being in treatment center, and they met They share their experience, and the fact to find they are not alone make them so strengthened and make them sometimes being proud, because when they are there in the community, it is one in sector or in the province, and they feel really isolated. And being in the group help them by act of sharing. There is also some psychological intervention, the kind of receiving them, hearing their story, and supporting them emotionally, help them to return back their hope and help them to feel there is the people who are not marginalized them, who care for them.
It gives them hopes being around. Do you use art therapy in breast cancer support group in Butare Hospital?
Sincerely not. I was just met using art when I was in my internship, but that time I don't really think it was the kind of using art. I was looking at that because it was sometimes exciting time for the patient, but I was thinking it was for making worse and depressed people. But with this festival, I have followed, and it make me inspired. It will be a good way for helping the people, because we will help them to talk, as we use in our technique as clinical psychologists. We ask them to talk about their story, and with art, with poem, with music, with movie, it will be the occasion to guide them how they could use positively their story, and being improved.
Now, speaking of you being inspired, are there any plans of beginning such therapy in a near future?
I was thinking to discuss it with my colleague at work, and I was thinking to make advocacy, because we will need more things for making it in press. But I realized with following this festival, it was a good thing to introduce, but we needed the preparation and the discussion.
Right. Now, Lydie, I want to pick your mind on this a bit. Do you think there should be some sort of arts therapy when it comes to mental health, especially in breast cancer?
I think it's important to also saying that sometimes behind the word of art, we think about something complicated. And art can be expressed in different manner. For example, if today I don't have the resources to go for painting or drawing, I can take pictures, I can write. It was my case actually. And slowly, you can use whatever you want to express your inner emotions. It can be singing, it can be dancing. It's all different sort of art. And don't just think that you have to go look for something complicated. It's just there for you. You need just to have someone to guide you. But in the meantime, even reaching that level, you can be free to talk to the psychologist, because I think in our culture, we don't empower them. We always think that if I have to go to the psychologist, it's because I have I'm almost going to run in the street, or I'm screaming every day. And that support also is really needed, and we should incorporate it in the system to allow the breast cancer fighting also, and express them as a way of healing.
Right. Which definitely creates more awareness of that. Now, Paula, when documenting the lives of breast cancer survivors, How did you find the balance between authentically presenting their lives with cancer and maintaining their dignity?
That's a great question. First of all, that's kind of at the base of any ethical documentary filmmaking. I come from the position that I'm always trying to be as supportive as I can to my characters. I don't come from the got you documentary approach. So I collaborate with my characters. You know, I let them know what I'm going for, what I'm looking for, if they have any feedback or questions. So, you know, we're working on it together because it's really, I want them to be able to tell their story in the most complete way. In terms of this particular film, what I ended up doing was, so the film features sort of three main stories: my own story, Debbie's story, and Pat's story. And Pat is a Native American woman from the reservation up in northern Montana. And her culture is extremely, extremely modest, just in terms of talking about, you know, sex or breasts or even cancer. And on top of that, there's a lot of mistrust, understandably and historically, between Native Americans and white people in the United States because of historically what people did to them. And so when I wanted to meet her, it took me about 2.5 years. I reached out, I talked to a lot of people. I did use my cancer calling card, which helped, you know, because we both were members of the same dreaded sisterhood. And when she did let me come into her life, I know that that was, you know, helpful. And it was helpful that I was willing to share my stuff. So zooming back out, when she told her story, it's very, very modest. I mean, she covers different things, but, you know, she's not showing her breasts or, you know, showing body parts. Debbie was extremely open, and she, like myself, was diagnosed twice, and she had some pretty in-depth surgery and reconstructive surgery. And she shared with me a lot of stuff, but once I decided to use footage for me, which I wasn't going to do in the beginning because I wasn't sure I was that interesting, but once my stuff went really south and it got more deep and intense and maybe more dramatic, and I thought this could, you know, this might be better for a film, I decided I didn't just want to have tons of dramatic image. And so I used the most dramatic, the most vulnerable stuff for myself. And in doing that, I felt like I wasn't asking anybody else to do something that I wouldn't do myself. So in this particular case, I think that's a pretty easy way, you know, how I worked. Did I answer that question completely?
Yes, you did.
Okay, I'm very, just as a documentarian, I'm very aware of other people, and once they get put in my film, and I want them to feel comfortable and that they are being portrayed in the best possible light, because that's how I would want to be portrayed. So that's how I work.
Right, keeping other people's, how do you say, keeping other people's thinking in your mind also. What are they thinking?
Absolutely.
There are stories to be told. Now, coming back a bit to you, Eugenie, after watching the documentary, do you think that the challenges that the breast cancer patients across different contexts faced are similar?
In some way, yes, but in another way, no. Because the culture has main function in influencing people. You see, when you are here in Rwanda, what you will face will somehow differ with someone who is in Kenya or in Uganda. About the disease, the side effects, the complication in life, it will be the same. But about stigmatization, about how to deal with depression, it will depend on your own education and on your own culture, in your own family, how your family is organized, and so on.
Right now, and how do you think we can implement context-specific strategies to support breast cancer patients in different parts of the world? If that's
That
possible.
is a big question. Yeah, it's a big question. But how I think it's, firstly, you have to take into consideration the culture in which you are. You have to take into consideration the population you face mostly. When you face the illiterate people, you will have to make using arts in different way when you face the intellectual people. I give you example. You can ask someone who has never go to school to dance and to make poem and to sing music, but you will not ask him to compose it. And for that, when you will going to use culture, you will look the capability of the population you have before you for using that. Take, for example, here in Rwanda, when you will want to use arts in educating, you will choose firstly movie, because our population is more youth and they like watching movie. You know what is called Dagaswane outside here, how the youth as they are. When you will use movies, you can give all kind of education. You can change how they look people with survivors of cancer, general cancer or breast cancer, in which you speak now. And you will use them to change the mindset about the stigma. And you will use the movie and dance to gather them for giving the information you need. But when you write a book, in our culture, we'll go to read it. And when you want to intervene, you have firstly to consider the community you have before you and using the arts in an appropriate way with them and with their mindset. And I see also using arts for survivors. In that way, I will be a clinical psychologist because I will focusing on how helping them to deal with the emotion, to deal with the living. I will ask you to use all kind, but taking into consideration what they are able to do. If they are really able to do for dancing, you can guide them, make them in a group, like you said, and ask them to dance, and make a ballet for dancing, and they will, that time, arts will help them to forget, and to look themselves like the people with a big value. You will make them to revive their desire for being in life, and it will heal them. And for using the arts, I can say using a poem. If someone, you ask him to create a poem and saying what he needs, asking the people to do for him. When, as therapist, I guide them, when you guide him for not having that kind of self-stigmatization or that kind of self-judgment, they will express their feeling and they can feel better. We have some technique for healing people, like behaviorism therapy, which we ask the people to retell the story again and again, and we help them by rating their fear and anxiety, and they feel better. And using the arts, I can ask someone to make a poem, what he needs, or what he feel about what people do to him, and after repeating on his own poem or in his own songs, he can feel better, and for that he can entertain the people and add his value, and the arts can help in that manner. Yeah.
Right, now, thank you very much for that. Unfortunately, we have few minutes left, but we're just gonna take the questions from the audience really quickly. And if you can just respond in few words, that would be really helpful. So Lydie and Eugenie, what did you learn about emotional support while watching this film and its contribution towards cancer patients that you would like to share with families whose members are going through cancer diagnosis? Again, we just do it few words and then we go to the next one, yeah? We can start with you, Lydie.
Thank you. I think the first part is remaining positive and be aware that when someone tells you that you have a cancer, it doesn't necessarily mean that it's a death sentence. We have a lot of women out there for whom cancer is now a memory. Never blame yourself. It's not your fault. Be resilient. And be aware that tomorrow will be better, and you will shine and rise more than you ever have. And you can always count on breast cancer survivor to take your back, to support you.
Right. Eugenie, really quickly.
Yeah, I learned on it that getting cancer is not for the people here in Rwanda or in Africa. It is everywhere in the world. And I learned on it that the struggle the breast cancer survivors get here, it was the same in all the world. Yeah.
Right, now, just to remind you, these are Q&As, questions from the audience. Paula, during the film, we quickly see that you highlighted the childhood of the women documented. What was your reasoning for wanting to discuss their lives pre-diagnosis? Really quickly, we're just gonna go really fast.
I can do that. I'll be very fast. Just to show that they were women with lives, that we all have been children at one point, and then we turn into whoever we are. So I wanted to give some context for them before we just jumped into the diagnosis.
Right, just the last one. Paula, you have shown this documentary in many places and to people from different realities. What conversations did it generate?
Very briefly, I'll say survivors. I think I'm most proud of the fact that I'll have survivors come up to me after screening, and sometimes they'll say, that was so hard and I'm so glad you did it. In other words, that was so hard to watch, I'm so glad you did it, because they felt that I really did touch on some of those difficult parts. And in doing so, I validated their own experience, which we talked about earlier.
Well, thank you very much, ladies, for being part of these panels. We're so lucky to have you and we're so honored. Unfortunately, we don't have much time. And I know there are still so many questions coming in. Thank you very much again for your times.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Paula, all the way from the States. Stay warm out there.
I got my sweater.
Thank you very much. And that is all for this session. All the questions that you have sent, we'll actually try and answer them from the social media. Thank you very much again and stay tuned.
Timothy, an artist based here in Kigali. I'm very excited to tell you about the festival happening right now, the Hamwe Arts Festival 2020, with the topic of social justice and mental health. As an artist, I was very excited and I'm very, very happy to have participated in the workshops and the residency for the festival, where I, among other artists, interacted with the professionals, researchers, and professors who are like involved in the topic of mental health in Rwanda and beyond. And I gained insight and content around mental health that I use to come up with artworks that address the topics of stigmatization, power, and hopes. And the artworks are being exhibited throughout the festival. And on Sunday, I'll be sharing about my artworks live. And I encourage everybody to follow up with the festival on the Hamwe Arts Festival's Instagram account and the University of Global Health Equity's YouTube channel. The festival is going live. It's happening right now. So I encourage you to come and connect and interact with us as artists and other artists. Be open to sharing your experiences and questions. And I'm very excited to share and talk about my artworks. Thank you. Peace. Hello, my name is Ndejuru Timothy, an artist based here in Kigali. I'm very excited to tell you about the festival happening right now, the Hamwe Arts Festival 2020.
Position. Sorry about that. I want to take this time to thank the amazing Zwena for leading this conversation. And I would like to salute the outstanding courage of our panelists for sharing their stories and their journey with us. Fighting cancer, especially breast cancer and mental health, is not very easy, especially when also like there's mental health associated with that process. So a sense of community, spirituality, and therapy are some of the support system that we heard our panelists have been using to face this struggle. So I'm going to quote a little bit some of their insights because I found them very powerful. So Eugenie told us that as the time goes, the depression gets worse, and that's depression associated with the breast cancer fight. You don't know who to go to and how to share your diagnosis with the people surrounding you. So medication worsens the situation, and then there is marginalization from the community, and then stigma, and then the physical pain. That is not very easy. And then Lydie also told us that you always imagine that it will never happen to you because you think it's a story that happens to someone else until it gets to you, and you realize that you're not ready to die. But having people you can count on around you who can hold your hand allows you to go through the process, and when those people are not judging you, it's even much more important. I also think that she made a very powerful comment when she says, to all people fighting breast cancer or any other type of cancer, know that it's not your fault. Paola also mentioned that making the film got her through some of her own difficult times, and it made her realize that maybe there was a higher purpose to this particular journey. So as human beings, we all want to be seen, heard, and understood. So that also resonated with what Tasha Golden mentioned during the presentation on Poetry in Prison project today, and I would like to thank Paola for amplifying the voice of women who have been fighting against breast cancer, and the conversation that has triggered worldwide. So ladies and gentlemen, I'm delighted to introduce our last but not least final session of the day, which is a conversation with Tsoku Maela. It's going to be moderated by Sarah Agatoni, whom I have introduced earlier today. She's going to be introducing and moderating the session. Sarah, over to you. Thank you.
Hello everyone, my name is Husseina Habiballah. I am a poet and novelist from Morocco. It's been a pleasure being a part of this presentation. This festival offers a rare opportunity to connect science and art and extend this bridge between thinkers and researchers and artists. I believe that's what art and science needs nowadays. I would like you also to take a part of a workshop where I had the opportunity to listen to thinkers and researchers and artists and activists from all over the world and interact with them. Those rich conversations inspired me to write a poem, which I will perform on Sunday with others artists. Make sure to not miss the events of this festival. I believe they could be of a great benefit to everyone, and especially to people who are interested in the topic of the global mental health and also to the colonial legacies in the global mental health. So see you soon.
Hello and welcome everyone to this series edition of the Hamwe Festival. Thank you for joining us today for a conversation with Tsoku Maela. My name is Ariel and I'll be facilitating this session. The theme this year is social justice and mental health. And as we discussed all day and all throughout the festival, the arts can be used as a tool to engage the public about mental health issues and raise awareness as well as challenge the stigma surrounding the topics. And so this is in line with Hamwe Festival's mission of fostering engagement between creative fields and mental health professionals. Tsoku Maela is a South African visual artist working on the mediums of photography, motion picture, and text. He graduated in film from the South African School of Motion Picture, Medium, and Live Performance, shortly after dropping out of molecular biology at the University of Cape Town due to a battle with manic depression. Since then, Maela has had a successful career as a copywriter and scriptwriter and has been working as a visual artist since 2015. Using his work as a form of healing and understanding the roots of trauma and spirituality. Tsoku Maela's work has been exhibited at fairs across the world. When he isn't taking photos, he's writing, and when Tsoku isn't writing, he's playing chess. But his most pressing and immediate goal in life is to finish the Miles Davis autobiography that he's been reading for 5 years. Welcome, Tsoku. Thank you for joining us today.
Hello, thank you so much for having me.
So how's it going with that autobiography?
It's not going too well, I have to be honest. So if anybody's finished the book, please do let me know how the story of Miles Davis comes to an end.
Okay, so our conversation today will consist of questions about your work in keeping with the themes of the day of the festival. And if time permits, we'll be taking questions from the audience. And so as we've discussed throughout the festival and throughout today in particular, we've seen that the arts can be used to address stigma, and your work itself comments on stigma, social stigma as well as self-stigma. And so I'd like to ask, why does stigma matter? How does self-stigma differ from social stigma? And in what ways are they similar?
I think that's a really good question. And I think it's important for us, if we're gonna answer the question as to why stigma matters, I think it's very important for us as artists and practitioners to sort of have a workflow where we sort of disseminate the language and we try to explain the language to people that may not know or understand what the language around mental health and mental illnesses might be. So I'd like to take this moment maybe to break the question apart a little bit and maybe just define what stigma is before we can try to understand the difference between social stigma and self-stigma. So in my understanding of stigma is that stigma is a sort of stereotyping with prejudice that leads to discrimination of a group of people or an idea. And so what that requires is a cognition first, which is an idea as a stereotype that you put forward that will then influence our emotions or feelings towards that person or that idea that will then influence our behaviors to then discriminate or subjugate a group of people. Now, somebody who's doing the social sciences might be tempted to say, well, you're making a big assumption about stereotypes there and saying that stereotypes are all negative and all bad. And they wouldn't be wrong in assuming that stereotypes aren't always negative. But sometimes when we talk about stereotypes, we need to understand that it's not necessarily the intention behind the stereotype, but the effect of the stereotype, because it's such a subjective phenomenon. I'm going to give you an example of two kinds of different kinds of stereotypes, the positive and negative, just to show how that can have a negative effect on us as a society and the way we approach health. So back in the 70s or mid 70s and to mid 80s, when the pandemic of HIV was breaking out in Los Angeles, the first few cases that came out were five young men who had something in common, and that one thing in common is that they were all homosexual. And so there was this huge coverage of HIV and AIDS in Los Angeles that this was a virus that only affected homosexual people. So much that HIV, before it became HIV, was actually known as gay-related immune deficiency, which is GRID, which, if you think about it, created the stigma towards homosexual people by virtue of them being the host of this virus that's ravaging the entire planet. But what it did was to make the issue so much worse in the fact that not only was diagnosing it very limited, but people that were heterosexual felt like they were immune from this virus, and therefore went on with their lives having careless sexual relations with other people, and then infecting more and more people due to that stigma. And it's a stigma that we're still dealing with today, well, the effects of it anyway. And now I'm gonna show you an example of a positive, or something that sounds like a positive stigma. And if you're a person of color or a Black person living anywhere in the world dealing with mental health, you've probably come across this very positive sounding stereotype, which is that Black people do not deal with mental illnesses, or don't deal with depression, or don't get anxiety. And on the surface level, it sounds very positive because we're supposed to be immune from this very depressing thing. But what that's done to the Black community in general is that not only has it stopped us from addressing the very serious issue of depression amongst Black people, it has also stopped us from acknowledging that we are very capable and very susceptible to having depression, and therefore we have stopped ourselves from going out and getting help or diagnosis. So those two examples themselves have already shown you that the two levels of stigma, whether it's social or it's personal, to yourself stigma. So the social stigmas are informed by all these stereotypes that we put out in our society, upheld by all these institutions of media or any other form of giving us information. The self-stigmas are when we as a people start to internalize those beliefs to become our own beliefs. And as a result, stop us from going out to doing something about the issues that we're facing every day, whether it's our mental health or other forms of health.
Thank you, Tsoku, for that answer. And now, as I was reading your bio, I mentioned that you dropped out of molecular biology at the University of Cape Town because you were dealing with depression. And so this topic is a personal one for you. And I would like to engage you on your own personal experiences of mental health or mental unhealth.
So yeah, I mean, my journey with manic depression is actually quite interesting. It's something that I'm still coming to grips with about some 12 years after my first diagnosis, which was really, really interesting to me because I was born and raised in a very small town in South Africa, or a small province in general in South Africa. And we don't really have conversations about mental health or even think about mental health as something that we need to deal with. Like I said, like the social stigmas that we've created around the concept of madness based on the language that we use to talk about mental illnesses. So the first time I came in contact with the conversation of mental health and mental illnesses was at the University of Cape Town during my first session ever with a therapist telling me that like I might have manic depression because my thoughts were racing and that I was nervous. So that was what the diagnosis was based on at the time of my manic depression. And as somebody that was concerned about what was happening to me at the time, I gladly accepted the diagnosis. I took my medication and I left. But as years went by, I started becoming more interested in the cultural aspects and influences of of the environment that we find ourselves in on our psyches. And I started realizing that at the time, I mean, my thoughts were racing because I was rightfully nervous to be sitting across somebody who was asking me a bunch of questions about my life that I'd never met before. And I was supposed to be going to a doctor that had to be dealing with issues of the brain. So I was rightly nervous to be sitting there. So I found it a little bit unfair that I was diagnosed with something so serious based on a couple of minutes of interaction. So I've been coming to grips with understanding what that issue was at the time. And I think being an artist and being an activist as well has helped me understand that our narratives play a big part in understanding ourselves historically. So me understanding the traditional healing part of my lineage and my history as well has also showed me that being an art practitioner makes me a sort of healer in a way, and that healing has helped me to understand that there was nothing inherently wrong with my brain at the time. I was just like under a lot of stress academically, like most students are at these prestigious universities. And I suppose that's the reason you find such high rates of suicide at universities like the University of Cape Town or Wits in Johannesburg. So it's been a journey, but I've learned a whole lot about myself, and hopefully I can get much deeper into it as we go on into this conversation in much more context as well.
Sure. That's an interesting point you make about language, the language around stigma and the language around diagnosis. And that's something I'd like to engage you on in the context of African communities especially. In what ways do you find that having a language for what is ailing you can be empowering, and in what ways can it be disempowering and even a distortion of the truth? You've mentioned your personal experience with that, and I'd wonder if you'd comment on that more generally.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, you and I are communicating right now because of language. You know, without language, you cannot express anything really to somebody else who does not speak the same language as you. I'm sure there are other ways of speaking, and I suppose that's the reason why the art is so important as well, in the fact that we curate and create a sort of visual language for people to have access to without having to learn how to speak that language as well. So I mean, it's very difficult. I remember the first time I tried to speak to my mother about my manic depression when I first got diagnosed. She had no idea what was happening. You know, I had no idea what was happening as well. What is manic depression? Explain it to me. Put an injection in me, do some blood tests, show me what this thing is. You know, there was no scientific process to it except just like talking and diagnosing. So it was very difficult to explain to my parents why I had dropped out of a degree that I'd always wanted to do. For them to understand how terrible the situation was for me to change my life dreams into doing something else because of this illness. So it's fundamentally crucial that we're able to communicate all those things, and not just from a family perspective, but this is something that could affect your career as well. This is something that could affect your social circles and your social life as well. There's something that can affect you directly, the fact that you feel like you can't speak to people in a way that they can understand you. You feel like you're ostracizing yourself or being ostracized from society as well, which can force you to then regress even more away from society, which will then lead you much more deeper into more depression, which is like a very violent cycle from the fact that you could not speak. And so I think that's where the arts suddenly became a little bit more important and a little bit more interesting for me in the fact that I could then tap into a language that I myself did not understand at the time, but seemed to be easily accessible to other people and made a whole lot more sense. So when I showed my mother a picture and I said to her, so those things I was trying to tell you a couple of years ago, look at this picture. This is what it looks like. This is how I feel. She was just like, oh my God, that looks terrible. I was like, it felt terrible as well. So I think language is crucial. It's very important in being able to express how we feel. And so I'm grateful for the arts for giving us that platform to create visual languages.
Thank you for that answer, Tsoku. And for your comment on finding a language in art. And so I'd like to engage you now on your art pieces. More generally, what role do you think art can play in promoting mental health and well-being? And we can talk about your work in particular, abstract pieces.
All right. So before I get into my work, I think there's something I'd like to borrow back to the first question, a response to the first question. That image right there. So one of the biggest challenges with self-stigma is that it really obstructs a very important process in our growth, and that is something called the individuation process. And if you've studied the works of Carl Jung, you've probably heard of the individuation process, which is basically a culmination of getting to know yourself as a whole, your persona, your shadow self, and all other aspects of yourself, your complete self. And that requires a lot of unbiased self-introspection. If you're self-stigmatizing yourself, that process becomes very difficult because you keep on stopping yourself and going like, oh no, you can't think that. Oh no, you can't do that because you're crazy. Oh no, you're not doing that. There was an interesting story of a patient at Kingsley Hall back in 1960, if I'm not mistaken, in London, which was a alternative psychiatric experiment run by Professor R.D. Lang, if I'm not mistaken as well. Her name was Mary Barnes, who used to stay in her ward at this institution because she was diagnosed with schizophrenia. So she'd stay in her ward, literally defecating herself and pissing on herself the entire time. And what she'd do with her defecation, she would paint the wall with it and paint herself with it as well, which smelled terribly. I don't have to explain that, I'm sure. And so what the psychiatrist discovered, based on the rules that they set of being able to experiment, was that instead of allowing her to just continue painting in a defecation, how about we gave her a paintbrush and a canvas and see what she'd do? And the moment they did that, the rest was history. Mary Barnes went on to paint phenomenal images from the mind of a schizophrenic, if I could put it that way. And it's work that's celebrated across the world as well. So the ability to be able to use your art as a form of speaking, for example, in abstract pieces, as I did there, was a process that allowed me to go within myself more than going outside of myself. It was a process of me going within myself because I already felt ostracized from society. So I felt like I already had nothing to lose. I might as well go to places I hated about myself to see what's happening on that other, like on the dark side of the moon, if I can use that as a phrase. And so abstract pieces allowed me to go within myself to ask the questions that I wasn't brave enough to ask myself within the confines of societal rules that told me that going that far means you're accepting that you're crazy. But with abstract pieces, I was telling myself, I'm gonna be like Mary Barnes. I'm gonna accept and regress into a state where I'm accepting what is perceived as my madness, and let's see what's gonna happen on that other side. And so this work came up the way it did. I mean, the image you have on the screen is titled Siriti, which in my native language of Sabin in South Africa is a definition of something called aura, or sense of being. And in the photo there, once you open yourself apart, once you open yourself up, I found that I had nothing left. I literally went through all the layers of myself, and I got to the last bit where they tell you that you'll find your true self, and I found that there was nothing. There was literally nobody there. So I have this interesting caption about it that like we shouldn't break apart, but we should learn to break open, so we could allow ourselves to express ourselves fully. So I think it's incredibly important that art can do that for us. It helps us in the individuation process. It helps us to meditate, let the brain work passively in the background, let it solve the issues, let it ask the important questions, the questions that we're never allowed to ask about ourselves and the cultures that we come from and the way we feel, most importantly, the way we feel about those ideas as well. And that process has been incredible for me. It's been healing, and the work seems to resonate with a lot of young people as well across the world who are very keen to ask the same questions without feeling judged or subjugated by some social constraints.
All right, thank you, Tsoku. And so before we move on to your next body of work, you mentioned the process of individuation, and so I'd like to ask you to comment on that a bit more. What does that look like in contexts that tend to be thought of as collective, especially African context in this case? Is there a possibility or even a heightened need for individuation, and what does that look like against community?
Well, that's the thing about individuation, is that like the key word is individual. It sounds like it's such a singular, personal thing. But we need to start thinking about it as a process of, when we come back from the process, what we can offer the community. Yeah. So in the context of the work that we're talking about right now, what the individuation process has done for me is it allowed me to reframe the images of Blackness and madness into something that looks I don't want to use acceptable, because that sounds like we're asking for permission, but into something that is digestible for all of us and looks like something familiar, like art. Do you know what I'm saying? So like we reframed something that was usually performed as purely dark, and now it looks beautiful. And now people want to look at it and people want to have conversations about it. And I was listening to a very interesting talk a couple of days ago. And this author that I was listening to was talking about the necessity and the need for us to reclaim our, so the image you have up on the screen is called rediscover, not recreate. So you're not trying to recreate yourself, you're trying to rediscover who you are, essentially by understanding the narratives of your history, the way you were framed in those narratives, the way you were shown in those narratives, and for you to come out and say, wait a minute, I mean, where's the proof? Where's the proof for all these stereotypes? Where's the actual proof that this is who we are? Who gives us permission to dream about who we can become? Do you know what I'm saying? So that's what the process of individuation can do for us. And that coming out of that process, being able to ask those difficult questions, we can then put forward the same questions to our fellow people and say, listen, what do you think about this? What do you feel about this? What do you think about these old ideas? What do you think about cultural influences of this and that? And that's where people start to open up and start having these conversations. And so I think it can serve the greater community. It just requires modes of communication, like art. Well, music is art as well, literature, any way of speaking that we can have access to.
Thank you. So the image we have on screen is part of your body of work on masculinity. You've explored this concept, framing it as a religion. Could you tell us more about that work?
So I think firstly, I need to make the correction. I think the religion is not necessarily masculinity. I think the religion is patriarchy. So the book, the body of work this images are from is called Book of Masculine, and I base it off the narrative of the birth of Jesus Christ, the birth and life of Jesus Christ, and I draw a parallel between the life of Jesus Christ to the birth and value of the son in African culture, or in any culture, in fact, in history. My father had 6 kids in total. He had 1 son and he had 4 daughters before he had me. And I was told it was a very dim time to be alive in this house, because every time my mother gave birth to somebody, it was just like, when am I getting another son? You know, when am I getting another son who's gonna carry the name and make sure that my legacy lives on forever? And so when I was born, there was a huge celebration. Before I could speak, there was a huge celebration about my life and my existence by virtue that I was a boy. And then I was given all these gifts, just like Jesus was. When the wise men came from as far as they did to adorn this child who had this incredible prophecy on his life to be the savior of mankind, they adorned him with gifts that were worthy of a god, that were worthy of a king. Yet this child had done nothing to have earned their respect, nothing to have earned their adoration. And the same story carries on for young men in our culture, in that we adore them so much, not for them existing, but for what they can do for us. I'd like to read you a quote from Bell Hooks when she says, "To create loving men, we must love males. Loving maleness is different from praising males for living up to sexist divine notions of male identity. Caring about men because of what they do for us is not the same as loving males simply for being." I don't know what the situation is in Rwanda, but the reason I did this body of work primarily was in response to the huge issue we have of gender-based violence here in South Africa, where, I mean, every single day you switch on the news and another woman has been killed at the hands of their lover or a man that they used to know that lived in their neighborhood or something like that. And during the uproar, when everybody was talking about how terrible men were, and they've got plenty of reason to believe that, I'm more interested as to why is it that across different cultures around the world, we have the same prevalent issue of gender-based violence, and it's predominantly males inflicting this damage. And so you look at the cultures that we've adopted across the world. I mean, capitalism, for example, is a very male-dominated system. It's a patriarchal, masculine system. It's about dominance. It's about bigger. It's about better. It's about faster. And that's what males have been indoctrinated to be since they were young. We give them these tools as a society. We socialize them to want to switch off the emotive part of themselves and prove their worth by gaining access to material wealth, by gaining respect, by gaining kingship. So we put them on a pedestal. So what happens to those young boys when they grow up to realize that all those dreams that you sold them, that pedestal and that throne that you promised them belongs to them, when they realize they're competing to like 6 billion other young men who also believe the same idea that you are not truly destined for this, you have to work to earn it somehow. They become frustrated, they become disgruntled, they become angry towards this invisible system that has told them that they're these messiahs, they're these gods. Just in the same way Jesus, when he was crucified in his last moments between those two thieves, when he carried the sin of the entire planet on him, this is the first time God in his entire life, God looked away from Jesus, and Jesus looked up to the heavens and said, Father, Father, why have you forsaken me? And this is exactly what's happening to young men everywhere across the world, where their fathers are passing on this heirloom of toxic patriarchal masculinity and telling them this is your rightful God-given right. The moment they're supposed to be held accountable for the reactions of this frustration that has come from an undelivered promise, we leave them hanging and they go like, why have you forsaken me? What have I done? So I felt like I had to make a body of work that reframed and looked at the idea of patriarchal masculinity as a religion that we worship at the altar from without ever questioning it. And as a result, it has created so much havoc and damage to our planet and to the people that we love the most, which is our women.
Thank you for that elaborate answer, Tsoku. And speaking to your work in general, you've expressed a desire to rewrite the collective memory of Blackness. Why is it important for you to engage with not only the past, but with the future?
Wow, that's a grand statement that I make. It's a very daunting task if you ask me to rewrite the collective memory of Blackness. So I was listening to a lecture a couple of months ago by British philosopher Alan Watts, and in the opening of this lecture, he was trying to talk about the innateness of language, how words are dead, like they just words, they don't mean much until we give them context, right? And in his attempt to express and explain reality, he struck this bell and he made the sound and went like ding. And everybody just sat there in silence, wondering what is he gonna say that's so profound about this ding sound? And he didn't say anything. He was just like, well, that's reality. The way you have absorbed that sound in its rawest vibration, you're hearing, that is how you have had access to that reality. You gain access to reality through your 5 basic senses. And I'm tempted to add a 6th one there, which is your intuition, which is something they like the system that teaches you how to become an adult tries to get you to forget your intuitive self, the known unknown. So for us as Black people, the way we consume our narratives, the way our history is always framed, the way our narratives are always told to us, they're stories of struggle, they're stories of us being conquered, stories of us being somebody's chattel, somebody's slave, somebody's this and that. I recently watched a documentary on the Shanghai civilization in West Africa, and my mind was blown as to how sophisticated we were as a people coming from West Africa, and the way we had built incredible systems of money, like altars of religion, just the way we were living as a people. And I couldn't help but wonder how the lives of young Black people across Africa would be if that information was prescribed reading from grade 1, grade 2, grade 3. If this was the sort of culture we're immersed in, where symbols of ourselves and our history was positively reinforcing our dreams and the way we should be viewing ourselves. Because if we do not fix the way we remember ourselves, then how are we supposed to visualize ourselves as something else? If our points of references are always the same tropes, the same stories, the same histories, how are we supposed to look forward and dream of something different? And that's why for me it's important through my work, even though I come from South Africa, a country that is obsessed with political art and telling us that we come from apartheid or this and that, so obsessed in repeating the same symbols. It became exhausting for me personally to see the same narratives. How about you offer me a solution moving forward? How do we do this? How do we change the narratives? How do we become different to make sure we don't repeat the same mistakes our parents and their parents made? So it became important for me that my work had to be aspirational somehow, and not just aspirational for everybody, but most importantly for Black people, Black youth that are growing up on the continent, that we should love our continent and our stories, and we should always frame ourselves in a position of like power in some way.
Thank you, Tsoku. So as we wind down our conversation, you've talked about the African context, and now I'd like to ask you about a more global context. Your work has been displayed across various cities, engaging a global audience on the topic of mental health. What do different cultures, in your opinion, have to say to each other about mental health?
So the first thing I have to say, like the sad thing is, yes, the work has traveled pretty well. I've been very lucky, I've been very fortunate to have the work travel, but it hasn't really traveled well on the continent. You see, the conversation, particularly of mental health, has not been, hasn't been received very well on the continent. So I'm very grateful for this opportunity to be able to share this conversation here, because everything we've spoken about today comes down to mental health as well. We can't navigate any of those topics that we spoke about without thinking about mental health and how it affects our mental health on top of that. But the one thing that stands out based on the conversations I've had with everybody else that's been privy to the work and the emails that I received from students that are writing their essays or master's dissertation on the body of work, the key word is integrity. Everybody should be afforded that level of integrity, especially in the mental health space. It's about treating people with love and respect and integrity. We can't think about healing of a people, particularly mental health, without integrity. If you look at certain situations on the African continent, I think it's in Togo. There's some spiritual center in Togo where the mentally ill are kept there to be prayed for. And when I say a spiritual center, you're probably thinking it's a nice cathedral with nice pillars. It's just a bunch of trees, literally like a small mini forest where people are shackled in chains, brought there because of as a last resort. They're gonna be prayed for so they can find a healing to a mental health issue. That is not how we deal with people. That's not dignity right there. That's not how we treat people with integrity. So the one word that comes across a lot is integrity and dignity across the world, that we should be treating people, whether they're in mental asylums or mental institutions or somewhere in Togo in Africa or in India as well, being shackled to a tree somewhere waiting for a prayer. We should always be looking to first approach the situation with dignity and ask ourselves if we would like to be treated in the same way if we're needing assistance as well. So it makes me happy to see that people are thinking on a more emotional aspect before they are thinking on a medical aspect, that whatever approach we take has to show the utmost respect to the person we're speaking to, because at the end of the day, they're also a human with life experiences, and all we want to do is make sure that they get better so they can live a better life as well.
Thank you so much, Tsoku. That's all the time we have today. Thank you for your insights about stigma, both positive and negative. Thank you for sharing your work with us, and stay tuned.
Started as we were exploring how creative industries could collaborate with health sectors, and we are also exploring the role of culture in health.
When we talk about mental health, these are everyday experiences. The work that we are doing on mental health, everyone should be involved.
Naganiriye n'abahanzi twari kumwe, ariko kumva ko hari abahanzi bashobora kwinjira muri sekta yacu kandi mu buryo buteguye neza, twumvishe bidushimishije. Yaba ari ukwandika, yaba ari gushushanya, buriya ibibazo byo mu mutwe nabyo ubuhanzi bushobora kongera kugira ngo umuntu asubire mu buzima busanzwe.
My hope is the festival will foster understanding, collaboration between the different healthcare sectors, the different artists.
Sorry about that. Thanks again, Agatoni and Tsoku. We are now at the end of day 4 out of 5 of our festival. Today is not an easy day to wrap up due to the rich, timely, contextualized, and thought-provoking sessions that we had throughout the day from our panelists, moderators, and multidisciplinary artists. So from the outsider artist conversation to the engagement, we have different experts and artists who were able to reflect on the issues of stigma, cultural imitation, silence around mental health issues, among others. We heard different stories of courageous healing, different tools psychologists use around the world to support people struggling with mental health illnesses, and we're going to continue the conversation around this tomorrow. We would also like to remind you that the film Life Interrupted is available on the Hamwe Festival online platform. If you're not able to watch it before today's event, you still have an opportunity to do so. So I'm going to be sharing a little bit of some of the reflections that came out of different conversations, but most importantly, how to build mental health systems in the Rwandan context. We heard about how we have to recognize efforts that have already been done. Although the journey is still long, something has been done, let's also recognize that. We heard about how language is not just a tool of communication, it's beyond that. Language allows us to share and express our emotions and mood. We heard how trauma is an issue sometimes of disconnection from self and from our communities. We heard about how support group among genocide survivors in Rwanda was part of important part of healing here in Rwanda, how therapeutic groups were used as a structure for community healing nationwide. And we also heard how citizens were invited to be responsible for each other within the same community as a tool of healing. The speakers also took us through the complexities of inclusion when we have different identities that have to be recognized in the conversation around mental health and healing. The panel also took us through the centralization of mental health services from the top level, which can be the ministry, to the community level to ensure that we are creating the right levels of ownership. And we also talked about how sometimes people struggling with mental health issues are stigmatized. I would like to share with you some of the reflections from Shast about what he feels could be the solution to this. He said that we should, first of all, dignify people living with mental health issues. We should demystify mental health and therapy. We should separate a problem from a person from a problem. These are two different identities. He talked about creating a new narrative, a new story around mental health. He also invited us to learn from the community and create a new body of knowledge around the issue of mental health. There was also a mention of a study around intergenerational trauma that can be transmitted from one generation to another. We are really eager to learn more about the results. We heard about a new concept to me, which is epigenetics. Can there be mutation in our genes due to traumatizing events? And can we transmit this trauma to our children? I'm looking forward to reading the results from these studies. We also heard that it's hard to talk about mental health illnesses without offending people. Then there was an invitation to be very careful, thus empathetic about how we handle this conversation. So we were invited to ask questions to be able to understand more a person's situation. Otherwise, we can create stigma unknowingly. And we have more conversation around this particular theme of mental health, social justice, but also we are going to be continuing to challenge the conversation that we need to be having around the element of stigma and how can we destigmatize mental health in our particular contexts. So for tomorrow, we are going to be talking about decolonization of mental health. We're going to be continuing conversation around our digital exhibitions and mental health projects that we have opened since day 2 of the festival. We're going to be having a conversation with Mary Bitter around the Difu Simo campaign. We're going to be having another session with Kaya, who is a singer, so more performances on the agenda. We're going to be having another important conversation called decolonization from public spaces to intimate places. A conversation with Satembile Musezane. We're going to be having another session on colonial legacies in our minds through performances. And we are, of course, going to be hearing official closing remarks since it will be our last day of the festival. I would like to thank you all, our dear audience. You are an audience one could dream working with. And on the thank you note, I also would like to extend my special thanks to Dr. Sabin Nsanzimana, the Director General of the Rwanda Biomedical Center, who was our guest speaker today. I would like to thank all the panelists and moderators. I would like to thank Ms. Rwanda Naomie Nishimwe, our special guest as well. And I would like to thank the entire Hamwe Festival team, who is doing a very fantastic job behind the scene to ensure that we are having a festival that is smooth, fun, well coordinated, and they are trying their best, I promise you. And I would like to recognize that this event is supported by Welcome Trust, the Ambassade de France au Rwanda, Institut Français, and the Hangat, and it's organized and powered by the University of Global Health Equity. Stay tuned for tomorrow. We'll be having sessions, performances, and on this note, I would like to wish you a wonderful evening or night or great rest of your day, depending on where you are watching us from the world.